It's no secret. The world wants you weak. There's a coordinated effort by governments, media, healthcare, education, and more to destroy men of strength entirely. This agenda slowly seduces men into weakness and compliance. They become addicted to comfort, mentally weak, and ultimately reliant on the state. But embedded within the spirit of every man, there is a deep desire to be strong and independent, not just physically, but mentally and spiritually as well, to become the fathers, husbands, and community leaders that God designed us to be. My name is Jeremy Sladen, and I understand the struggle firsthand. As a former professional athlete, I found myself being led down a path of confusion and weakness after my sports career ended. Slowly, I became addicted to comfort. I was sluggish, out of shape, and disconnected from God. My spiritual life was in disarray, and my marriage was at risk. I knew things had to change, and after a big wake-up call, I embarked on a personal reset that transformed my mental, physical, and spiritual well-being. After my own personal transformation, I witnessed countless men trapped in similar circumstances, targeted by a culture aiming for their irrelevance. This led me to launch the Warrior Mind, Body, and Soul program. Warrior MBS is a 70-day competitive experience that has been designed from the ground up to unleash the strong man within you. It includes a comprehensive eating plan, a personally customized workout plan based on your goals, soul-building operations to strengthen your faith, and a brotherhood of like-minded Christian men who are with you in the fight. This experience is crafted from the ground up to help you get your mojo back. Here's what others are saying about Warrior MBS.
The program was amazing for me, just for muscle toning, for overall fitness.
Great diet, great soul building ops, great people you get to meet.
One of the things I love is that I'm surrounded by like-minded men who love the Lord, men who want to be good leaders, not only in their home, but also in the community for which they live.
It's changed my life. I think it has potential to change yours. I highly encourage that you join.
The world needs men who are strong, compassionate, and resilient, and it needs them now more than ever. Join me on this journey and become a warrior in mind, body, and soul.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining me today on J Slay, Made in the USA, or on the dedicated Warrior MBS channel. Now remember, MBS stands for Mind, Body, and Soul. I'm going to have some fun with you today, guys. This is not scripted at all. This is just me coming to you wanting to tell you more about what's going on in society with men, number one, and how men need to be strong, because just like that video talked about, men are under attack from a lot of directions, be it medically, educationally, in our schools. The government's got it out for men, especially men of strength, especially Christian men of strength. Specifically, they're targeting that. You have to ask yourself why. I think many of us know. But that's all going on, right? There's never been a more important time for you as a man to bring in your circle tight, to begin to focus on the things within your control, because you can look around at the forces arrayed against you and say, this is just too much. I hope somebody else solves this problem. Well, I've got news. Nobody's coming to save you. This is all about you improving your life, yourself, your strength for your family, for your children, for your future, and potentially for this country. Now, Warrior Mind, Body, and Soul is for men across the spectrum of why they join. Some guys join because they're 20 pounds overweight or 120 pounds overweight. They've come into the program and had phenomenal results. I guarantee you that. There have been men join because they lack community. There's been a lot of guys on the West Coast that they say, everybody around me thinks I'm crazy because I didn't go along with the government narratives, yada, yada. And they don't have a lot of friendships, and they join for that reason. And they come out of it with a group of friends and like-minded individuals, and the kind of mojo that comes from being around people that can support you and say, I get it. I get where you're at. Guys, it's been one of the honors of my life to help lead and coach men that want to improve their lives. They've come from all over the country. We've had wildland firefighters, bankers, doctors, attorneys, contractors, school teachers, guys that are hurt, and they They are on leave from their job. We've had many war veterans come through. This is a program about connection with other men who want to improve their lives for the glory of God and to the benefit of themselves and their family. So many guys ask, well, where do we start? Well, first of all, it's got to start soon because we are kicking off testing week on August 12th. Now you can sign up. I'm going to allow signups through August the 18th. So that's in a couple, I believe, Fridays from now. Today's a Monday. But I would love to have you check this out. So I'm going to switch to screen share really quickly. And you'll go right here to warriormbs.com. That's the main heading of the webpage right there. You can see the video you just watched. But right here, if you want to talk to me directly, I'm game. Let's do it. Schedule a call with me right there in that box. You can see it on the lower left. Or if you know this is for you, sign up, jump in, hit that button, sign up now. It's going to ask you a few qualifying questions, and then we'll get you in. What is required and what is not required? So first of all, you got to be 21 years old. We don't want kids in this program. We want men. You must be a biological man, a Christian, and a patriot. Now, so far, we have not had any transgender men try to join, but as we grow, you never know. So you got to ask the question. I want it to be a group of Christian men. This is a place where men can speak their mind, connect from a foundation of salvation and also some biblical knowledge. Not that we're all at the same place. Some guys are far ahead of others in terms of what they know of the Bible or their theology. And that is fine. We want there to be Pauls and Timothys and different people that can disciple each other in the program. What kind of time commitment is going to be required? It's going to be between 40 and 40, I would say between 30 and 45 minutes per day, depending on the day. Now, there's going to be an occasional day you don't do a thing with the program because we do have off days at your discretion. But I would say it's going to be about 30 to 45 minutes a day between group interaction, your workout. The workouts are built around 30 minutes. So some days are 25 minutes, some days are 35 minutes. But between that and your group interaction, and then 1 or 2 days a week, you'll have a soul building operation that you get to pick from, but more on that later. So there's a lot of different aspects of Warrior MBS. Remember, mind, body, and soul. You are required to have a smartphone. This thing can be done from anywhere. And I really built this for guys that maybe they're traveling too much to get to a gym, or their schedule's a little bit hectic, and they need something that they can drop down in a parking lot or a hotel room and get it done. And these are built around that. These workouts. If you join, you better have a desire to level up with other men because iron sharpens iron. The guys that don't get anything out of this, the ones that sign up because they're like a shallow root, they get excited for a short time and then things just kind of trail off for them and they begin to, lose interest or fall out. That probably happens, honestly, with about 15% of the guys that join. And I would say this, out of 100% of guys that join, you've got about 15 that sort of, fall by the wayside and they just don't interact anymore after a few weeks. Then you've got another probably 20% that come in for, I wouldn't say the bare minimum, but they do okay throughout the program. And they're happy they join most of the time because they still lose weight and they get in shape and they learn a few lessons along the way. But it's those, I don't know how many percentage left. I think I said 15 and 15. So let's say there's another 70% left of guys that really engage. Those guys walk away with a life change. Either many times it's multifaceted. They've got a new group of friends and men and even mentors. They walk away in far better shape than they began. But to me, the most important thing is they walk away with a new level of success and of confidence in their life, based around good things, not just based around, I look better and I lost some weight, so I feel more confident. Of course, that's a part of this. But more importantly is the process along the way, the ability to say, okay, I understand that since I'm sacrificing in some ways with my diet and with my time and with maybe the people that I was hanging around, in exchange for some new people. Those are sacrifices, but all of these things are meant to bring you closer to the Lord. So I'm not going to read all these, but what is not required for this program? Well, a gym membership, exercise equipment. You don't have to have that. a standard or typical schedule. We had one guy join who was in the middle of a move across the country. I believe he was going from Michigan to Arizona, and having to travel back and forth by car. This program, he almost dropped out. And I said, man, if you can find 30 minutes a day, whether it's at your hotel or what have you, on your travels, this will be worth it. And, when you're traveling, a lot of times your diet can suffer, your relationships can suffer, addictions start on the road a lot of times, or they get exacerbated. This program was phenomenal for him while he was in the process of that move for an entire month. You don't have to have a knowledge of food or nutrition background. We provide that. And this video today is going to give you some highlights of our nutrition program, our eating plan. It's going to give you some highlights of the workout program and how adjustable that is for different men. It's going to give you some highlights of the community. What kind of guys join? We're going to play some videos of guys who have joined the program and them talking about their experience both before and during this program. You do not have to have a fitness or sports background, so all fitness levels are welcome. We've had former World Series MVPs that are fresh out of baseball, and they want something to keep them going. And we've had men that are over 400 pounds that are in desperate need to get back in shape. So all types are welcome, and I will work with you. The particular physical location can be anywhere. I don't care if you're out of country. So when I say patriot, you don't just have to be a U.S. patriot. You just need to be a patriot of freedom and an independent mind, and a mind that and heart and soul that is more. Your pledge of allegiance is more to your Savior than it is toward your government, and as it should be. All right. Let's see here. These are great testimonials you can find. Let's look at some before and after photos. So this is a guy, he's a military veteran, spent 9 years in Afghanistan. He looks pretty good in both photos, but he joined, and he really locked into this thing and got in great shape throughout the program. Right here's a young guy, one of the youngest we've had. His name's Riley. He's a software designer and helps people build up their video knowledge and works on their videos on their platform. He is 21 years old, and man, he got in a ton better shape. Now remember, these results you're looking at is over the course of 60 days. Okay. So that's a huge result for 60 days. There's another similar situation there, just lost some weight. His name is Garrett, and he's a professional photographer. There's Elliot. He's a plumbing contractor, and you can see he was pretty far out of shape there on the left, but he got on the journey to losing weight. I think he lost 30 pounds during the program. There's Glenn. He's a financial advisor, and you can tell there. This is actually, there's another photo of him later. We'll go to that one. That's yours truly. So I don't consider myself in bad shape in the photo on the left, but I'd kind of gotten out of where I was. And then on the right, you can see I put on muscle mass. I got leaner. You can see more definition in the muscle. And that was just over the course of, again, 60 days. David, he's a wildland firefighter, travels the country fighting fires, and he has benefited from this greatly because he has a lonely schedule, but he really connects with the men. He's a veteran leader, been through the program now, I believe 3 or 4 times, but huge improvement there physically. There's Chuck. Chuck is in telecommunications and sales. And that just speaks for itself. That is phenomenal results. He's also a veteran captain. I believe he's been through the program twice, maybe 3 times, and just done a phenomenal job. That is Joe. He is a New York resident. I just got his back there because he's so defined in the second picture. Came in pretty good shape. Former military vet, but he had a lot of pain. Back pain and other things from some botched surgeries. So we worked around the issues that he had, but he gained a lot from the spiritual aspects of the program and the community, as well as the physical fitness. There's Craig. He's South African and had great results as well. Really enjoyed having Craig. There's a good picture of Glenn. So you can see the before and after there. So Glenn's he's kind of pumped up after a workout there, but he's looking good. And there is my friend Steven. And Steve, man, great shape. And then there's Gary. He is a real estate professional, and man, look at the change he made. Now he joined multiple times. He went through it, but gosh, what results! Those are fantastic. So, all right, I'm going to play a few different things for you guys, and I'm going to start with this. I was just on the Justin Barclay show. He's a host with Blaze TV, among other platforms, and Justin does a great job with interviews, but he was interested in some of the attacks facing men and what can we do about it. And I felt like it was a great show. I know it just dropped today, but I'm going to go ahead and play that now, but stay tuned, because as I move forward, we're going to have guests come on that are talking about their experience in the program, where they gained in the program, and what were the things that worked and didn't work for them. We're going to talk about the meal plan and why it's set up the way that it is. We're going to talk about the workout plan. I'm going to show you some of the exercises, and we're going to have a lot of fun throughout this day, but it's going to be very educational. And I'll say this, guys, if you're thinking about it, join us. Out of 100 guys that's been through the program so far, I think I've only had one guy that said he didn't enjoy it. Only one. All right. And those things, that's going to happen. Now, we've had a few dropouts and all that, but typically when I contact them afterwards, they just say, I just found myself, distracted or too busy or whatever, typical things. But the other 85% of the guys have said, this was great for me, either in one aspect or in multiple aspects. So it's set up to benefit you regardless of the reason that you join. It is for men only. And with that, I'll get to the interview with Justin Barclay right now.
And it's really a lot of men doing nothing, just sort of abdicating their position.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to talk to you about this. And you're going to be here in Michigan for a big event coming up too. And
that's right.
How do we get men back on track? We're going to talk about that. What do we do? I'm sure you got some steps in personally for individuals to get themselves back on track as well. But tell me a little bit about your background.
Well, first of all, Justin, thank you so much for having me on, man. I'm really glad to be here. And you bring up a great point. I think the video brings up the same point about men have become complacent and dulled in the mind. And, one thought that comes to mind immediately is I've talked to counselors, psychologists, psychiatrists. I've asked them, what's the number one problem that you're seeing in men today across this country? And about 80 to 90% of them tell me it's distraction. Men are so mentally fragmented. Their attention spans are so short that they actually, they're not able to pursue their goals and achieve very much. And a lot of times they'll just get wrapped up in their career, and, making some money is kind of the main thing in their life. So these other things that are going on in the world that they know need to be addressed, they know they're big problems, they're not really doing anything to work on those. They consider it, well, that's somebody else's job. That's somebody else's problem. But that leads into what you said, that great quote, the only thing necessary for evil to thrive is for good men to do nothing. And we've got a lot of good men in this country, formerly good men, that have done nothing for a long time other than just kind of go out into the workforce and try to climb the corporate ladder. So I'm trying to get men to get back to their hearts so that they are doing the work that God's given them to do in a powerful way.
Yeah, that's an approach of faith. It's a different, it's a completely different thing. I think, the world will tell you, there's nothing you can do right now. I think a lot of people are feeling hopeless and helpless. One of the things I'm confronting on a daily basis, I have to look at the news. And I try to share it with people in my radio show, and I stream daily about what's going on in the world, but also give them hope at the same time because, just my faith here, I know how this ends. I've read the book.
Yeah.
So I know where we're going. But in the meantime, we're dealing with all this that's happening right now. And of course, all the news, the headlines, the things that we're allowed to see, the things that we're not allowed to see, whatever, the questions we might have. In the process, leaves you kind of feeling hopeless and helpless, and you're overwhelmed. There's just so much coming at you. I say it every day. It's like drinking from a fire hose. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah. Well, hey, I get it 100%. Here's where I think we are as a culture and as the kind of, the just people in general. This doesn't only apply to just men, but we're kind of like at the Moses parting the Red Sea moment where, as Christians, as people of faith, we can look back at our life and we can say, wow, God really has done some things for me personally that I have to believe. I have to believe in it. But then when it comes to all the forces arrayed against us and the problems you're talking about, drinking from a fire hose, we begin to lose faith. And we are at a place right now where we've got the federal government talking about, aliens, and they're indicting Donald Trump again, and they're trying to ignore the Hunter Biden stuff. I mean, it's insanity. It's just straight insanity. And we're realizing, like, okay, we're up against an enemy that we didn't realize how dark and wicked and evil and widespread it was. And now our own federal government's locking arms with all these globalist groups, and actually has been behind the scenes for a long time. So what do? Right? It's like the Israelites. They'd witnessed a lot of miracles and they had faith, but yet they get to the sea. And here comes the Egyptians, and it's an entire army of chariots and all the firepower that they had at that time. And the Israelites are shaking in their boots, like, what do we do? And Moses, a man of faith, took the lead. He walked into the water and jabbed that thing down into the ocean, and the Red Sea parts and they cross. We are at that point. We have to have faith, number one, but we also have to have Moseses that are willing to step into that water and drive that rod and that staff down into the ocean and believe that God is going to part the waters. Because I'm like you, I know the ending of this story.
Yeah, I had an interesting 2020 experience. It's kind of similar to how you, off air, we got a chance to talk a little bit in how you sort of described the process of awakening and how you've seen the world through a certain set of eyes for so long, and you started to wake up through your experience with government. I want to talk about that here if you want to share some of that. But sure. I had a very similar experience in doing what I'm doing, is sharing news and being confronted with things and seeing stories in every angle covered, but only certain things were covered on TV and certain things they wouldn't tell you about. And it came to a real head for me that I just decided I'm going to share the truth. I'm going to give everybody the best information so they make the best decisions for their family and themselves, and it just empowered people. I felt like that, that's what I'm called to do. But one of the things that I kept getting during some of the most trying times in 2020 was the question, okay, what's going to happen here? What's going to happen there? People constantly had these questions. They felt like they just felt hopeless, and there's just nowhere to turn. And I wanted to kind of give them some hope and encouragement. That's why I wrote my book, Good News, Hope, and Encouragement for Trying Times, to give people that understanding that, look, no matter what happens, I don't know. I don't know what happens tomorrow. Is a recording this, Trump is going to court. What's going to happen when he goes to court? I don't know. But I know that God is still on the throne. I don't know what's going to happen to this country in 2024. But that's what I put my faith, my hope, my trust, my joy all comes from that single place. And when you do that, it seems to me, as a man of faith, you probably talk more to this, but as a man, you have to. We're very concerned about being strong and our strength and things like that. But you have to admit your weakness, and that your strength can only come from one place in order to really truly be strong.
That's right. Yeah. There's a lot of things you said there. One thing that comes to mind is, the Apostle Paul from prison wrote, "I've learned the secret of satisfaction in all circumstances," whether he's in prison or whether hungry or whether full, so he was finding strength from something that was transcendent. It was God. It was Christ. Yeah. And you're right. I mean, we have to get our strength from there. I believe alongside of that one thing that we can do every day in our lives is focus on the things within our control, because as crazy as it is out there, and I'm like you, I tune into the news every day because it is a part of what I do as well. And, that can seem overwhelming, and it can seem like, what can you do? Well, the thing is, you can do some things in your own home with your wife, with your kids. Yeah. One statistic I read not too long ago was the average father only spends 7 minutes a day with his kids, 7 minutes of actual, talking to the quality time, whatever. Yeah. Well, we can increase that to 30 minutes. We can go play catch for 30 minutes, Right. So there's things that we can do every day. And those things bring us back to our real heart as well. Because you get, I mean, that the darkest season in my life was probably when I was making the most money. Not that there's anything wrong with money. I don't want people to hear that wrongly, and praise God for those who've been financially blessed. But yeah, it can bring complacency when your career is the sole driver of what gets you up and what gets you going in the morning. I know there's a season for everything, and there's times to be all in on building your business. And I'm in a phase right now where I'm kind of doing that as well. But it's when you get to the mountaintop, when you get to that place of success, that's a lot of times when you begin to not need God anymore, and you forget about the secret of satisfaction that Paul talked about from prison, and you lose your joy. And that's when, like myself, I got wrapped up in addictions for years, sexual addictions, drug addictions, alcohol addictions. And they didn't get, I didn't lose my career over it. They didn't get off the rails, but I stopped spending quality time with my family. I started to hide. I started to become a shell of a man, and I became a liar. And man, what a dark place to be. And that actually it was a product of me being successful over a span of time and kind of just drifting. One of my friends calls it the American satanic lullaby. We're just lulled to sleep by success. Yeah. So the Warrior Mind, Body, and Soul program is not about, if anything, I want guys to make more money and be more successful. But I think a part of the way that you can do that is by bringing it home and really focusing on the things that are most important in life: your mind, your body, and your soul, especially your faith. That's number one.
I talk about this, and I know this is going to be near and dear to your just a little bit of time we've got to spend together here, but we talk about getting prepared a lot of times. I will encourage people, look, man, after what I saw in 2020, I went into the grocery stores and I saw people fighting over the toilet paper. And the craziest part for me was like when I saw people and they're wearing their masks and then their eyes and they had the gloves on. Yeah. And this was before the mask became like a real big thing. But like the craziest part for me was watching that and the fear that I saw in their eyes. Like the empty shelves was one thing. First, it kind of showed me like there's an illusion here. There's not, this is not necessarily exactly what we thought it was. But then I saw the fear in the people's eyes. And to me, I've always just been a real good gauge of people and where they're at. And back when I was doing radio, I would do, top 40 or rock radio or whatever it was. And we'd be in the bars and we'd get paid to go there. And it was a great time, Yeah. But I always would get a feeling and then I'd leave. And I find out the next day there was a big fight. Somebody got stabbed, shot, something happened. And I always kind of felt that before something would switch. And I was sort of just noticed that very similar, just people always on edge. And I think we're going to get, as things continue to shake, we're shaking right now. They're going to continue to get that way. So I noticed it all the way back. We started talking about what can you do to get prepared. And obviously there's various different things from various different levels you can do to prepare yourself. But I've been talking mostly recently about prepare your soul. How do you prepare your soul for what's coming? Because it's one thing for me to get all my food and get some water and then, precious metals, gold, silver, and lead, things like that, right? Yeah. But like, it's a whole nother thing to prepare your soul for what's coming. And we can't leave that out.
No doubt. And, one of the temptations is as things get harder to turn to those numbing mechanisms that actually distance you from your soul. And I would, or the opposite effect. And I think this is where people need to go, is let these things around you be a warning of what's potentially coming. And you or I, we don't know exactly what's going to happen in 6 months from now or a year or whatever. We really have no clue, but it's looking different than it's ever looked before. I'll say that. Mm-hmm. So you're absolutely on the money. We've got to be prepared in our soul and in our heart. And I think the closer you are to God, the less anxiety you will have. And I heard this yesterday from a psychiatrist. They said the brain is actually there's two, I don't know how they worded it exactly, but they said, when you are thankful when you have thankfulness in your heart,
Mm-hmm.
you cannot be anxious. Those
Yeah.
two things, you cannot do both at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so true. And I think the closer you are to God and his goodness and the blessings that really matter that he can pour out in your life, the less anxious you're going to be about all the noise that's going on out there in the world. And you can be really solid. And that's what your family needs. That's what your community needs. Ultimately, that's what the federal government needs, but they're miles away from it.
Mm-hmm.
But we can be an example for those closest to us. And I think that's really our only option at this point, unless your job is in DC or like you, being an on-air pundit.
It's not. I got to tell you, I wouldn't have chosen this. I always, from a kid, I always wanted to do radio, but it was never what I'm doing now. I just felt called to it, though, in 2020 when I saw the world kind of everything turning upside down or really being revealed. It's always been that way, but just the way things were being revealed to us. And I felt called for such a time as this, where I think we're all in those unique positions in different places. So I lean into it, and I'm here as long as God wants me here. If he says tomorrow I got something else for you, I'm fine with that. I used to be, as you described earlier, though, I used to be a guy until about 2012 when I lost my dream job. I was climbing the ladder. I put my career and everything else first. I'm telling you, it's so shallow. It is such a because even when you get there, you're just completely unfulfilled. You feel empty inside. There's just nothing.
It all depends. I was in a lot of major league locker rooms. I was a professional baseball player, and I spent some time in major league spring training, and I was with the World Series MVP Phillies team as a player in the locker room. And the guys who were close to God in their heart, they carried themselves differently. There was a joy about them.
Yeah.
Not to say that the guys that were far from the Lord weren't having a blast as well, because there were some that definitely were, but it was coming from very short-lived, shallow sources that by the time they're 50, they're not going to be able to act that way anymore, hopefully. But many of the most miserable people that I've ever met were in their dream job, making millions of dollars, getting to go play baseball every night. And they were absolutely miserable people and not fun to be around. So it's a great reminder that ultimately your joy, you may be happy for a season based on the success you attain in business or financially, but that is not going to be long lasting joy. You're always going to want the next thing.
Isn't that so? Because as men, and I think just as Americans, and we've been sold, as you mentioned, that kind of that satanic lullaby, that idea that, hey, if I just make a little bit more money, or if I just get that boat, or if I just get that car, if I just get that house, or if I just whatever the thing is that then I'll be happy. Then I can be happy. And as men, we're kind of mission oriented anyway. So we're thinking, on mission, I've got to get that next. I got to whatever that next rung on the ladder is.
Yeah,
that is the thing that'll give me. But it leaves us feeling so empty. And you just mentioned this, but a lot of guys are probably hurting right now. If you're listening to this, you're probably going through something, or maybe you've at least noticed this and seen it in your life before. But it's why you're reaching for the thing that is, that's external, that makes you feel, whether it's drugs or drinking or I mean, it could even be work. Like I've been in that place before too, where it's like I just throw myself into the work. That doesn't work either.
Yeah. Well, it is never satisfied. There's always going to be one more rung you have to get to. For me, like even I do a lot of stuff on social media now. I can get hung up in that and keep doing. I'm going to do one more post. I'm going to make one more comment. Like it's that it can be ridiculous because it's never going to end. There's that inner desire that wants to do more. So I hear you loud and clear on that. And we got to be tethered to things that are eternal rather than just momentary.
So if people want to check the program out, we'll give them a chance to do that. I want to share this. There's a big event coming up here in just days in Michigan, and I know folks are going to want to be a part of this. Some great folks, Dave Scarlett, His Glory, Tim Ballard, the man that the movie Sound of Freedom is about.
Yes.
You'll be there, Jeremy Sladen, J Slay USA. We've got Bernadette Smith, who's a good friend of ours. Ann Vanderstill, Scott McKay, Patriot Street Fighter. April Moss is going to be there. Just all kinds of great names, great folks who are coming together. What's this event about? And Reunite America. I think that there's never been a better time for this.
No doubt. Well, the theme of the event, even though it's called Reunite America and Open the Floodgates, I think the reason they're calling it that is because when you're talking about child sex trafficking, whether in America or outside of America, that should be so beyond the political spectrum of right and left. We should all care about rescuing children. So it's almost saying this is an issue that everybody can get behind, whether you're right wing or left wing. Now, sadly, a lot of the left wing seems to be almost ignoring. It doesn't seem to be. I mean, when it comes to Sound of Freedom, they're straight up poo-pooing on that movie every chance they get.
Yeah.
And that should be a telltale sign for a lot of your neighborhood Democrats to wake up. But we should all unite around a cause that should be this near and dear to our hearts. And, I think the reason that they're even inviting me, because this has not been a specialty or an area of expertise of mine, but I guess two things. One, I do consider myself someone that knows how to inspire men to courage. And Tim Ballard, one of the things I noticed from the movie and from his life story, not just the movie, he had to detach from the systems in order to make a difference. Because if you remember, he was with the Department of Homeland Security, and he had to walk away from that steady and stable career in order to pursue the mission that God had laid on his heart to rescue that girl and rescue those children. And then he did it. He was able to do it. But he had to trust God. That goes back to what I was talking about with Moses and the Red Sea. He didn't know what was going to happen. He could have died, going overseas and pursuing those guys, those, sex traffickers. But, so my thing is I want to inspire men to courage, get them back to their heart so that they can actually go out and make a difference and make the sacrifices to do so.
I want to have you back on, Jeremy, because I think you're on, you're right on the money with a lot of things you're doing. You're helping men in order to take this country back and to get back to the point that we really should be, and even better than we were before. It has to start right with locally. You look nationally, that all has to start locally, and we're seeing some incredible things happen politically, but also in faith circles here. And we talk about that here in where I'm at, in your own backyard. It has to start. It has to start in your county or in your township. And for a lot of us, it has to start in your family, in your own home.
That's right.
But before you can be a leader there, you have to learn to lead yourself, don't you?
That's right. Yep. And that's why, thank you for the plug, because that's why Warrior MBS exists, is to get guys back to the small circle, their own mind, their body, their soul. We're going to get clarity. We want to get spiritually deep so that we can't be shaken by the storms of the world. And we want to be physically strong too, because I think as men, that has an effect on our overall confidence. Mm-hmm. And, it's also a biblical thing. The Apostle Paul talked about it quite a bit. So, getting back to those three factors personally will help you with your family and with your community, because you are on the money. When it comes to making a change, you're going to be hard pressed to get a lot of help from the major institutions or the federal level entities at this point. Even though I know there's some people that are really trying, they're in the vast minority at that level. So it's going to be truly a grassroots local movement, and it takes strong men, strong women, strong families affecting their communities.
It is really incredible what's been done to our country, what's been done to the people to put us in this position, to weaken us. One of the things we see on a daily basis, we're learning more and more about people don't trust the food supply. They can't, what really is food, that's a whole nother issue altogether. And that impacts your health and all the things we've seen in the last 3 years. But, the other piece of this is the division. We're constantly seeing us being pulled in so many different directions, divided, distracted, and that is the formula, divide and conquer, that's been used for generations. So it really makes you think about what we're really being pulled away from.
That's right. Yeah. One bit of kind of a life hack for me, being somebody that looks at the news and politics and helps keep me a little bit more positive about the craziness, is when I see a news story, or I'll throw one out there, like that the death penalty's on the table for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
You know, I could be like, oh, they're crazy and get mad at that's even how could that even be a thing? And I get that. But then again, I'm like, you know what though? It's so nutso. Bring it on. Like just show how freaking crazy you are, because that's waking up the average American that doesn't believe in the deep state, because there's still a lot of those. And that's who we really need. We need those moderates that maybe they're strong in their community or well respected, but they just don't buy into any of these what they would call conspiracies. They're not helping. They're actually helping this move of the Overton window toward global communism, because they're not doing anything. So I say the crazier the left gets, and the more openly complicit in that establishment people like Mike Pence are, I think the more it's going to wake up your average American. So I say bring it on. And I think that's a good way to watch the news.
Hey, we should be excited about these times. If you've read the book and you know where we're headed, I mean, things are just getting good right now. So
that's right. That's the best way to look at it.
I appreciate your warrior spirit and your faith in and what you're doing. I just appreciate you. I know you could be doing anything. We all have that choice. But Jeremy, thank you for following your call. I can't wait. We'll have you back on. But again, if people want to get out and see the event, it's happening August 11th and 12th. It's in Heartland, Michigan. And if you want to come, they've got tickets online. In fact, from what I understand, there's even a discount. If you're having a hard time trying to figure out how to get there and get the tickets and all that, you definitely want to get in contact with these folks, because they just want people there. They want people to see what's really happening. And I know they're serious about it. People are donating their time and energy to come from all over the country to be there. Jeremy Sladen.
Thank you, Justin. Let me just say one thing. If anybody heard about the program today and is interested in joining, go to warriormbs.com, because we open up the next round on August 12th. So warriormbs.com. I'd love to chat with you and see if it's a fit. All right, guys. So that was a fun interview with Justin Barclay. And hey, I've had hosts before after I've done a show like that say, man, I want to sign up. John Diamond would be one of those. So Justin, if you're watching this, man, join us, dude. What do you got to lose? You're probably busy with all your travel schedule and all that stuff. Join us, man. The program will be just right for you. I guarantee it. You'll walk away lean and mean. And you will too, viewer. So you got until August 18th to sign up. Just remember that. We are going to start testing week. So you're way better off to sign up before August 12th, because then you don't have to rush. All right. You'll be able to join us and be on the first Zoom call with the guys who've already signed up, and ease your way into this thing and get to know the program. Whereas if you join on the 18th, you're going to have about a 2-day crash course. So make it easy on yourself. Go to warriormbs.com and sign up now. All right, so let's talk about the meals. Let's talk about food for a minute. All right, I'm going to bring on an expert guest here shortly to talk about bread and grains and carbs, amongst other foods, and as well as addiction. We're going to talk a little bit about that too. That's Dr. Sherwood. Many of you are familiar with Dr. Mark Sherwood. But I want to show you real quick before we jump into that. So here's some compliant meal examples. So when you join the program, you are going to get a meal plan. Now, these are all real photos. As you can tell, they're not professionally done. You'll get a full comprehensive meal plan that will explain what's a compliant meal and what's not. Now, remember, every time you eat a compliant meal, and when you don't, actually, every meal you snap a quick picture with your cell phone and you upload that to your small team. Okay. Like I said before, all the men are separated into these small teams. So there's only going to be 3 or 4 guys on your team. And that's where you'll upload your plate picks. We call them plate picks. So you get 1 point for a compliant meal. Now, this would be a compliant meal. You've got turkey, ground organic turkey. You got organic vegetables in a vegetable soup there. This is grass-fed shredded cheese, probably a cheddar. Right there, that's a good compliant breakfast. Now, that looks pretty plain, right? There's other things that you may think taste better than just straight-up eggs and spinach, but some days you just grab something from the fridge that you know is going to be compliant, It's going to give you, it's going to fill you up. I mean, to make that meal takes all of 3 minutes. Crack 3 eggs, grab a handful of spinach, and boom, there you go. That's a good breakfast. There's another one. So, organic vanilla bean almond milk as a creamer with organic coffee. So that's a good way to have a nice compliant, coffee in the morning, get you up and going. So I want to skip the stuff now. I'm gonna get myself in trouble here showing the really simple meals. There's another perfectly compliant meal right there. Now, great news, guys. Here's the great news. You can eat all you want in this program. As long as it's a compliant food, you can have, it's all you can eat. All right. So there's no reason to be hungry doing the Warrior MBS program. Let me skip through some of these quickly. Just different ideas right there. We're big on organics, guys, because there's chemicals that are in the water, in the pesticides, in the herbicides, in the injections, the hormone treatments for livestock, all those things that will affect your endocrine system. It will affect your testosterone. And by eating organic, it's not going to be perfect, and it's way better if you know the farm where your food is coming from. But it's important to get away from those endocrine disrupting chemicals as much as possible if you want to think clearly as a man, have courage, be strong, all the things. There's salmon with some rice noodles, some organic greens. Now that looks like a professional plate right there, but that's actually from a restaurant where I ordered that meal. So good looking stuff, right? Okay, that's good for now. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is talk about what it looks like to shop. All right, so first of all, this is a video that I made early on, so forgive me for the bad lighting and all this stuff, but this is me talking to the guys for real. This is a video I posted showing them a little kitchen tour. Now, I wasn't as well spoken on the meal plan then as I am now, so there may be a mistake or two within, but you'll get the point. And it shows how to grocery shop and fill up your kitchen so that when you want to turn to grab a snack or to grab a quick meal, you can make sure you're eating compliant in a smart way that's, again, going to help benefit and bring you closer to the mind, body, and soul connection that you want to have. So with that, I will bring on the video. All right, gents, this is a little Jay Slay shopping tour / kitchen tour in terms of meals, and it's just some basics that you can pick up. This is not exhaustive. These are just a few things that I like to have around, and actually the situation's not ideal. My wife's not been shopping recently. I had my boy this morning trying to go to the grocery, so it kind of jumps around a bit, but I think it's something that you and maybe your wife could watch if she does most of the shopping, just to be like, oh, I didn't think of that. But at the same time, not exhaustive, but let's get it rolling. Here's some basics that you can get, and these are pulled from the different parts of the meal plan. So remember, you've got your proteins, your carbs, your fats, and there's compliant things among each of those groups, and there's obviously non-compliant things. So this is not an exhaustive list, but this does give you some ideas on maybe where to start, okay? So let's start with, everybody loves coffee in the morning, or most people do. So just make sure you're getting just a basic organic coffee. Sweeteners, here's a compliant sweetener. That's coconut sugar. Here's a compliant sweetener. Monk fruit, if you've not tried this yet, it's awfully sweet, 0 calories, and it's good for you apparently. And also while we're here, we got teas. Now this is a nighttime tea, but I think at the end of the day, a lot of times we feel, we're craving something, but if you'll have some air popped popcorn, which we'll talk about that, with some tea, that does it a lot better for you than the ice cream will. Plus it's still a compliant food. Fruits. So, in the morning, you're welcome to have organic fruits, vegetables. Speaking of breakfast, you want to stay loaded up with lots of organic free-range eggs. Staying on the breakfast train, there's no nitrate bacon. There's another option, guys, it's even better. Great to have grass-fed beef on hand. I've talked about grass-fed cheese, but I think that limits us a little bit too much. So we're going to Back that up to pasture raised. I love cheese on everything. That where you normally put cheese on cheeseburgers, pizza, what have you. Now we have grass fed as a rule, but I'm going to open that up to pasture raised as well. I think even though they might get a little bit of corn and grains, but when I say they, I mean the cows. So it's not ideal, but it is far better than just a conventional cheese. It's a very small part of their diet in order to get the pasture raised label. So guys, here's a couple of options. Like this right here is a grass fed. So you can see right there it says grass fed cows, old crock. So there's cheddar. There's tons of options here. Mozzarella. These are pasture raised. Feta, raw sharp, and then here's a grass milk, which is totally grass fed. That's a sharp cheddar. So lots of options on cheese. Also, Rumiano, I think that's how you say that. Sprouts is going to have a lot more of these than your typical Kroger or Publix. There's lots of options of pasture-raised cheese, which means they're eating grass for most of their life. So even though grass-fed is the best thing, pasture-raised is close to it. And I love cheese, guys, so I've almost got to have it. So I'll probably make myself a couple burgers with this, throw a couple slices of cheese on it. Don't need the bread. And then I can, have some vegetables and maybe fruit or something else as sides. Free-range chicken, snacks. Now, these are all the proteins. Wild-caught shrimp. That was Sage today running around the grocery. He paused for a picture behind my wild-caught shrimp. Oh, and right here, guys, you can see I'm showing the different types of prepackaged frozen fish. So like that one, you wouldn't want to pick up because it's not wild caught. See, or if it says farm raised, same thing. You would want to leave that alone. Over here, wild caught Atlantic cod, you could go for it. There's tuna steaks, organic peanut butter. Some other options. There's a Maranatha almond butter that's non-GMO. Organic, same thing there. Peanuts, great to grab for a snack. Cashews. Having the nuts available, guys, they'll satiate you a lot better than just something that's heavy on carbs. So think about picking up some nuts and things like that. A few guys have asked about granola or different kinds of trail mix or trail mix bars. Just be very careful with that. Check the labels. If you got a question, take a picture of the label and send it to me. Snack. Honey, a lot of you guys have brought up honey. Just make sure that it's raw, local honey. You see that's Lucky Lad Farms. That's a farm just right down the road here in Franklin. Sea salts, we want to make sure that we're dealing with actual sea salt, not just like a table salt. Then we've got a couple of organic cooking sprays. I've never used those guys, but I'd love for y'all to try them. Let me know what you think. As far as carbs go, you want to get most of your carbs from vegetables, some from fruit, also beans. Just try to go organic as much as you can. You can see here I've got an organic kale. Here's a stir fry that is not organic, which because we're just progress, not perfection. There are plenty of organic stir fry options available, guys. Here's one from Cascadian Farms. Whole Foods has one that's prepackaged. So really, before you go shopping, I would say, and I know this is probably going to be annoying to you guys, but hey, we got to make sacrifices. Get on Google or DuckDuckGo and put in some different things you want to find organic. All these brands will pop up and you'll probably know exactly where to go to get it. Stuff like that. I put this in the same category as a protein bar. Now this is heavier on the carbs. When I read that, the back of that, which I don't show it here, it's a super simple ingredient list. It's got like 3 things in it, and it was organic, non-GMO. So that one would be compliant, but you just need to check if you don't know. A lot of people have asked me about popcorn. So go with it is a whole grain. Go with an organic popcorn, air popped, and you can put grass-fed butter on it. Pasta. We cannot have pasta in the program, but you can have pasta from bean sources or vegetable sources. Like this one. Organic red lentil flour, organic quinoa flour. A lot of you guys like overnight oats. There's organic non-GMO oats. get back in here for a minute. Condiments. Guys, I've talked about the primal. We're going to allow any primal condiment. Just go easy. Don't go nuts. That primal has a ton of different options for you. A lot of people have asked about Caesar dressing. So yeah, I mean, it's high in the calories, but so don't go nuts, but they have one and it's a primal brand. If you find another brand you really like, just again, send a label. Reasonable price. So check those out. And also I really want to brag on the primal ketchup. So let's see here, the ingredients list. Tomato, obviously all these are organic. Tomato, balsamic vinegar, white wine vinegar, and then that's basically it, aside from some onion powder, garlic powder, and spices. I mean, that's it. There's no added sugar, and it tastes pretty darn good. There's some organic blueberries for protein shakes. Again, organic fruits in your freezer is great. I like to do this. And here's some wild-caught salmon. Here's a ton of ground beef. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's enough there. I'd say each of these has the equivalent of 3 medium-sized burgers. So I've got 9, 12, 15 ground beef packs worth of burger, 15 burgers worth of ground beef packs there. I know that most of us, when we're thinking about protein bars, you think, okay, what's really clean? And this brand comes to mind, but you'd be wrong. And here's why. On the back, you can see right there, I don't know if you can see that or not, but there's natural flavors. Guys, natural flavors, according to the FDA, they allow like 50 different chemicals. That basically all of them, you can't read even what they are because they're so difficult to pronounce. We want to stay away from natural flavors. It's going to be very difficult to find a protein bar. I'm sure they're out there where you wouldn't have that, or you wouldn't have some kind of artificial sweetener involved. So just be very careful when it comes to protein bars. Maybe I can find one that's compliant. Guys, before we move on to this jerky, Garrett Richardson today posted a protein bar. Check it out in the Locker Room channel, or maybe it's the Eating Plan channel, but it would be compliant. I read all the ingredients. It was super simple. No natural flavors. It had 12 grams of protein. So you can find stuff that will get approved, but you just got to be careful. So this is one that would be approved. Okay, right here. I wish I would have taken pictures of the front. It's a Jarrow Formulas protein powder. Now look at these ingredients right here versus the next one. So it has ultra filtered whey protein and lecithin from sunflower, if that's how you say it, maybe lecithin. Now look at this one. Truly grass-fed protein blend. Organic vanilla flavors, organic gum acacia, organic erythritol or whatever. Sunflower, there's that word lecithin, organic stevia extract. I just, I don't know. There's a lot there. This is one where I'd probably defer to Jared and ask him what he thinks. But in my opinion, the first one is far simpler, so probably better for you. There's another one. Oh, and I guess I threw this in at the end. So you can occasionally have deli meats. I don't really love deli meats without bread, so I'm not going to be buying too much of that. But hey, you can have it. Just make sure that it is follows the same stipulations as ground beef or turkey or chicken or whatever that's not sliced. Some more options: wild caught mahi mahi. So, guys, that's it. Thank you for joining me on this journey. I know it wasn't perfect. There's probably better shopping YouTube videos you could find, but you're sticking with me, and I appreciate that. And hopefully it was helpful, guys. So continue to enjoy this journey and showcase your discoveries in your creations in the Meal Plan channel. And I thank you for taking the time. You spent 12 minutes watching me do this. See you guys. All right, so I got all my groceries, right? I'm ready to roll. But how long does it really take to make a compliant stir fry, for instance? Very little time once you get it down. Check out this video of me making a compliant stir fry with organic greens and the approved condiments, which is the Primal brand. They're not a sponsor, but Primal does a phenomenal job from everything from ketchup to ranch dressing to wing sauce to all of it. It's really, really good stuff, but it's all organic, clean ingredients that you could read to your, 7-year-old and he would understand what he's actually putting in his body. So it doesn't read like the back of a shampoo bottle. All right. So check this out, making a stir fry. All right. So gents, this is one I do often, mostly because of speed, but I also actually really love the flavor. This is a stir fry. You can use chicken, beef, whatever compliant meat. So basically any of them, as long as they're properly organic or free range or what have you. Organic veggies is always best for a mix there. These, I wish I had a Primal. Sorry, Scott here is complaining that somebody beat him in his test. Here is a Primal sesame ginger. You mix that with a little bit of these coconut aminos, which this is kind of a replacement for soy sauce. It tastes very similar. Then you've kind of got somewhat of a good Asian, flavor. But if I had the teriyaki sauce for Primal, that would be better. So anyway, let's see the time. So it's 11:56. I'm going to start the clock, guys, and start preparing this at 12 because I want to set up the camera so that you guys can see the process. And then I'll point the camera again at the clock and we'll see where it ends. So starting at noon, that's when I'll start making this. Okay, it's 12 o'clock. So I'm gonna pull out my chicken, cut it up. Normally I make these stir fries with ground beef just because it's so easy and I've got so much of it. My wife calls them little ground beef turds that I just make in little balls, put them in there. It's actually fantastic. I highly recommend it. But steak is great too. So we're at 12:06, guys, and this thing's getting close. Oh yeah. So I could probably eat it now, but I'm gonna give it a little bit more time. Lost one there. Trying to show you guys. Let me just get it in there properly. Noon. It's 12:08, and that's from heating up the thing to spraying the pan, cutting the chicken. I even put away everything in the fridge already, the leftovers, chicken and all that. Threw away my trash. So I have 8 minutes stir fry. So if anybody is complaining about, I just don't have that much time to make meals. If you got a kitchen around you, 8 minutes is faster than the time it would take you to run, to Panera or Hardee's or wherever, is just an easy trip and eat there and then come back. So nice, quick stir-fry meal, and I guarantee you it's going to taste awesome. See there, nice and easy. It's not too difficult. You can make it quick, you can eat compliant, and you can really enjoy your food when you do. You're putting good things in your body that taste excellent. And I really recommend those Primal brand condiments once again. All right, so the biggest complaint that I get, and it never fails, 50% of the guys that join within 2 weeks, they're like, why can't I have bread? And we do allow some different grains in the program, but why can't we eat bread, right? Because people love it. Well, one, I think we're so carb overloaded in this country that we've acclimated ourselves and trained ourselves to have it all the time. So it's a good self-sacrifice to get away from it, especially for 2 weeks. Then you'll get over the hump and it won't be so hard. But also, carbs store more calories than fat or than protein. So you need to have, I think that's correct. Oh gosh. For you nutritionists out there, if I got that wrong, I'm sorry. I know, I know carbs definitely have a higher percentage of calorie. But anyhow, where was I now? Gosh, that's the thing about doing these things live. Oh yeah. So I bring on experts occasionally to talk to the men. Usually I'll put it on my Rumble channel as well, but I'll allow Q&As between the expert and the guys within the program. This is Dr. Mark Sherwood, and he goes deep at a spiritual level, talking about food, grains, and bread and farming today. And what's the difference in food now versus back in the times of Christ. So check this out. Whether you join the program or not, you will find this information very beneficial. Within this program, there's a number one complaint from, any round that I do. I'm sure it's always going to be the complaint has to do with bread and grains. Why can't we eat bread? Why can't I have, now I do allow for some grains. But I want to hear from you on this, especially when it comes to like the ancient grains, the Ezekiel bread, the sprouted stuff, because there's a lot of guys that do come into this, one in particular who works for an ancient grains kind of grocery, and they know where it's sourced, and he's in shape too. He'll know who I'm talking about. So what would you say about, for me, I tell the guys, hey, we're going to get off bread, number one, because it's heavy carbs. I give the traditional ideas behind it. And I say, and also I want to break habits. And bread is something that oftentimes we get addicted to. We don't even realize how much we've eaten of it. It's easy to fall off the wagon with bread. So I just want to break that habit. But give us a more detailed, maybe in the weeds answer.
Here is a big in the weeds answer. I'll go back to the very first temptation that Jesus had when he was led off in the desert to be tempted by the devil. He was hungry, 40 days, man. That's a long time to go without food. Yeah. And he was fasted, and the devil came to him and said, "Turn the stone into bread if you're the Son of God." And Jesus said, "Man is not led by bread alone." So the nuanced teaching there, as I lead into the deeper weeds that are a physical standpoint, is the idea that we should not become dependent upon bread, physical bread, that is. We should become dependent upon the spiritual bread that God offers, right? That's very key from a deep level standpoint. The next thing as we go forward in history, we know that the Egyptians held the Israelites in captivity, and they were storing up grains. So grains are always associated with lack or famine. As you go forward in history, you have the revisitation of the pyramid that is symbolic of the Egyptian architecture with the food pyramid, symbolic at the bottom of 6 to 11 servings of breads and grains, putting people right back in bondage. Government started subsidizing that heavily, genetically modifying those seeds so that now the FDA controls the seeds that are grown in American grains. This is where we have this massive problem. We not only have the genetically modified seeds within grains, corn, soy, etc., but we also have now the Roundup that's used upon those crops, which is a heavy carcinogenic inclusive ingredient called glyphosate, and then a heavy atrazine ingredient that causes estrogen binding. So we have that. And so, but that's not all. We also have this global, I should say nationwide at least, infiltration of gluten. So we have gluten that's added to everything. Now, in the genetically modified grains and even the genetically modified dairy proteins, which is casein. People have heard of that before.
Yeah.
It's important to understand that they've only been genetically modified, Jeremy, like 5%. So the naysayers are going, well, they withstand the weather better and they withstand Roundup. Okay, stop. Our genes have changed only 2% in 10,000 years. When the body sees these things, it sees them as foreign elements. It creates an immune response, triggers inflammation, and get this, I hope people can write this down. The proteins in wheat are threefold: wheat, gluten, gliadin. Wheat, gluten, gliadin. And the protein in casein and dairy is casein, of course. Well, these proteins are transformed now, these new genetically modified seeds, to what's called exorphins, EXORPHINS. Well, these exorphins kind of sounds like morphine, doesn't it? They bind to the opioid receptors in our brain, making them addictive. And that's why people can't get off. They do make us feel good.
Yep.
They do give you a sense of pain relief and calm, because that's what opioids do. But they become addicting, and that's why the restaurants serve them to you for free, the chips and the bread and all this stuff.
Yeah.
They're not stupid. It's called craveability in their world. It's called addiction in our world.
Yeah.
Now,
let me ask you one question, because I can hear the question circling not only in my mind, but I'm sure the guys that watch. What they'll say, what about non-GMO? If I get non-GMO stuff, that's readily available. It's maybe $1 more. Like, what would you say to that?
Well, non-GMO is a better choice, but non-GMO doesn't mean it wasn't sprayed with Roundup.
Really?
So you still have, and the other word that people need to be aware of is organic. What does that mean? Does that mean that the crop hasn't been sprayed? Does that mean it hasn't been put in ground that's been sprayed, or both? It should be both, right?
Sure.
If it was truly organic. So it's really the way the preparation method is just as dastardly and sinister as the construction method of it, the way it's been genetically modified.
And you'd say this is true of all the grains out there?
Yeah, it has to be in America, because farmers can't today have their own native seeds anymore. They'll get in trouble for that. Now, if you can find a farmer that's growing native things, it's, partner up with them and fund them. I mean, buy your stuff from them and really listen to them. Now, there are ancient grains out there. There's a bread out there called Ezekiel bread that people would go, oh, that's good because it's got a cool Bible name on it. Not necessarily. It might have ancient grains, but it's also got gluten, and that's the overriding theme that people need to understand. The volume of gluten today is not just within the gluten protein. It's been put in other ingredients in other foods. So it's the volume of gluten that also is a problem. And I do a lot of these inflammatory food sensitivity tests, and I think I've probably done hundreds of these things over the last several years. Maybe all but a handful of times, gluten shows up as a highly allergenic and highly sensitive, immune-inducing inflammatory thing. And I think it's just a volume of stuff. So to you and your point, and to commend you, to say to people, give up grains for all of those reasons is going to be a good thing. And there's going to be some resistance, and rightly so. I understand that. But, trust me on this, when we see people give up grains, and not to say that the ancient grains are all bad, and not to say you can't have a bite of Ezekiel bread. That's a ridiculous thing to say, but
sure,
you don't want to be bound to those things. They do not need to become part of your main staple. It's not about those things getting energy, because that's not the way energy pathways work. It's really about putting in nutritionally dense food as opposed to calorically dense foods.
Got it. One last thing to go back to touch on the spiritual piece, that original place you went with it. I'm split on that, because I do see what you're saying with slavery and all that. And then also see, well, God gave, manna, and even though that's associated, I know, with scarcity in that time, but also there's like the Lord's Supper, and they were passing around the bread. So, I mean, on its face, it can't be sinful, to have bread.
No, it is not. Just know that the grains and those breads, those natural things that we're talking about back in biblical days, they do not exist in America today. They
At all.
don't exist. No, they don't. The new crop, like there was a crop of wheat that Jesus had that grew, pretty tall and thin and it was good, right? He ate off the heads, right? We know that,
Sure.
right?
Yeah.
And
Right.
but today that same thing has been genetically altered to become what's called dwarf wheat, which grows together, very dense, very short, very voluminous to create profitability.
Sure.
And so it's like the old saying goes, and I think this is a general rule that people can apply, Jeremy, is that when we find food that's created in its own natural way, the way God made it, it's always been food. But when we have anything that has been genetically man-made, altered, it is not and has never been food. And if we can kind of keep that as a general overall theme, we'll be in good shape.
So pretty enlightening stuff, right? I mean, I was kind of shocked the way that he was able to bring in biblical truths, going back even to the Old Testament, into that explanation of grains and bread and the question that I asked originally. But great stuff from Dr. Mark Sherwood there. And for those of you just joining us, we have been talking about food and nutrition and how that's a part of Warrior Mind, Body, and Soul, the program, which you got to sign up before August 18th, but I really prefer you to sign up before August 12th because it will be better for you. You'll have more time to get to know what to do within the program rather than having a crash course. So let's move on to workouts, conditioning, fitness. One thing that I do, guys, is every week I have a PDF that goes over in detail each workout for each day. All right. And I send you a downloadable file that goes to an app on your phone called the interval timer. And because all of my workouts are based around time, you do 30 seconds on of something and then a certain amount of time off or a certain amount of time at a lower intensity and then on to the next thing. Well, this interval timer works, right through your phone. You can listen to music while you do it, but it will ding or it'll even read to you, depending on your settings, what the exercise is. And it goes right along with the parameters of that weekly workout. So it's all done for you. And many guys have said that is one of their favorite aspects of the program is the workouts. It's just an easy button. It truly is. Just hit go. And the lady's reading to you, 50 seconds push-ups and 40 seconds rest while you're listening to whatever, your favorite songs are. Also, along with that, a lot of guys don't know the workouts. They don't know the names of these things. So each week I provide a folder that is full of only that week's workouts. And you can find them right there within. This is not the app. This is my Google Drive folder. But this is the kind of explanation that you'd be getting. Let me just play this real quick. All right, guys, let's talk about burpees for a minute. This is a great exercise for confined spaces. I don't want anybody to get hurt on this, okay? But it is a great exercise to get the heart rate up. We're going to be doing a lot more of these. But I want you to think of it, guys, as a controlled fall, okay? Where you're using your leg muscles, your chest, your arms to control the speed at which you fall, okay? There are modifications for this as well, but we're going to start with a good form burpee right here, okay? So once you go down, come up, snap, jump. So a modification on the burpee would be squat down, catch yourself from a kneeling position, kick the legs out, do a push-up, bring the legs in, squat up, jump, okay? It'd be more like this. And you'll find with the modification, the better you get at it, the faster you go, you'll start automatically doing a full burpee. All right, let me get it back where I can see myself on the screen here. There we go. Gosh. Okay. What I want to do now, guys, is show you, a lot of people say, well, what's this initial testing? The initial testing, there is kind of a set in stone. I shouldn't say that. There is a PDF that describes in detail what you're supposed to do for the initial testing. But many guys come in with a bad back or knee or what have you. So these are definitely modifiable. But I want to show you what that, at least the default initial testing is. Give me one moment here as I find it. All right. So, like I said, some of you guys will see that and you'll think, man, that looks like way too easy. I'm not even using any weights there. This is just to help me set a baseline for where you're at. There's other guys of you that would say, I can't do a push-up. I can't do a pull-up. I might be able to do one air squat or two. And there's also a mile run that I include at the end of that initial testing as well. Because, even if you walk the whole time, I need to know that. I need to know where you're at. So that doing an initial testing really helps. And also it is the baseline that we use for the midpoint retest and at the end to find out how much ground you've gained. And man, some of the guys, I showed a picture earlier. If you go back to the beginning of this video, you'll see some before and after shots. There's one guy named Chuck in the before and afters that, man, he went from like 15 minutes on his mile time to like 7 minutes flat. And I mean, just incredible results. But again, it's a matter of mind, body, and soul working in tandem together to bring you to your best place of activity as fast as possible. All right. The next thing that I'm going to show, what am I going to show next? What am I going to show? Oh, let's talk about, let's talk about the community. I talked about Chuck. I want to show a few warrior profiles. These are interviews that I do with guys in the program to just get, for the other guys to get to know them. We talk about what they do in their career, their family, as well as what they think they need the most out of this program and what they've gained so far. Typically, these are done 3 to 4 weeks in when we're almost to that midway point, but the guys are still kind of getting to know each other. So check these out. Warrior profiles, great dudes from all over the country, from all walks of life. Hey, Warriors. Thanks for joining us for another Warrior profile. Today, I've got Mark Thompson. He's 58. He's from Kansas. And I'm excited about this interview. He was one of the first guys that signed up for this program months and months ago. And we had several delays, but he hung in there and joined and even brought a couple people along with him. So, Mark, I really appreciate that. And, man, how's it going today?
It is a challenge. I knew it was going to be rough. I mean, I'm a soft 6'1", 220 pounds. I am like a Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. I mean, and so these exercises, when here I am, day 3. I don't know if you can see that. I'm day 3 of Warrior Muscle Day. This is not going to be a good day for me. It's going to eat my lunch.
It may be hard as long as you don't get injured, though. That's the key.
No, I'm not worried about injury. It's just, unfortunately the pain that goes along with that muscle soreness and all that stuff. But like we were talking, everything really is kind of screaming at me at the moment. And that's a good thing. It's not a bad thing.
Yeah. That's why I said the first 2 weeks are going to be the hardest because your body is going to scream at you. And also you've taken away some of the comfort foods. And you had a perfect week too. So you didn't skip any workouts, you didn't skip any meals, you didn't cheat. That's awesome, man. Not many new guys have a perfect week on week number 1.
No, but I'm glad you didn't have like a GoPro camera on my workouts, because I was like a schoolgirl half the way through those chin-ups and pull-ups. It was the most embarrassing thing my neighbors have ever saw.
Well, with the pull-ups, did you try to bang them out, or did you hold and kind of slowly drop down?
Dude, I was like a monkey hanging from a tree. I had no ability to do anything other than just basically hang on for dear life. It's a challenge. I'm just telling you,
man, that's as long as you were hanging on, that's the key. And I'm proud of the work you've done so far. Help the other guys, Mark, get to know you a little bit. I know I've gotten to talk to you on the phone a few times now, but your past, your career, and then where you're at now.
My past, I was born and raised in a very small community, 27 people in our township, and outside of Paradise, Kansas, population 75. Went to a very esteemed school, Fort Hays State University. It required 6 years of college education for me to make it across the finish line. That kind of tells you what I was doing when I was in school. Not a whole lot of anything. But from there, received economics and finance degree, and went to Wichita and got an insurance job, and then transferred to Cincinnati. 28 years, Cincinnati. Met my wife there. Began our family there. And 5 years ago, we relocated to Hutchinson, Kansas, because my mom was here. Yeah. My mom was here. Just to take care of her. You could see she was leaking some oil, needed to come here and just see if we could kind of help her through the process of aging. She actually recently passed away about 60 days ago. So that kind of frees us up to some degree to look out for where the Lord's calling us to be next. But we've got kids. I'm married 31 years. Got kids, daughter 28 in Cleveland, son 19 in Dayton.
Okay. Yeah. And aren't you also involved in some theological studies at this point?
I am. I am halfway through the ordination process in the Church of the Nazarene. I've got about half more to go, but I really don't know where the Lord has in store for me there. I don't. I'm just kind of trusting him that he's going to show me what he needs me to do. But at this point, I'm just going through that process.
Yeah. Well, I feel like this program is great for guys that are in transition. It's in some area of their life, because it can help them, stay accountable to some of the basics. Kind of like, even if you're a pro baseball player, it's good to hit off the tee before the games, and the mind, body, soul stuff, the simple stuff. Is that kind of what attracted you to this program? Was something to kind of keep you accountable during a time of transition?
Well, I mean, for me, if you don't mind, there's a scripture that kind of brought me here.
Okay. Yeah.
And it's in Revelation, and it basically worked on me a little bit. It said, just as Jesus speaking, it says, but the cowardly, the unbelieving, the vile, the adulterers, the sexually immoral, those who are practicing magic arts, etc., etc., there's no place for them. They will find the fiery lake of burning sulfur. And the thing that kind of caught my eye was just the cowardly.
Yeah. The
cowardly. And so my body and my mind and my soul, they just were out of joint, particularly my body. And we're probably in store for some rough days ahead, just in terms of where our country is heading, where the world is heading. And I just prayed and just thought, your program that you presented is kind of what I need to level the playing field from because spiritually, I think I'm okay, right? I think I'm okay. But mind, I think I'm all right. But my body is a train wreck. And so for me, I need to be on a level playing field because there's going to need to be some decisions that we're all forced to make in the near future that may have a drastic impact on our witness to others, and our relationship with Christ. So I want to make sure I'm doing my very best to portray the Lord as I need to.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic. And certain people, and even I've had this thought before, and it's, when you're thinking about Revelation or about the end times, there's people that have told me, man, that stuff's kind of out there, doesn't really affect our daily lives and that sort of thing. But at the end of the day, man, like feeling like there's not impending doom, but impending choices that are going to have to be made, like you're talking about. It will force you to stay sharp. My uncle Barry posted something the other day talking about how war sharpens the senses. And it's, kind of like King David. It was when the kings went off to war that he fell with Bathsheba and it turned into a murder and all this stuff. But if he would have gone on to war, there wouldn't have been any time for that stuff. So I think you're on the money by thinking about what's going on out there. We better be sharp in here. And man, knowing what's going on over the whole globe right now can keep us as individuals very vigilant, I think.
Right. No doubt. No doubt.
Well, what is something, if that you would want all the guys to know that you want, and you've kind of already said this, but if there was one thing out of this program that you could gain, and this is for me as well to know, what would that be, Mark?
One thing to gain, and I think you may have already mentioned this earlier. For me, could I need to lose 20 pounds? Oh yeah, no doubt. Could I need to use, the ability to be more disciplined physically? No doubt. Could I need to use more discipline in my eating habits? No question. But it iron sharpens iron, and just the camaraderie, the relationship component. We need to walk this journey together. And the more men that can come arm in arm with one another, I think that's a good thing. And so, like for my team and other teams, this is a cool opportunity just to get to know other folks.
Yeah.
And to lean into them as we all lean into Christ. What an opportunity.
Yeah. No doubt about it. And my message to each group is, one, be patient, because those relationships, to be real and not just be a fake, hey man, praying for you. Not that that's fake, but it takes time to get to know guys. And the more you engage and the more you put yourself to the test, with really putting forth the effort every day, it's just naturally going to happen. I saw it happen in the last round. I've been through groups like this before. It'll happen. Just be patient. And Mark, you're doing a great job. I hope other guys follow your model of, even though your body's hurting and screaming at you, you're getting through it. And I can guarantee you by week number 3, your body's not going to be screaming the same way anymore. It's, you'll have kind of knocked the rust off. We'll put it like that. I
look forward to that.
Yeah. Well, man, I don't want to keep anybody too long. I know we could talk longer, but for the guys to watch this stuff, we got to keep it under 10 minutes. So
I understand. I appreciate you, Jeremy, and just thanks for leading this group, and thanks to Jim too for really trying to lead a bunch of knuckleheads. I don't know how he's going to do it, but we're certainly up for it. So
you are doing pretty darn good, man. Your team is 1 point off the lead. I don't know if you've seen the leaderboards yet.
No.
1 point off. Check those out. And also check out the video I posted with it with some pro tips from 2 of the other veteran captains. I think you'll get a kick out of it.
Cool. Fantastic.
All right, Mark. I'll see you soon, man. Thanks.
All right, Jeremy. Thank you. Bye.
What's up, Warriors? Hey, I'm here with one of the Warriors from Team 4. This is Joe Hegedus, who I got to say was, from the time he first called me with one of those, you go online, you go to my website, click the call, set up a call with Jeremy, probably one of the most enthusiastic guys about the program. He had to postpone, and then I had to postpone at the same time to get this round 5 started, which worked out perfectly. But man, you joined us. We're a week and a half in, and I'm glad to have you, Joe. How you feeling, man?
Feeling good. Feeling good. Thank you.
Yeah. Tell us a little bit about yourself. So where are you from? And maybe like where were you born? And then I know now you're in New York. So kind of walk us through your journey a little bit.
Right. Well, now born and raised in New York, in Westchester County. It's 20 minutes outside Manhattan. Yeah. So let's see. So I joined the service when the Air Force at 24. So I was actually probably one of the oldest ones in the group. But spent 13 years in the Air Force. I was a crew chief aircraft mechanic on C-5 and then ended up on the C-17s. When I got out, I got a job with the town of Greenwich and end up hurt my back. I just bent down and felt a pop and unfortunately wasn't on the job. But one thing led to another. They said, I'm young, get a surgery. And the right surgery was to remove the L5 disc because it was pushed on the S1 nerve. But Cigna denied that. So the only thing they approved to do was to shave down that L5 disc. Well, when they shaved it down, I developed a scar tissue right where he shaved. So it was like nothing even happened. So that led to me losing my job and massive pain. I mean, 2 years of insomnia because I lost my health insurance, waiting for a disability to come through. And since 2017, they were pumping me full of pain medications. So that one surgery led to the next one, which they said the right thing to do would to be implant a spinal cord stimulator inside of me. Well, when they did that, I woke up with massive neck pain. They screwed up my neck. 28 days later, they had to go in and remove my C6 and C7 disc. So we're still waiting to see the video from there with my lawyer. So that led to a whole year, over a year before I can even do physical therapy on my back. Then that led to finding out that they implanted the stimulator in the wrong place. So, which in 2021, they had to go back in and redo everything and put a new stimulator in and put it on the left side. After that, during that whole process, it led to massive depression. I mean, I believe it's from being out of work, then starting to feel useless. And then in 2020, when all this stuff jumped off, in March of 2020, March 17th, my father passed away. He was in one of the nursing homes that the governor put all those sick COVID patients in. He was in remission of cancer for many years. And then all of a sudden he just died within 3 years. Within 3 weeks of being in there.
Wow.
So that led to even deeper depression. And anybody being on painkillers, that just numbs you anyway. So I mean, my life was just full of partying and trying to wash away pain with alcohol and painkillers. And God found me, man. God saved my life. And I kid you not, being alone in the house, I came across your video, and it was the right thing, man. God was talking to me. It was not only of these doctors telling me that I'll never be able to walk right ever again. I'll never be able to bend down again and stuff like that. And God started talking to me, no, it's a lie. And seeing your video, I'm like, dude, this guy's gonna get me back in shape. But the biggest thing was, that you believe in God, that you're a Christian. Where I am. Listen, I don't put anything against people, but there's not many people here that are really good Christians around here. The people I know or have used to run with, they're all just partiers.
Yeah.
So I needed to be around somebody that and be around people that are like-minded, and especially the biggest thing was God. And that to tell you the truth, that was my biggest thing about your program. I'm like, listen, it's good to get back in shape. And to eat right, but to learn more about God and to have the accountability in the working out and the eating right. I'm like, dude, I mean, and I tried to put it off for a day, and God just kept on talking to me, man.
Yeah.
And being on disability, you don't get paid that much, and I'm looking at it, and I'm like, God's like, this is an investment, I wasted a lot of money with partying and stuff like that. I'm like, I just knew it, man. I'm like, this guy's going to get me back where I need to be. Look, it's already been a week and a half, and I kid you not, and I think this is the best I've felt in many years, to tell you the truth. Just
Wow. Well,
not only physically, but more of feeling good about myself.
Yeah,
If that makes
no,
sense.
that's great to hear, man. And we're just beginning this journey. So if you're feeling that now, just wait till you're halfway through. As long as you
Right.
continue to stay consistent, stick to it. I appreciated you joining the Bible study group last night. I think that
Yeah.
could be a good thing to do for these next 8 weeks,
Yeah.
along with the soul operations.
Yeah.
But I really identified with your pain because L5S1. I struggled with terrible back pain for 4 years. I think we talked about this
Yeah.
in our
Yeah.
very first phone call. I've had a disc replacement surgery where they took it out and they put in a replacement disc. And
Oh,
that
yeah.
actually, it took a year for it to feel better after that. But ultimately that surgery was a good thing for me.
Right.
So I don't know. I guess I found a good doctor that had the right prescription for my problem. Right.
Right.
But
But look what you said, though, Jeremy. Look, the key word you said, it made me feel better. Right. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like, I noticed those words. Like, you know what I mean? You didn't feel great again. You know what I
yeah.
mean?
Well, I
Like,
got to say, I do now. I do now, though, Joe.
okay.
Yeah,
Right.
I mean, but
Thank God.
that surgery was in mid 2014, so it's
Oh, wow. Okay.
that's been a long time at this point. I mean, I can go out and run, like I'm in a good place.
Okay. Good.
I'm not saying I recommend surgery for everybody, but the point I was
Right.
trying to make is like I understand the physical pain leading to just wanting an escape. And,
Yeah.
I went down a road of partying. I went out down a road of, sexual acting out and alcohol to numb it
Yep.
just because like it just made me not think about my back hurting. Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
All the
Yep.
freaking time. So I
Yep.
felt your pain when you were talking to me and not, you say that this guy being me can help you. It's, it's not me necessarily, at all. It's the fundamentals of what we have to do in our life in order to get clean and to stay straight.
Right.
And physically, the main thing is, for you, because I can't be there with you, but
Right.
being smart that you're not doing anything to exacerbate pain or hurt yourself, but
Right.
yet pushing yourself as much as you can. You know what I mean?
Right. 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 And that's what I knew I needed also. You know what I mean? Like, being here on my journey alone, I would always stop. I
Yeah.
would be very, very hesitant because that pain was just in the back of my head all the time. I don't want to go there. I mean, listen, what you just said, it was either, dude, to deal with the pain and possibly blow my brains out because I
Mm-hmm.
just couldn't deal with it anymore, or escape it by, dude, same thing with you, man, just going sleeping around with girls, partying, drinking, and literally I didn't feel any emotions for years
Yeah.
from those painkillers and escaping. You know what I mean? So I mean, like, then to see your program and then to hear you say, like, yo, listen, dude, like, you're like, hey, I've been there. I understand, dude. Like, I know about this pain, dude. And then watching the videos of other people, I'm like, okay, listen, there's older guys doing this, and then you can see their before pictures and their after pictures, and I'm like, yo, dude, this is. I'm telling you, man, God was just talking to me. I mean, I was crying at nighttime. I'm like, dude,
Mm.
I need fucking help, dude.
Yeah.
Help me, bring me someone, God, please. And
Yeah.
I kid you not, within 24 hours, I stumbled across your video.
Wow, dude, that's super encouraging to me. I appreciate you saying that, and I feel your emotions, my friend. I really do. What do you think, Joe, is on the docket for you if you get where you want to be in your life in terms of physically you're feeling good, you're not living in pain, spiritually you're feeling strong, and then mentally you're clear and you got this confidence about you. Let's look ahead 7, 8, 9 weeks, or 2 months from now. What would you like to have see next in your own life?
Oh,
Like, what's a goal? What's a goal for you, man?
first I'm gonna say, I definitely want to do your program again. I tell you that much. You know what I mean? And you know what, man? Like, I've been struggling with that, to be completely honest. Like, trying to find my purpose here in life. listen, and when you're running around and you're partying and you're running a bit of a sinful life, you know what I mean? You're not thinking right. So ever since I've been clear, I'm going to be honest with you, man, because everything's going on in the world. And that was another thing about your program, to hear that you understand what's going on here in the world. I mean, my family doesn't get it. I kid you not, Jeremy. There's nobody around. When you say feel lost, dude, these people, I live in a neighborhood in this whole town that nobody gets it. They're all woke, and they're all. So I'm like, okay, well, I'm struggling with having those old dreams again. Okay, like, just let's say, for example, I want to be a doctor or something like that. That's all out the door, man, because of what's going on in the world. To be honest with you, it's either something going along the lines of trying to help people, wake people up with what's going on in the world, and but this is gonna sound crazy, man, but maybe it's something with God. To
Yeah.
be honest with you, maybe ministry or something like that. To be
Well, you
honest
know
with
what?
you.
That's awesome, man. You know, one thing I kind of think, and this is just an idea, but this time around, you're not doing the family prep plan. You're doing the regular soul operations, right?
That's what I wanted to talk to you about. I wasn't going to bring it up here. Yeah, man. Because
Yeah. Well,
I
I
kid you not, when I say this, that's what I was asking God for. Okay. I'm like, dude, I know what's going on here in the world, and I know what needs to be done. I just can't get my shit together, and I can't figure out okay, what the steps of getting these right things to do, because I know one thing for sure. These are evil people. I've dealt with evil. They have an agenda, and they're gonna do it. Okay. There's only one thing that we can do on our end, right? Is to be prepped for it and be ready for war. You know what I mean? And God tells us this in the Bible. I just didn't know all those steps. And then I watched that video, dude, of that guy, the family guy, the prep thing.
yeah.
This
Right.
guy's on point, dude. The F-18 pilot, this guy's
Yep.
on point, and it's beautiful because he has a step by step thing. And it's funny because on one of your soul things is doing too much.
Yeah.
I knew, dude, when you sent it out the other day, okay, who's gonna choose this? I kid you not, 20 minutes I'm staring at that damn. I was about to hit send. I'm like, if I do this, it's not going to be right now, because I'm not ready. I'm not ready there yet. It's going to be too much on my plate, and I'm just being honest with myself. You know what I mean? And it was really difficult as far as pride goes, because I know this is what I need, but I know I'm not there ready yet. I need to do this program first, and then go do that.
Yeah.
But that right there, dude, I tell you right now, that's what people need, and that's huge.
Yeah. And just so I'm clear, because I want to make sure I understand. So you're saying this time around, you're going to do the regular soul ops, and then
Right.
next time, see, I think that's perfect for you. Let's get yourself in alignment.
Because
And then
yeah,
yeah,
you
and
know,
the second half of the soul ops is going to be talking about stuff out in the world, but it's going to be some things you probably already know, but you'll be able to provide really good insights because of that.
right,
And then there may be some new things as well. But then if you come back and you do this again, I say, dude, dive into that family prep plan, because if you want to help people, people are going to need it, and they're going to be wondering. I mean, like you were talking about family and friends, if they really get squeezed by these globalists that have this agenda of depopulation and to numb everybody, and
yep,
a lot of people are going to wait, even if they're not Christian, though they're going to wake up and they're going to say, I don't like this anymore. I don't want to be part of it. And I may have
right,
thought that, cousin Joe was crazy, but he might have actually had a clue. And that's when
right,
those people are going to turn to you, and they're going to be like, all right, man, like, what do you think? And you'll be able to not only talk about how to prepare, you'll also be able to share like a foundation in Christ with them.
right, right. You couldn't have said any better. And that's what I think. And that's God was talking to me. I'm not there yet. To be stupid. That's my goal. That's my goal. Because, like, look, when you ask me that question, what's my game plan? A lot of people think right away, well, okay, it has to deal with money, right? Okay, like, well, what do you want to do in life? You know what I mean? Uh, Listen, I don't want to be on disability, okay, and because that's control from the government, right? That this is not going to be forever. I think God blessed me in this position because, dude, ever since I've been on this, I was able to. I have the free time that I've been researching all this stuff. I know exactly what's going on in the world, what they're doing, and what their game plans on. So, and because of that, that brought a lot of depression, but he got me through it, because to see and know and see, literally see what's going on here and the evil, it was tough. But from Jump Street, God, I know I want you to use me. I want you to use me, and this is how he can use me, because what you just said, I know that's how it's going to go down. My family member, they think I'm crazy, dude. My friends, the people around here, they think I'm crazy, but it's going to happen. And when that happens, okay, and most likely, especially with my older brother, dude, when they start playing with their financial, okay, because that's
Yeah.
all they care about, that's going to open up their eyes. Whatever the case is, they're going to open up their eyes, like you just said, and I'll be ready for it.
Yeah. Well,
You know what I
that,
mean? Especially with the God person. Look what your father was saying last night. One of the guys, uh, I realized because I did this the wrong way. I was pushing them. I was trying to jam this stuff down their mouth. You know what I
yeah.
mean? And I realized that I did it the wrong way. It kind of pushed them away further and gave them more ammo to say that I'm nuts, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it's not there yet. So I believe in my heart. Let me do your program full right now, and then because I'm dead serious. I can say I'd say if Jeremy says if I can't fit in the next program, can I at least just do the family prep thing? You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%, man. No, I think that'll be great for you. And you make a great point. Like you can't, whether it's talking about your faith in Christ and the gospel and those things, or simply being prepared for what's going to come with this global conspiracy that we know strongly that it's happening, right?
Right.
If you try to jam that information down somebody's throat or scream it at them to make them wake up, they'll retract even further away from you. So
Yep.
you got kind of like we talked about last night. I think I brought it up. Jesus told the disciples, when you go out to new towns where they don't really, know you directly, and you knock on their door and you tell them who you are, if they don't like want to share with you and invite you in, like it's okay, move on.
Right.
Don't
Right.
sit there and continue to try to knock on that door because there's somebody
Right.
else that is ready,
Right. Right. And because look what you just said, because I know from experience that you're exactly right, because it did not work. It actually, I know for a fact it has pushed them further away.
Yeah.
You know what
Yeah.
I mean? So now I lean back, and I tell you right now, because one of the guys was saying it last night, it's difficult, dude. It's really difficult to because I know the truth, and I can see. You know what I mean? So it's difficult to bite my tongue and not to see. Okay, because after a while, I'm like, dude, I'm being a horrible son and a horrible brother and cousin and a friend because I'm not speaking up and saying this to him. But I tried. You know what I mean? And look what happened. So now
Yeah.
I know, okay, listen, it's not there yet. And
Well, there's a
doing your
point where
program,
go
sorry,
ahead. I'm
good.
sorry. Yeah. Yeah.
Because
So in order
they,
to protect people that you love, though, like let's say that they were to come out with, a new pandemic and another round of boosters and shots and all this stuff, and you knew from your research that okay, the first time around it wasn't good. This time around it's going to be really bad. If you go along with the narrative, you can still go and warn them and say, listen, I love you enough to tell you this, even though you think I'm crazy. I'm telling you, like, I really don't want you to do this. Here's some things you can look at that I didn't make up, but
right,
that's really all you can do, man.
right, right, right. And I should have done this the first time around because my twin brother, like he's not full. He's awake enough that he knows, and how he got me because I was full. So I got the first shot of Moderna, and how he got me, he was like, dude, I'm just Joey. I'm not telling you to get it. He's like, please, can you just do me a favor? Just go in your room for 15 minutes, shut your eyes, and just, dude. He's like, because we were raised Catholics, you know what I mean? He's
Yep.
like, dude, man, you might laugh, Joey. Please just shut your eyes and just talk to God, please, and just ask God if this is the right thing to do. And I remember I got in the car. I was ready to go get the second shot. I was on my way there, and dude, it was God. I blew my tire out. I blew my tire out, dude.
After your
And
prayer.
dude, no, before dude, I didn't pray. I just blew my tire out, and one thing led to another. I had to wait there for 4 hours. Okay, and my
Wow.
older brother's the one who set this up. He's like, "Oh, dude, I pushed the time back for you." And I remember just sitting here, dude, and it was him talking to me. He's like, "Dude, this is not good. Don't get it."
Mm.
And I just went on my phone and started looking at things, and dude, it was him talking to me. I didn't
Yeah.
get it, and then from that point further, that's when God opened me up. And you're talking about now I know how He works. From that point, I saw everything. I'm not kidding. I saw everything. Like I was blinded to everything. I mean, I was driving home. It didn't matter what channel I put on. Okay, I got home, the TV, everything. I saw through all the gaslighting, through everything.
Yeah.
And from that point further, it's been nothing but massive research. You know, think about it. I'm sitting here by myself in pain all these nights, you know what I mean? Trying to take care of my mother, and they're like, dude, I have nothing to do. And you're sitting here in your sorrow. That gave me something to do, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Well,
Yeah.
man, here's my advice. Continue to do exactly what you're doing and stay raw. These emotions you feel right now, that just means that you're open and you're willing to feel some pain. And I want anybody else that watches this to think on those things. If you're numb right now and you're not really feeling your emotions, that can be a sign of a problem. And I think, Joe, you've made some good decisions. And it doesn't always feel good to make those good decisions
No.
because it opens us up to the spiritual world, to the emotional world. But then you're living life on life's terms. You're feeling
Right.
actually what you're supposed to feel, and then you can properly respond
Right.
to your life in the right way.
Right. It's funny that you say that. I'm still, it's now 2.5 years now. I've been off the painkillers, and I'm still trying to, there's days that I'm not used to these emotions, dude, because it was so many years of being numb
Yeah.
of emotional and spiritual and everything. So there's days like, okay, is this right? When I'm feeling right, do I supposed to be doing this? You get what I mean?
Oh
You
yeah.
know, when you're trying to live a right life, and you know, especially by God, in a world where now, okay, you're the weird one for trying to do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And if you're alone, and yeah, dude, I know God talks, but not the way you can talk. So we're not getting those answers right away, dude. You know what I mean? So I'm grateful to have you and this program where I know, okay, dude, my emotions are right. Okay, dude, if it just feels like crap, dude, right now, you get what I mean? I don't want to feel these emotions, but these are the right emotions, and just for a good reason, right? You
Yeah.
know what I mean? You know, and the biggest thing of all is like, look, the other day I didn't want to do my workout, dude. You know what I mean? And then seeing, okay, dude, he got his workout done. He got his workout done.
Yeah.
It's it's good for the accountability, man.
Yeah.
That's huge. It's
Yeah.
huge.
That's
And
well, that's
whoever is
the
like watching this, like I believe that, I think that's one of the best things about doing this is because you have other guys in there. Look, we're not all talking during the course of the day. Look, that got me. Nobody knew that. And if I didn't tell you, nobody would know that. I really did. I was just having a shit day, dude. Excuse my language. I did not want to do it. But seeing that the other guys got their workout done, okay, dig in, Joey. And this was, you know what I mean? It was late. It was like 9 o'clock at night. I was like,
yeah.
fuck it, I'll do it. You get what I mean? And it had me push myself.
Yeah.
And that's what I need, you know?
That's perfect. Well, that's what the competitive part and the accountability part's all about. So you nailed
Right.
it, man. We can't go any longer because nobody watches
Yeah,
stuff past
yeah.
about 15 to
Right,
20
I know.
minutes these
I
days.
know. I know. I
Um,
know.
but man, let's just keep growing together, keep doing what you're
Yeah,
doing,
man.
and
Yes.
reach out to me or your captain, man, if anything comes up.
You got it, man. Jeremy, thank you, dude. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm telling you, man, you're a good patriot for setting this up, man. God
Thank
bless
you,
you, dude.
Joe. I appreciate it, man.
Seriously.
I'll talk to you
You
soon,
got it,
brother.
brother. You got it, brother. Okay. Bye.
Hey guys, thanks for joining us for this edition of Warrior Profiles with my man Thomas Harris. Before we get into the conversation, I'll just tell you guys a little bit. I think it was kind of a God moment to meet Thomas because I was out just with my kids walking hiking, this path at this new trail out in, what's the area? Thompson Station, Spring Hill area. And all of a sudden, Thomas and, his family was all there. And he just said, "Hey man, do you go to Conduit Church?" And that struck up a conversation. And we have a background in, both of us have a background in competitive things, but he was in, was it the Navy, Thomas? I'm sorry. You just told me.
U.S. Navy Elite Submarine Service.
There we go. See, it sounds so cool, and it's kind of longer, so I forgot it. But yeah, U.S. Navy Elite Submarine Service, which I want to hear more about that. But it wasn't long before you were over at my house, and we were actually doing a podcast together with Janae, and I forget Janae's last name, but she was, yes, Janae Ali, former college gymnast who was fantastic, and we were talking all about the pain and the loss that you feel when you walk away from something that you've identified with for most of your life. And for her, it was sports, it was gymnastics. For me, it was baseball. For you, it was the Navy. As I recall. But you're a guy, Thomas, that I feel like God has gifted you with the gift of empathy and compassion, as well as hospitality, which I think leads into your work with Nashville Rescue Mission. So to kick this thing off, man, tell us a little bit about what brought you to this program outside of, wanting to support me and me just asking you.
Well, it was a godsend how we met. My daughter had gone to church that morning. I missed church that morning because I was working, but she came to me and said, "Dad, I saw that guy at church this morning." So, my family knowing the guy I am, I just kind of insert myself into people's private business. So I just came up and introduced myself to you, and then I found out you were a former ball player, and the light went off. And, I have a connection with former professional athletes and veterans. But coming into this program, we have history, and, we hadn't been in contact much except for in passing at church. Hey, how you doing, brother? But we hadn't really caught up. And you presented this opportunity. This is the second time you presented. The first time I wasn't ready, and this time the doors just opened up, and I was able to join. And I'm grateful for it because I'm all about camaraderie and building up brothers, especially brothers in Christ, brothers in arms, sisters in arms. But I'm just grateful for the opportunity to be a part of this and focusing on my health, eating better, and physical, and the mental side of it as well. But my motto is no flab at 50. So that's a big part of why I joined.
Yeah, and you're what, 49?
40, just turned 49. So 50
49.
is a big one, and I'm gonna make it a bigger one than it is. So looking forward to it.
Well, you're looking damn good for 49, I've got to say. Tell us a little bit about your background. That it sounds so cool to say, but what did that actually mean that you were with the Navy elite submarine? I don't know. I want to say commander, but what did that entail?
So I did high school. I kind of, slid in before the elevator doors closed. That's how I graduated high school. And didn't know what to do with my life after that. I just wasted a few years. At the age of 21, I kind of had that moment, epiphany moment, where I got to see where my life was headed. And by the grace of God, I was able to see that I was headed nowhere very fast. So I was doing security at my old high school, and just kind of floating through, just flying by. And
what state was this in? Was this California or West Coast somewhere?
This is in California. I grew up, born and raised in LA. And I would see these military recruiters on campus, and every time I saw one, I would turn around and go the other direction. Nice try, buddy, not getting me today.
Right.
And then one day I was walking home, and this plain government car pulls up and says, "Hey, buddy, you need a ride?" And I was like, at that moment, I was like, I'm going to the military. And the Lord just gracefully opened that door for me, and gave me another opportunity to start my life over, and I haven't looked back since.
Thomas, were you a believer at that point? Because you say the Lord led you, or was that a God moment to end up leading you to Him?
It was Him leading me to Him. I knew of God, but I didn't know God, if that makes sense.
Yeah, totally.
I always felt like He was there, but every time He got close, I would just flee. I was afraid of what might happen. So I knew the Lord's presence was there, but I just ran every time. And then He has a unique way of using our circumstances to, I like to say, He trips us up. And when you fall flat on your face and you got nowhere else to run, it's like in those horror movies, not the same, but in the horror movies when you're running through the woods and you fall down, you can't get back up. I couldn't get back up, so I just turned around. I gave up. I said, "What do you want me to do?" And he began to show me that you have to surrender, not only surrender your life to me, but you also have to trust me with your life. So there's a two-parter, and I began to understand that anyone can surrender, but the trust aspect is completely different. You have to fully commit and say, not by my will, but yours.
Were you following Christ by the time you were actually on submarines and in the Navy?
Yeah. So the way the Lord worked it out in his divine manner, when I made the decision to join the military, it was everything changed from there. And for all of us, there is one defining moment that changes the entire course of your life. And I believe out of my response to saying, I want better for my life and I need to do something different than I've been doing because there was no success in what I was doing before. So the Lord graciously gave me an opportunity to start over, and that was the means of joining the military. So when I decided I was going to join, I did not consult with any family member or any of my friends. I said, I'm doing this for me. And through that decision, I was able to meet my wife, and she came to my graduation out in Chicago, and we did the long distance thing. I was like, never done this before. This is foreign, but it was by his design. And I came home after boot camp, after sub school in Connecticut, and she took me to a church, and I got saved that night.
Hmm.
And that, he used her as a catalyst for bringing me to him. So I am eternally grateful for that.
That's wonderful. Was it tough for you? I mean, I remember for me being, now I eventually compromised on my morals and on many things, and it led me down a dark road of addiction and other things that I had to, for years, had to battle through. But I kind of gave myself over to some things. How did you fare in the military? Because I know it can't be much different than you're traveling. You can kind of be anonymous where you're not around maybe people that are going to keep you accountable all the time.
Mm-hmm.
There's probably a pretty strong culture of acting on your lustful behaviors, etc.
Yeah.
Any number of things. Like, how did you do as a Christian in that environment for all those? Because it was multiple years, right, that you were out.
Yeah, 4 years. But I was already in by the time I got saved. But I kind of felt like when I got saved, I was like, I compared myself to Paul Revere. I was just running around telling everybody, the good news before I even really knew what I was talking about. I was like, you gotta, I got the goods, eat this out of my hand. This is good morsels. I was like, and I was like motivating guys. I was like, hey, who's going to church today? And it was like a bunch of blank stares. I was like, okay, you, let's go. And they would follow me. So I
That's great.
believe he just transformed me because before that, all this happened, I was not a confident person. I had zero confidence in myself. I didn't think that I had any gifts. I didn't think I was worthy. I didn't like myself. I was just a big time failure.
Mm.
And when I got saved, it was like I had that Moses moment. Like, who am I? I'm slow of speech. I stumble over my words. I don't have much to say. And he's like, don't worry about it. I'm going to do the work through you. And you don't have to worry about the rest of the details.
Yeah.
You just have to be obedient. And I was like, hey, if you're going to lead me, I'm going to follow, and we'll work it out together because I know I can't do it by myself.
Yeah. That's what
So
really struck me about your story when we were doing the podcast was you talking about as a kid, even you just didn't have a lot of self-worth, self-value. And it sounded sad to hear it, but it's like
yeah,
God gave you an identity and a value through him and in him.
yeah,
And that was what, if you watched what I posted this morning about the softball team, the girls that were proclaiming the kingdom being the most important thing in their life, and therefore softball, they want to win, but they're like, we don't have any pressure on us, but because we
hmm,
know that this is a secondary kind of a thing.
right,
And so their identity was coming from the right place, just like yours was. I unfortunately allowed the sport and wanting to make it to the big leagues to take the place of God. Not all the time, but for maybe a year here, a year there. And it was during those times, it's like, I couldn't have a good witness. I didn't have the strength, whereas you were
hmm,
bold and you were fired up about what God had done in your life. And I wish I would have had more time in the sport doing it that way. Thank God I do have some time I can point to, but I commend you for that. And I think it's great.
Let me tell you what else. In building my confidence, because I knew that he was my strength. I got to my first ship out in Pearl Harbor, Hawaii, and I went in undesignated. That means I didn't choose a job yet. I got to go and see different departments. I was almost a cook because all the new guys come on board, and you're the least of these, and there's no respect for you until you become qualified in submarines. So by default, I was like, I'm working with the cooks, I'm doing dishes, I'm bussing tables and everything, and I'm already here, so I might as well just stay here and be with the cooks, become a cook. But I worked with a couple guys that were there, a couple of nobodies that were in the sonar division who lured me into their department. And these guys had been to the year-long school for sonar technicians. I bypassed all of that because I got to learn on the job. And in my experiences, I have been promoted because people have seen my worth. Putting my head down and just going to work and letting people see my value. And I'm coming up on a possible big promotion very soon because people see my worth. I came into a place with no experience in this work, and I didn't think I was qualified. But God, I learned that it's God who qualifies the unqualified. So it doesn't matter if we consider ourselves unqualified. He gets to decide who is qualified and who is not. Mm-hmm. Look at the many people in the scriptures who wrote the Bible. They were unqualified people. So who is to say that we cannot be the qualified if God chooses to qualify us and promote us?
100%, man. No doubt about it. When you're talking about the most recent thing you said, you walked into this feeling unqualified. Are you talking about your work now at Nashville Rescue Mission?
Correct. When I applied from LA, I didn't know what I was looking for, but I knew I wanted to get to Tennessee. So I was encouraged to apply at the rescue mission because I had an old family friend that was working there who would become my boss. So when I applied, I was like, I don't understand any of these positions here, but the one that I did understand was a janitor. And so I applied for a janitor position. And upon having a couple conversations with the HR hiring partner, she said, after a couple of conversations, I think that this position would be suitable for you, which is the assistant director of men's guest services, which I didn't know what that meant.
So you applied for janitor and then you're landing a job as the assistant director.
Correct. So when I looked at the requirements and the job duties, I was like, I'm not qualified for this. I don't have a bachelor's degree. I don't have 5 years of social work experience. But when they looked at all of my experience as a whole, 4 years in the military, 15 plus years of customer service, I was a youth pastor, Sunday school teacher. I worked at a sober living company back in Santa Monica, California. All of that experience, plus all the different life experience that I share, it all sufficed those what was required.
Yeah.
So I got the chance in the last year and a half to prove myself, to prove my worth, not only in my department, but in other departments by building on relationships. Because I know what I'm good at today because God has shown me what my gifts and talents are. And it's not me boasting about myself. It's about what he's done through me, in me and through me. And people get to see God's work. And as long as I'm consistent and people know that this is what you're going to get from Thomas every single day, that is a strong testament to who he is and what the work that he's done to transform me from the inside out.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's a biblical principle too. A man should do his work well. Everything your hands find to do do it, all out in service of the Lord. Explain what Nashville Rescue Mission is, because the majority of the guys in this group are not even in Tennessee. So what kind of work do you do, and what's the upsides and the downsides? You mentioned a downside before we even got on today.
Yeah. So the rescue mission is an emergency homeless shelter. So we're receiving folks straight off the streets, just as they are, strung out, drunk, uh, just all kinds of messed up in their heads, and we're just providing shelter, food, clothing, other resources. Just at the very least, the basic needs. We have a recovery program. So we just want to meet people where they're at, just like God does, and we don't want to leave them there. So we're going to help guys get jobs, just staying active, so you're just not wasting away. And we'll deal with folks accordingly as they're battling their addictions and their mental health issues. Um, but my job is to oversee the guest services department, which is pretty much providing security for the building. So as people come through, we're patting them down. We're confiscating weapons. There's a lot of weapons that come through. There's drugs. There's paraphernalia. We're dealing with people that can be violent at times. A lot of overdoses, less than we used to have. It was a complete other, ish show when I first got here. But we put in a lot of work, a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. I've saved a handful of lives, those that have overdosed. And that can be a pretty dramatic experience if you've never experienced just someone whose life is hanging in the balance between life and death. And you're like, I have to take action because someone has to. And intervening on behalf of that person, and then being able to go and process that afterwards. So,
Thomas, I'll just say real quick, I had the experience 2 years ago. Lady next door neighbor came over banging on my door. Her husband tried to commit suicide in the garage by, rolling down the door and turning on the car.
mhm.
And by the time I got to him, I thought he was gone. I had to drag him to his front yard. And this is right, the neighbor beside me, administer CPR, the whole bit. And he kind of started to moan and all that. They took him away to the hospital. I thought, this guy will never be right again. He'll never.
Yeah.
Well, he regained complete faculties. Like, he's back. Now he doesn't live. They ended up getting divorced. But I just wanted to say, because you said that, I had another neighbor who's in the medical field. She's a doctor. She said, Jeremy, you may experience some PTSD. This could shake you up more than you think. And I remember going out to my front lawn for the next couple months because I had not seen him again. I heard he was doing better, but I was always worried that he was going to drive down the road, and having an interaction with him scared me to death. And I don't exactly know why, other than just the awkwardness of it, that I helped, save his life. Because there's part of me that wanted to just hug him and hold him and tell him that he's worth something and valuable. There's another part of me that was so angry with him that he would do that at home with his two boys at home, who, 10 years old, 12 years old. So I shouldn't have even gone into all that, but man, I definitely identify with that PTSD a little bit, from being around someone whose life is hanging in the balance.
Yeah. There's been times where I had to just go into my office and just sit by myself and just weep. It's like, this is heavy business, and it's not for the faint of heart.
No.
Someone just laying there and they're not responding, and you're just praying for them while you're working on them. When you have certain people around you, they're like, they don't know what to do. Someone's got to take action. And even if it's the wrong thing, you got to do something, and God has given me the ability to just look past, the situation and just take action. Cause I know I can just process it later, but right now it's like something has to be done, and it's not about me. It's about what's in front of me. I just hope that more people would be more responsive instead of leaving it to someone else to do. Because we're all in this together. We're all human beings, And what would you want someone to do if they saw you in that position?
100%. Is there, as you're talking, I'm thinking, okay, it's in Nashville. If I ever put together a soul operation for guys, because as you'll see, Thomas, as we get deeper into this thing in the last 4 weeks, some of the stuff that I will say is an option for soul operations is community activism or doing something you believe in. How could, other than just donating money, which I know that's important, but is there any kind of thing that men could go to Nashville Rescue Mission and actually do to help?
Um, I mean, we have a lot of people we partner with, people that try to provide programs for guys. A lot of what we do also is just trying to motivate guys to not just sit around. Some guys want to sit around all day. They want to watch TV all day. So we're trying to make it a little less comfortable for them so that they can, reflect on their lives, because a lot of these guys, these ladies, they burn all their bridges. They don't have family anymore. They don't have friends. It's just them, because they've lost the trust of their loved ones. So I have the pleasure of being able to speak the truth in love, and that's just telling people the truth, whether they're ready or not. And if I know of something that's going to help their situation, uh, getting a job, hey, let's go. Let's keep it moving. I'm here for positive life change and an upwards trajectory. Because if you stay comfortable, you stay right here, you're going to eventually go down. So I'm trying to push guys to do more than what they've been doing, and I try to tell them, hey, what you've been doing for this long has not worked out for you? Maybe it's time to do something else. So anything that I feel that can help them, give them some kind of purpose rather than just wasting away. And I know that some guys will never leave. Like this is the last stop for them. Um, we've experienced more death than I care to consider. People die outside. Uh, People have overdosed outside the property. People have been murdered. It's pretty heavy business. So we're trying to do what we can as best we can to just be an encouragement and motivate people.
Yeah. Have you seen any real success stories where you've had somebody come in that was, just like what you're describing, and then maybe within a couple years now they're functional, somewhat productive members of society. Maybe they're back with their family. Have you seen success stories at that level?
Yeah, sometimes you get just enough fuel to keep going, and that's when someone leaves and they come back and they tell you, "Man, I remember all the conversation we had. I appreciate the motivation, the encouragement." Because I would tell people, "Hey, I'll be your biggest cheerleader. Your success is my success. So just know that if you get your act together and you start, you know, moving in a positive direction that changes your life, just know that there's not many people that will be more excited for you than this guy." And it means a lot because they're not used to hearing that. They're not, and they know it's coming from a genuine place. Um, and I'm consistent with that. Guys know that I'm rooting for them, and they know I'm not jiving them. That this is coming from my compassion that I have for them, because that's what I'm here for. I came to the mission to do the right thing, and I get to make a lot of decisions that can help a lot of guys to propel themselves forward. And I'm not here to play games. I'm not here to listen to you be a victim. I'm one of the most anti-victim people because I come from the same upbringings as a lot of these guys, but I didn't use that as an excuse. So by the grace of God, he's built me up to where I learned to stop making excuses for myself.
Absolutely, man. That's fantastic, and I'm so appreciative of the work that you're doing, Thomas. That God's placed you in this, unique space, all the way from California to Nashville, helping people that are most in need. So thank you for that work. With your varied experiences, and then we're going to have to jump off because we're probably hitting that time limit. Um, from your salvation to being on submarines and for several years there, to your work at Nashville rescue mission, what do you feel, Thomas, is the main thing, if there is a couple main things that you feel that men specifically in America need in order to begin thriving again?
I think first off, we all need to look at ourselves in the mirror. You're really not all that. Um, you can pretend, but the reality is you're not all that. I have there's one, you can humble yourself or you can be humbled, and I know what both feel like, and I choose the former. I choose to humble myself every single day. When I'm looking at the environment, the people that I deal with every single day, they know that I'm not looking down at them. I'm looking at them. I'm looking eye to eye because I'm no better than them. You know, a sinner is a sinner, and I don't take my position, which is a high position. I know God. God has saved me. God has given me His righteousness, but I don't use that against someone to, strong arm them. I'm looking at them as a human being. So we should all treat each other with dignity and respect. The problem, one of the biggest problems we have with this nation is that there's two sides who speak differently, they think differently, and one is clearly wrong and the other one is clearly right. So there's no conversation. So rather than trying to understand that person better, the name Thomas means seeker of truth. So you can totally disagree with anything I believe in, but I choose to learn to understand why you believe what you believe. Why do you think the way you think? And I take that time, I make an investment in learning more about what makes people tick. And long before I knew how to speak to people, I observe people. And that's helped me tremendously in my life to know how to communicate with people who are just different.
Yeah.
And I don't have to know everything. I have to be aware. I have to be able to listen to people and say, I could 1,000% disagree with what they have to say, but I'm going to listen because I want to gain a better understanding. And I think if you leave room for understanding, people will be more inclined to listen to what you have to say because that's respect and that's tolerance. We live in a world today where definitions are changing every single day. So, in my understanding of tolerance is I don't have to believe or trust in anything you have to say, but I'm going to say that's your prerogative. I'm not judging you on that, but I'm also going to stand my ground and I'm going to, say this is my story and I'm going to stick to it, but not in a way that's going to make you feel like you're dumb or you don't know anything, but you have to respect my stance just like I'm respecting yours.
Yeah. Well, it's the
So,
only way. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
there's a lot. I've got a lot of nuggets that I've learned over the years. God's given me a lot of wisdom, and the advice I give are some of those wisdoms that He's been giving me. But I also know that if I'm a salesman and I'm not willing to use the same products that I'm pushing, then I'm wrong for that. So, in essence, I'm speaking to another person, but just as much or even more, I'm speaking back to myself because we have to tell ourselves, we have to speak truth to ourselves.
Yeah.
It's about as much as the person we're speaking with.
No doubt about it, man. I'll give one last example that hit me. it's easy for me. You saw the whole thing with the pride parade that happened, and we got kicked out and all that. And there's a place to have that discussion on should we be removed, yada yada. But it's really easy for many Christian, heterosexual, just traditional guys or whatever to look at that entire community and say it's deviant, it's effed up, like it's part of the whole Sodom and Gomorrah thing, and maybe all of that is true. Probably to a large degree is true. However, I have to remember I was a lust and sexual addict for many years of my life. And while I wasn't attracted to other men and I wasn't attracted to what people may consider deviant forms of sexuality, it's all deviant when it's outside of God's design for marriage and family. And it cost me and it cost my wife. So for me to engage with those people, it has to come from a place of exactly what you just said. We've all sinned. We've all fallen short. I have to understand my need for God because I'm a complete failure without him, just as those people have a strong need for God. Right. And I think if those who are willing to listen will hear you if you come with that approach versus, you're going to hell because you're in sin. May be true, but it's probably not going to wedge the communication door open,
Just like when people would say, "Oh, Christians are a bunch of hypocrites." I'm like, and
yeah.
I'm like, we're all hypocrites.
That's why we need God. Well, yeah, no doubt.
I mean, when God says love your neighbors yourself, I'm like, I hate that guy. It's like, just be real. Like, if we're real, the more real we are, the more people will respect who we are. Like, I don't try to sugarcoat things. I'm not going to tell you stuff just to make you feel good about yourself. I'm going to keep it real. I'm like, if you do not stop living the way you're living, you're going to die. Plain and simple. The game here is life or death. There's no in between. You could say, I choose not to make a choice. I'm like, okay, then you've already made your choice. It's already been made for you. But we have to be truthful. We have to be truthful about our own experiences so that people know that it's coming from a genuine place. Like, I'm trash, but God.
Yeah. Simple. Yeah, absolutely, man. Well, Thomas, we better cut it off. This might have been the longest warrior profile I've ever done, but it's because we were just having a fun conversation, man. So thanks for doing this, and you're doing great. Keep up the good work that you're doing in the program. I see you every day posting, and we'll continue to grow together, my friend.
Absolutely. I appreciate you, man, and thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. We'll talk to you soon.
All the best to the rest of you guys.
All right. See you, Thomas.
All right, bro. See ya. Bye.
Warriors, what's up, guys? Today, I'm doing my first warrior profiles, and this is a way that we can get to know the other guys who've signed up for the program, what their motivations are, what they're looking to achieve, and even hear from them on their insights on what's affecting men in our culture or what's affecting our culture at large, and some things that are their ideas, at least, on what we can do to help push back against some of the negativity, maybe the agendas going on. So today, I've got with us Chuck Spencer. He's on my team, Team 1 from Michigan. So Chuck, man, thanks for being the first guy on the punch to do one of these.
No problem, Jeremy. It's great to be here. It's great to be in the program. Really enjoyed just so far everything that you put together. So really appreciate you and all the work that you put in.
Yeah, man. Well, hey, I'm glad to do it. And I feel like this is what God's called me to do. So I better do it, or something would be wrong if I didn't. I wanted to ask you, one of the reasons you joined was I know there's multiple reasons, but the physical side. So we've been one weekend. I know you've told me that you've enjoyed the eating program, the workouts. Have you already seen any physical changes at all?
Yes, I have. Really, the eating cleaner has really, I've noticed a huge change in my energy and just my mood and everything. It's like night and day, cutting out bread and everything like that. I had a slip up one day where I ate bad that day. But outside of that, and I remember I felt horrible after that. It's like all this processed food that I was used to eating all the time. And even pop, I had a pop that one day, and it didn't taste right. It just tasted funny. I just couldn't understand how I used to like this stuff, and now it's just gone out of my life, for the past week, other than that one time that week. and it was really nice. The physical changes, I've dropped some weight, 2 or 3 pounds, which is good. I'm really looking to try to get 10 or 15 pounds by the end of this, dropped off, get more in shape. I'm active, but I'm not active all the time. Like I work out, but then I'll quit because I'm like, oh, okay, I'm good, and just not work out for another month and a half or something like that. So that's something that is a problem for me in motivation. And that's what the Warrior program has really helped me with so far, is keeping me motivated to really stay on track. And I'm not perfect. This wasn't a perfect first week for me, but it's a good start.
Yeah, well, absolutely, man. And I've seen your engagement. The good thing for you, what you're telling me, is your body is already acclimated to some of the new habits, whereas a lot of other guys are feeling a bit of a downshift in their mood because it hurts to take these things away, and their brains are like, where's that bread at? Where's that dopamine rush? And we're not giving it to them. So you're kind of ahead of the curve that way. Well, help us get to know you a little bit in terms of family. I think you got a son as well. And then what you do for a living.
I live in Michigan, on the west side of Michigan, down by Lake Michigan, actually near the Indiana-Michigan border. Beautiful area over here. The west side of Michigan is the best side, in my opinion. But what I do is I work from home full time. I sell industrial electronics, basically do phone sales. I've worked at that company for over 20 years. Before COVID started, I chose to move out here. They were over on the east side of Michigan, and they chose to keep me and allowed me to work full time remotely from home before it became cool during COVID. But it's one of those things where it's a lot of good things come with that. Like on my lunch breaks, I can jump in the pool with my family and stuff like that, where you couldn't do that working for a company. So there's positives, but there's also negatives and drawbacks. You don't get that social interaction every day with your coworkers and stuff like that. Some of them were toxic anyway, so that's probably a good thing. But, some of them were very good people, and, not interacting with them is definitely a drawback, being isolated, working remotely. And as far as our culture goes right now, it kind of seems like that's what they want everybody to do, is to work remotely and be in your little box and be isolated from everybody else. And, I'm a prime example of that for, multiple years doing it. And, it comes with good things, but it comes with bad things. During the COVID pandemic, and the shutdowns and everything like that, I personally, and me and my wife both turned to alcohol way too much, and really developed some bad habits that I'm really looking forward to breaking here during the Warrior program. I know it's not a recovery program or nothing like that, but just being held accountable to living a healthy lifestyle means, the drinking has to go. So that's what we made a commitment for, me and my wife, during this program, to really get rid of that for one of our soul building operations. So, or one of my soul building operations, but it's been a great start. I'm really looking forward to the rest of the program.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you saying that, man. And the isolation definitely drives it drove a lot of bad habits. It spiked worse with COVID, where they were enforcing isolation. There's no doubt about that. And, I've got a background in recovery and addiction. I think even in my family, genetically, I'm, things that feel good, I want to do over and over again. Right. And, pornography can be there, drinking can be, there's all these different things. And I don't want guys in the program to feel like that me as a coach, that I'm someone that, gosh, I can't post that picture of the alcohol, of the beer or whatever. It's non-compliant like anything else. I do allow in the program some wines, and then something called mead, which is like an old school kind of beer. But if you're drinking that, you're probably not going to be overindulging. But I just appreciate you bringing it up, because I think a lot of guys have their private struggle and they want to keep it private. But you're putting it out there, and I just appreciate you sharing that. What do you feel like in your part of the country, of Michigan, is maybe an issue that is really affecting men in general? And what's something that you're seeing in your part of the country that's a problem?
I live in a very red part of my state, and it's very conservative out here, which is good. But even with that being the case, I've had to pull my son out of public school, put him into a private Christian school, and that's just I never would have thought that would ever happen. To put him into a Christian school because we can't trust what's being taught at the public schools. As far as men go, the men out here are pretty good. They're very pro Second Amendment, very pro family. In this area of Michigan, it's good, but it doesn't mean that all of them are. Just the ones that I know, that I see, that I hang out with. That's the majority. But there are still the liberals that are out there that really kind of make things close. I know in the last election, we were a red county, but there was still a lot of the Democrat vote, the liberal vote. And they, like I said, the school boards is still very liberal. So, I mean, there's this creeping influence coming in that is really disturbing to see, because what they're doing is they're trying to get parents away from being able to know what their kids are being taught. They're trying to, cram these things down the kid's throat about, transgender and stuff like that, and all of that, to where, I've had the conversation with my son, who's 11, and, let him know that there's two genders, and, and that's it. Everything else is kind of made up nonsense that, lives in a fantasy world.
Yeah. Talk about conversations that like we didn't have with our dads. These are different times, aren't they? Yeah.
Very much so.
Well, go ahead.
Oh, it's amazing to see that this is happening in our country right now. That, I would have never thought 10 years ago or even 5 years ago that we would be here at all.
Well, one of my hopes is, I get asked the question all the time on various podcasts talking about men and masculinity. And one of the big ones is, why isn't there more men standing up like the so-called, mama bears that are at the school board meetings and those things? And I kind of think that, and I know this to some degree, men aren't really in community as much. A lot of them are isolated. So they feel like, well, okay, I don't agree with these things, but if I stand up, I'm going to stand alone. So one of my goals in this program is, by the end of it, for everybody to feel more empowered. That's that like-minded thing. I want us getting together. And I know we don't always talk politics or talk about culture, but we can. And I hope that it emboldens guys to get more active in their local community, to be a voice or be a supporter in some way of fighting for freedom, because I do feel like, and I know it's under attack all over the place. You in Michigan, y'all are a perfect example under Governor Whitmer. She's pretty hardcore. What's that?
Can't believe she won. It just tells you how lost people are that still, and plus, who knows if the election was legitimate down there in Macomb County, where Detroit is, and everything like that. They had some irregularities during the last presidential election. And, I'm not hearing so much now, but, just a lot of weird things happen down there. And, the majority of the state's red, but because everybody lives there, there's so many people there, that county, that and Oakland County right next to it can swing the whole state. And that's what happened.
Yeah. I almost feel as though, the people that will push transgender agendas on your kids would have no problem subverting an election. I mean, to me, morally, both things are just so far off the deep end. Well, man, I think you've kind of already shared what you're looking forward to with the program. But if you had one thing that you wanted all the other guys, to know that you're after personally, what is it that you're hoping to gain from this over 60 days? The one thing.
I'm looking to gain a community of like-minded men that can really help push me to really accomplish those things and hold me accountable. Because for me, it's always been consistency that's the issue. So if, I get out of this program where I have that consistency from this group of men that will help me stay firm and committed to my goals, that's really what I'm looking for.
All right. Well, that's on me pretty heavy being on your team one. So I'll stay very engaged with you, and you do the same, man, because there may be a day where I get off course, or, reel me back in. Hit me up.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right, Chuck.
Look forward to it. Thanks,
yeah, man.
Jeremy.
Absolutely. Well, hang on just one. I'll keep talking to you, but I'm going to stop the recording. All right, guys. Once again, we're back with another Warrior Profile. Really excited to have another friend of Mark Thompson. He's been a champion of the program. And Mark brought another friend, Jim Miller. Jim, thanks for being a part of the program, man. Glad to have you.
Good to be here, Coach. Thanks for having me.
You got it. Well, tell me this. I know Jim must be a pretty good, not Jim, Mark must be a pretty good salesman for this program because you're probably the fifth guy he's brought. But on your end, what attracted you? What are you hoping to gain?
Well, I work better in a controlled environment, and left to my own devices, I veer off track. I get lazy at the gym. I start eating. In my opinion, I start eating addictively. Kind of. I go a little bit nuts with bad food, and I go to a pretty hard gym, but I don't go as often. I do much better with the program, and secondarily. Man, I'm 58. I'm tired, and I feel a little bit spiritually tired, and I'm struggling to find stuff to look forward to. Help kid left. I'm struggling to so I like to have something that I know I need to do each day because I feel like I'm drifting a little bit.
Yeah. Well, my advice for anybody that's everybody in the program, but especially those guys who want to key in on the soul building part and get that part of life re-energized. When I put out these soul building operations on Sunday, read them that day and then kind of set aside time on the calendar. Like, okay, Tuesday night, I'll start on it at least, because I think all the soul building operations, you have a whole week to do them. They probably take a total of 2 to 3 hours if you're going to do it right. And if you wait till Sunday at midnight to knock it out, it's just not the same,
I like homework and I like having things to do.
Yeah.
I like going, all right, here's what I got to do today.
And
happy to, we'll see what happens. But
speaking of, go ahead. I'm sorry, Jim. I keep interrupting you.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, speaking of what you got to do today and every day, tell us a little bit about yourself in terms of vocation, where you live, family life. Give us the 10,000 Jim Miller, 10,000 foot view.
I'm a salesman. I work in the family business. I'm in Cincinnati, Ohio. I travel 5 states: Ohio, Kentucky, Indiana, Pennsylvania, Michigan. I sell supplies like tape, stretch film, things of that nature. And I have one child at home, a 15-year-old. I've been married for 22 years. My day, typically, I get up at 5:45 every morning. I try to work out right away. I try to be at my desk working at 8:30. And then I usually cut off work about 3:30, pick my kid up from school, and try to, I'm active in recovery. I'm a sober person.
Yep.
So I do AA. I'm regularly involved in things of that nature. I got a couple sponsees. So I work in the recovery end. And that's about it. And I play music at night. So I got 5 records out. If anybody's interested, you can look up Dangerous Jim and the Slims on the internet and you'll see me there.
Nice.
Place, good and bad. That's the nature of it.
I'll tell you what, you pick a song and I'm going to throw it in with your Warrior Profile. Put the link to the song in there.
I got a song called Motivated Man you're going to love.
All right. Awesome. Yeah, we'll put it right in here.
Okay, buddy.
Sorry, little lunch, little what do you call that? Acid reflux there.
You're doing like me. You're eating a bunch of bad food because you're starting a diet on Sunday.
Now, you know what? I haven't done great, but I've done okay. It's actually, Mama made some soup in there and it was kind of spicy. And then there was some jalapeno chips that went with it. So yeah, they got me.
Fantastic.
Well, that's cool on the music and the work. How long have you been in sales?
40 years or so. I'm 58. I started working in the family business when I was 18 in our warehouse. And I've always been, music's the same way. You got to sell yourself every single time. And I've always been a go-getter, and so and I like to have a pretty good lifestyle. So I like to try to make money.
And sales can do it. Yeah.
Get up early because I want to enjoy I want to have the stuff I want, and I'm a worker, I'm probably like you, Jeremy. I get up early. I don't stop. I try to be in bed by 9, 5:45 a.m. to 9. I try to do that every day.
You mentioned recovery, and I'm glad you did. I love it when people are more transparent about that. I'm the same way.
Yeah.
I've been through sexual recovery, and still I'm in AA now. And
Right.
I've been open about that. It's been so good for me. And
Yeah.
so I wanted to ask you with your schedule, because for me, when I'm just kind of not paying attention to recovery and kind of letting it go, doing what I want, I can't really keep a good schedule like that. I mean, were you always a guy that was able to get up at 5:45 regardless?
When I was drinking, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. I call that that's old school alcoholism.
Yeah.
Where you may have been out late, but your feet hit the floor and you still went to work. You may have felt a little rough, but you got up and made it there,
Yeah. Yeah. That is the old school.
Yeah,
See,
I don't know why I call it that, but then, I wasn't one of those to let my job go and stay at home drinking all day.
yeah.
I always got up and, I had some expensive habits that required me to go to work too, if I wanted to keep that going. So,
Yeah.
I never really missed work. I'll tell you, I have no problem telling everybody. I've been in rehab twice in my lifetime. And, once when I was younger, I should have paid attention closer. And then again, about 11 years ago. And, I'm still alive. And, that's a big part that's what God for me has done. That has kept me sober
Yeah.
all this time. That's God plays a big part in that. Left to my own devices and trying to work with my own, just with my own willpower, I'm dead, man. I
Yeah.
mean,
You
I'm
got
dead.
it. And
I'm
and I
dead.
think it's the same, that the process of recovery, step one, well, the part about handing your will and your desires over to God instead of you remaining in control.
Right,
I,
right.
I think you can even use that with this program when it's hard to, like, okay, man, I really don't feel like doing this workout today or eating like this. And that's those times you got to realize, okay, I joined this for a reason, and I've got to hand over my will to just be comfortable and lazy right now. I got to
Right.
hand over my will and do what's best for the long run.
Yeah, and I kind of look at it. I'm an old dad. I'm 58 with a 15-year-old. I'm looking for longevity too, man. My other daughter, 21. I don't want to be going down the aisle with a cane. I want to be
Right.
walking proudly down the aisle. I want to be around and be one of those fun grandpas. So
Yeah.
I'm looking for longevity in my life, and the only way to do that is to stay active. For me,
100%. Yeah.
yeah.
That's great. Well, one thing I want to ask every guy that does this, and you don't have to have an answer. I know I didn't prep you for this at all, but what do you feel? Because I've read your profile that you sent in your bio where you said, I'm a man of God. Prayer is a big part of my life, a foundational part of my life. So I know where you stand. What do you believe that men in this country really need? What are we lacking? In terms of our spiritual life and otherwise.
Well, in my opinion, the lack of the influence of God in modern society, it's not like it used to be. People aren't going to church as much as they have, and I think that because of that, the world's running crazy. The lack of picking a God in your life and letting that God run your life is that's going by the wayside especially with younger people.
Yeah.
Yeah, and somebody's got to carry the torch. I mean, someone's got to be the guy. I'm the guy in my family. I want people to know, hey, this is how I'm doing it, and this is how I think we should do it. I want to lead my family, but in order to do that, I have to set a good example. I can't sit there shoveling down chips with a beer in my hand. I got to be up moving around, and I got to set an example for my immediate family.
Absolutely. And, I think throughout American history, at least in the last, 100 years, the Christian community they may not say the whole world's going nuts because it is different now than it was even 5 years ago. So
Right.
there's been a shift happen. What would you say as far as would you say there's a lack of maybe courage and engagement though by Christian men who may be doing an okay job at home or at their work, but they're not lighting their torch in their local community? Would you say that that's there?
Yeah, yeah, and also and everyone always tries to blame COVID, but men don't get together. Like I heard you say, you went to your Bible study. Everyone's content at staying at home now, and groups of men get physically gathering. That's why I like AA meetings. It's people physically gathering in the same room with a like concept.
Yeah.
And I don't think we get out there enough. It's easy to go home and flip through your social media, getting out there and actually touching and being with other like-minded people, I think is important,
Absolutely.
particularly a group of men. A group of men is more important because that we have issues that we can talk about that we can't really talk about in mixed company,
Yeah, no doubt about it. And that whole idea of like-mindedness, I can do pretty well with a program like that to get us like-minded, guys in the same circle. But I
Right.
do hope one day I can put together retreats or getaways where the guys who've gone through it together, maybe can go out to Montana or do something where we connect, fly fishing or by the fire, riding horses, whatever. I
Right.
think that'd be a good thing to do.
And where Mark Thompson has been in my life. I met him in church. It's for me, it's surrounding myself with winners and taking Mark's suggestions. I met him before I never ever went to church at all, and everything. He's been a real positive role model for me, and staying around people like that are trying to get me to work out more, that are trying to get me to become more spiritual. That's key too.
100%.
My friends and keeping my circle tight with people that are keeping me going in the right spiritual direction.
Yeah.
Remember, I'm a musician, dude. I know all kinds of dirt bags. They're everywhere. They're everywhere. But
Yeah.
I
it's funny you said that at the AA meetings here. I'm in Nashville. You talk about a lot of musicians showing up to these meetings. They're there, man. Some of them that you'd know.
That's right. And music's one of the only it's one of the only jobs you can get drunk and high at work and no one will say a word. That's part of you literally can drink while you're working if you want to.
Yeah.
And that's an occupational hazard now. If you want to be good, you got to set down that bottle and focus on your God-given talent.
That's right. Yep. What would you say, where's God moving in your life the most? Or if you have a lesson God's taught you maybe in the last few years you'd like to share?
Things don't always go my way. That's what I've learned a lot of, that everything that I've wanted to do, I thought when I got sober, everything would be perfect. And, and actually I've had several bumps in the road, some deaths, and also, you know, things that, things that came up that I didn't think would come up. So I've had strength to accept what's given me. That's what's been the most helpful to me, is accept the hand that I've been dealt each day.
Yeah.
And instead of either God's everything or there's nothing, right? So if he's guiding my life and giving me things, then I have to accept what they are. For example, my daughter, she was on the dean's list at Ohio State. I checked with her a couple weeks ago. She wasn't in college this semester. So, stuff like that. And the old Jim would have flew into a fury about that. But that's just what it is. That's just her path right this second.
Yeah.
And able to cope better by understanding that everything that happens to me, in my opinion, has been predetermined, and it's up to me to react in a fashion. And I trust God.
Yeah, that's that principle. In recovery groups, they talk about it a lot: living life on life's terms, not trying to force everything that happens into this agenda so I feel good all the time, because that's it's a false reality. And really that is what a godless culture is trying to do. Like, hey, if you're not happy about your gender, change it. If you're not happy about this, that, or the other, that is a part of the natural order, well, you can be God. It goes back to the original sin. So it's just, it's interesting how you can see in culture play out exactly what you're talking about, in terms of trying to either take control and take the reins completely, or respond to what life brings you, because these challenges many times are of God, to see how we respond.
That's right. And you never know, right? I mean, you never know why these things happen, but I trust God, and I trust that what He's picking for me to experience today is going to be to my benefit in the long run. I just have to keep my heart open and understand and do it that way.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Jim, stay on. I'm going to go ahead and finish this out because I don't want to go too long. But I've really enjoyed this initial conversation, and yeah, man, we're gonna hit it hard and get in shape these next few weeks.
Do it, man.
What's up, Warriors? Thanks for joining us for this edition of Warrior Profiles. I'm back with a return veteran warrior, David Hautamaki. I hope I'm saying it right. And man, you couldn't have a cooler job than this man has. David, I'm so glad to have you back. And thanks for coming on.
No, thanks for having me. I really appreciate it. And thanks for putting the program together. It's been a lot of fun.
Absolutely. Well, you're a guy, well, first of all, before we dig into, the 10,000 foot level of who you are, I mentioned your job. Tell everybody real quick what you do.
My job title is a forestry technician with the U.S. Department of Agriculture, but my title is an assistant tanker base manager. That doesn't mean that's exactly what I do. I basically travel the U.S. and fight wildland fires wherever they are. Currently in Arkansas doing prescribed fire. working out of a helicopter, and then in the summertime, I'm running retardant planes out on the western slopes of Colorado. So I
Now, what
deliver.
does that mean? Prescribed fire?
We're putting fire on the landscape in more of a natural state.
Okay.
So we're in control of it, and the springtime is the best time to do it, just because of fuel conditions. It's not in severe drought. You're looking
So
for
it's a
higher.
purposeful, controlled burn. Is that what you mean?
Yep,
Okay.
exactly.
Gotcha.
So and it restores the landscape. So we're trying to resource benefit for wildlife habitat and how quickly things grow in the South. You're trying to clear the forest of all the briars and all the weeds, and get rid of the leaf litter, just that way trees can grow back.
Yeah. Now I know, just reading some about nature and the environment, that natural wildfires are just a part of the cycle. It can be a good thing. But I was just driving through Wyoming, maybe 3-4 months ago, and it was on the hills, but these entire hillsides were just gone due to fire. You saw like this basically just like sticks, like burned toothpicks sticking up everywhere. Could some of that been controlled, like what you're doing, or do you think that's mostly natural?
No, I mean, fire's been over the last 100 years. The government's been suppressing fire, so it's kind of I feel like in a way we've made fires bigger just because we've suppressed them, and there hasn't been a natural progression of taking out the smaller fuels, the ladder fuels.
Yeah.
And so everything's become so overgrown, and fire hasn't been introduced. Most forests are pretty resilient when it comes to fire in them. It's a tough topic, and I probably can't go too much in depth on it just because my main job is to put them out, or help with ignitions on them. But I definitely think prescribed fire has its place.
Oh yeah, and I wasn't meaning to give us an ecology, or what would you call it? Ecological lesson, is that the right word?
Yeah.
So anyway, we can leave that alone. But I think it's a really cool job, and I love last time when we did the cold bath challenge. You did yours outside in a cold tub, and it was the snow everywhere. It looked like about the coldest possible thing you could do. So
it was pretty chilly, and then to top it off, I threw a bunch of extra snow on top of into the stock tank just to make sure it was extra cold.
Yeah, I'll have to post a picture of that because I've still got that video. Well, give us the 10,000 foot level of where you're at in life right now. I know you kind of have been going through a transition in a way. So tell us a little bit about where you're at and what brought you to this program for your next round.
Yeah, well, really, I was just, 2 years ago, I was just literally driving down the road to go hunting and kind of wheeled myself into the church parking lot that I find myself going to every Sunday, whether it's in person or online. And, just the sermon was white as snow. And I was kind of at a point in my life where it's like, I know something needs to change. And then, I was kind of going through life for the last year and a half, and trying to get myself back on track. I was going to small groups and with the church. And when I heard you and Seth having your interview on Man in America, I was just like, man, I want to jump into that program, get my feet wet. I was at a place where I wasn't physically and spiritually. I mean, I was working my way back. It's just, I needed to get something to leverage myself off the couch and just get a kickstart.
Yeah.
And man, it helped a lot. Like at the end of the program, I was just walking taller, feeling more confident in my body, just overall stronger mentally, physically, and spiritually. It was just, and once I was done with that with my first round, which was the second round, it was like a couple days after it ended. I think I jumped in right away.
Yeah.
Ready for round three. I couldn't leave myself where I was at. I wanted one more.
Well, tell me, yeah, I appreciate that, man. It helps me too. So thank you. In terms of your own physical, growth, or I should say, you lost weight. I mean, what were the advancements you saw physically?
Yeah, well, it wasn't really that I dropped the weight. It was just I stayed within that 210, 200 pounds the whole time, but I was sloppy. Like I was, and just
well, your before and after pictures look a lot different. You know, people would see that and think you lost weight, but you kind of just you gained some muscle, you lost some weight at the same time, probably.
yeah, and I mean, I should probably go get some new pants.
Yeah,
That's one thing I should probably go do. I'm gonna start to kind of look homeless here, but yeah, the belt definitely was tighter, and all my coats were looser. It's just I felt just a lot better physically,
yeah,
and I think that goes into every aspect of your life. Just body's a temple, treat it as such, and
yeah.
just felt a lot better after that round.
I'm glad to hear it, man. That's the goal. What about family? We're originally you still in contact with family? I just think of you as like the quintessential single guy out there fighting fires, and you know, but
Yeah, no, I keep in contact with my folks. They live up in Loveland, Colorado, which is north of Denver, about an hour. I've got a sister who's 2 years older than me. She lives in Puerto Natales, Chile, which is about the southern tip of Chile.
wow, okay,
Stay in contact with her, but other than that, that's my immediate family. Not too big there. Grandparents are in Minnesota. Talk to them a fair bit. They're 95 and 87, so they're still doing pretty good.
good, yeah,
But yeah, and as far as immediate family goes, everything's good. You know, growing up, I'd always been in a Christian home, but you do obviously, well, I did it. You move away, go to college, and then you kind of go your separate route. And then now I've kind of been getting steered, closer to Christ, and thank God for it. Biggest thing I realize is you can't go through life without, the guidance of Christ. Like you can't do it on your own.
yeah, not real well. And that college mentality. I mean, unfortunately, I lived it until I was 30 because I went into pro baseball, and the more disconnected you are from family, wife, kids. Not saying that you can have a family, wife, and kids and do that all wrong too. But man, like being single, playing ball after college, you just get stuck in this like kind of like you never grow up in a way. And
Yeah.
if you keep that too long and that becomes your whole life and the way you see things, it's really tough to break out of it and to actually mature.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel like that's where I was at 2 years ago, and I feel so much better not being there. Just
When that are you dating again?
no, I'm gonna stay off the market for a bit and just focus on work, focus on myself.
Yeah,
I just don't really see the need for more distractions in my life right now.
Yeah. Well, that's probably a good thing. That's why I mentioned one of the things, and I don't want to get into your personal business too much, but I said you're going through a transition. I've always been proud of you that right with, becoming single and the changes you made kind of almost during the last group, that's a time where a lot of guys would think of a program like this as a distraction. But instead you kind of jumped in and I think allowed it to be a little bit of an anchor to keep you consistent, give you some structure.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Just having to know that I had to get up that day and do a workout was good. And then just the soul building ops too. I mean, it's just having something to focus on for that week, and think critically just outside of what I'm dealing with on a day-to-day basis. That definitely helped.
You know which one you're going to pick this week?
If the weather was nicer, I was going to go for the hike, because there's some pretty good trails around Russellville, Arkansas. But
the hike, you got to be with somebody though, man. You got to pick a family or friend member to do that with.
Well, maybe I'll pull somebody from work.
There you go. How is it with your work? Are you around a lot of other guys, or you mostly kind of just run into them here and there?
No, there's quite a few people I work with. I've been coming down to Arkansas for probably the last 7 years. So I know everybody that works in the aviation pretty well, and then a lot of the ground and engine crews that do all the ignitions. That's one thing too that I've noticed just working with other people. I think they've noticed to see a change in me too.
Cool.
So, and And just with the eating habits and telling them, hey, I don't want to go out and grab beers tonight.
Yeah.
Because that used to be a normal thing. It's just like, that's kind of a normal thing you do is we get done with a shift. Let's go grab some beers. Well, as many people don't like to say, a couple beers lead into 3 and then 4 and then many
10.
more. It can.
Yeah. Hey, man, that's one of my big hangups. I mean, I can't drink for that reason because I like it too much,
Yeah.
But the great thing is when you get over that hump and you can still go and hang out with those guys, if it's possible for you and not drink. Now, for you may be able to have a couple and that's fine. But for me, I have gotten to this point where I'm able to be around people that are drinking and it doesn't affect me and I still can have a good time.
Well, I like to use your program as kind of like my scapegoat of, I'm on this workout program and I'm not drinking. So yeah. I kind of use that to my leverage. So
there you go. Yeah.
Works in my favor.
That's good. That's good. Well, what do you're around guys a lot. You yourself, you said 2 years you were in a place that you weren't really happy. You weren't satisfied anymore with where life was headed in that place. Looking back on that and looking, maybe at society at large with men, David, what would you say that's the main component missing or that men are needing, keeping them from living a fulfilling life?
I think having a grounded faith and something to fall back on. I think I see a lot of people that just kind of avoid conflict when it's their core values and not really sticking to it.
Yeah.
Standing up for your faith. It's difficult when you're working for the federal agency when, you get things shoved down your throat that you don't really, that it's not your values, but I don't know. I'm around enough people that I think I'd like to think that someday maybe I could be that stand-up person to stand up to that. I've had some really good supervisors in the past, especially with the vaccine and stuff.
Yeah.
Who were just stand-up people and they had my back. There were a lot of other people.
I remember watching, I just went back and watched our last interview from last time. You also stood strong yourself because you had some supervisors as well, as I recall, that said, man, just take the vax so we don't have to lose you. Do it.
Yeah.
And you just said, no, I'm willing to leave my job, but I'm not doing that. So you were willing to stick to your guns as well.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's just kind of where I see things in my perspective is just people falling back to their values and their faith and just standing strong. What's the worst thing that can happen? I'll just lose my job and I'll go use one of my other skill sets. So.
There you go. That's confidence right there, man. I love it. Yeah. Well, I definitely see, I'm like you. A lot of men need to be able to stand up for the courage of their convictions. But the problem is they're not anchored to anything. So they don't have convictions. It's kind of like, well, I'm just going to go with whatever the world tells me to do. And that's not just men, that's women too. But I've especially seen it with men that need to be that bulwark and that strength in society. And we've kind of, it's been a dereliction of duty in a big way. So I commend you for the place you're at, doing your kind of work with a federal agency, standing strong. I think that's a great example, man, and I'm sure it's rubbing off on those other guys, whether they say it or not.
No, I'd like to think it is. I definitely know of a couple other folks that are underneath me now that I think they got my back too. So
there you go. Awesome. Well, David, it's good talking to you, man. I know you're going to have a successful second round of this program, and I'm looking forward to finishing this journey with you.
Yeah, look forward to it, Jeremy.
All right, brother. Hang on one second. I'm going to close it out. So, guys, we do have such a great group of men that have joined the program. I've been blessed to get to know so many of them and to work with them, coach them the whole bit. And they're from all walks of life. They do all different personalities, all different needs when they join, but they're like-minded with you. So when you join this program, you can know that you're signing up with a group of men that are wanting to get after it with you. And one of the best ways that I can show that is to actually just play for you the first kickoff team huddle with one of the previous groups. All right. Because what I do in that is it's going to show you these guys that don't know really, they've paid the money. They may kind of know me. They may know me a lot or not at all. But they want to improve their life through Warrior MBS. And this is the first meeting, and I give an overview of all the aspects of the program. So I think for you out there in the public that's considering joining, watching this could be a big benefit. So I will play that team huddle right after this.
It's no secret. The world wants you weak. There's a coordinated effort by governments, media, healthcare, education, and more to destroy men of strength entirely. This agenda slowly seduces men into weakness and compliance. They become addicted to comfort, mentally weak, and ultimately reliant on the state. But embedded within the spirit of every man, there is a deep desire to be strong and independent, not just physically, but mentally and spiritually as well, to become the fathers, husbands, and community leaders that God designed us to be. My name is Jeremy Sladen, and I understand the struggle firsthand. As a former professional athlete, I found myself being led down a path of confusion and weakness after my sports career ended. Slowly, I became addicted to comfort. I was sluggish, out of shape, and disconnected from God. My spiritual life was in disarray, and my marriage was at risk. I knew things had to change, and after a big wake-up call, I embarked on a personal reset that transformed my mental, physical, and spiritual well-being. After my own personal transformation, I witnessed countless men trapped in similar circumstances, targeted by a culture aiming for their irrelevance. This led me to launch the Warrior Mind, Body, and Soul program. Warrior MBS is a 70-day competitive experience that has been designed from the ground up to unleash the strong man within you. It includes a comprehensive eating plan, a personally customized workout plan based on your goals, soul-building operations to strengthen your faith, and a brotherhood of like-minded Christian men who are with you in the fight. This experience is crafted from the ground up to help you get your mojo back. Here's what others are saying about Warrior MBS.
The program was amazing for me, just for muscle toning, for overall fitness.
Great diet, great soul building ops, great people you get to meet.
One of the things I love is that I'm surrounded by like-minded men, men who love the Lord, men who want to be good leaders, not only in their home, but also in the community for which they live.
It's changed my life. I think it has potential to change yours, and I highly encourage that you join.
The world needs men who are strong, compassionate, and resilient, and it needs them now more than ever. Join me on this journey and become a warrior in mind, body, and soul.
Today, guys, is probably going to be the longest of the meetings just because we're kicking off. I know you guys are busy. I do have a 40-minute limit because I just use the free version of Zoom, so you can let that comfort you. We won't go any longer than that because we can't. So I'll try to keep everything succinct as I can, but really excited about this round, guys, because there's some new ideas. There's some things that I think are going to shake up the old rounds or really improve upon them for you veterans. Just really pumped that you're going to experience some new things. And my hope is that guys like Glenn Price and Pete Zobrist and Gary and David are going to say, man, that was the best round we've done so far because of some of these new things we're implementing. So pretty pumped about that. Let's see here. Let's do this real quick, guys. I'm not going to take up a bunch of time on intros at all because there's a lot of us. So why don't we do this? Now I've got a certain, I see Thomas, then me, then Craig, then Steve, then Glenn. Once I say your name, just give us your first and last name, your age, and what you do for a living. I think that'd be good. Just those three things: name, age, what you do for a living. I think that'll help us kick it off, and that'll give people a little bit more time to get in. So Thomas, we'll start with you, brother. Just unmute, name, age, and what you do.
Hey, Thomas Harris. Can you hear me?
Yep, gotcha.
All right, Thomas Harris, about to be 49 on Wednesday, and I work in homeless ministry in Nashville.
Excellent. And for those of you that I guess maybe one or two of you have met Thomas in person, but the dude in person looks like he's 36. So I don't know how he's 49. Craig.
Craig Berry, 46, and I work in the mining industry. We're starting up a new mine down in southern Arizona.
Excellent.
And
Originally
it's a
from
South African accent.
Yeah. Great to have you, Craig. Steven.
Steve Fish, 57, professionally retired. Also in southern Arizona, so we're going to have to meet for lunch sometime.
Absolutely. Thanks, Steve. Steve's one of our veterans. Glenn.
Yes, Glenn Price, 53, and financial planner.
I'll tell you what, let's add one more thing, where you're calling from, just so we get a feel for where we're at in the country. I know you're local to me.
I'm in Murfreesboro, Tennessee.
Excellent.
Hey, nice.
Thanks, Glenn. Jim Patton. You have to unmute. There you go. He's still muted. Jim, maybe we can figure it out in a minute. Go ahead, Pete.
I'm Pete Zobrist, 35. I am calling from Kansas City, Missouri, but I live in Illinois, and I'm an asset.
We'll say that one more time, Pete. We lost you there at the end.
I'm an IT asset manager.
Excellent. Yes, sir. He's another veteran. So, and I didn't say this, but Glenn, Jim Patton, and Pete Zobrist are all veterans. All right, kid.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep. Gotcha.
All right. Okay. Well, my name's Jason Peterson, or as Jay called me, kid. In the music industry, people call me that, but I'm a home inspector. I run a home inspection business, and I tour around playing music and stuff too. I've been lucky enough to do an interview with Jay Slay back in the day. It's been a little bit. Anyway, I'm 41 years old. I have one daughter. Been divorced once, married again. Her nice stepmama now, and I'm just wanting to get in better shape. I let my body kind of go to heck in the last couple of years. I don't know what happened. A great way to be accountable with you guys and just step up and help our spirituality and mentality and everything. So appreciate you guys having me.
Absolutely. Good to have you, Jason. Jonathan.
What's up, gentlemen? College Grove, Tennessee. I'm a client exec, technology sales. Travel a little bit for that. And excited to meet you guys and just level up my life because I'm 40 now. And I was like, whoa, need to probably do better. So, Jeremy, thanks for getting this together and including me.
Absolutely, man. Glad to have you. You're going to meet those goals, my friend. Chris.
All right. I'm Chris Veal, Franklin, Tennessee, 47 years old. I'm an entrepreneur in the building, construction and design space. So
great to have you, Chris.
Thank you.
David.
Yeah, I'm David Howdemacky. I'm 36 years young. I'm a wildland firefighter with the U.S. Forest Service, and I'm calling from Durango, Colorado.
Awesome. David's another veteran. This is his third program. He's a real leader, guys, so watch what he does. Andrew.
Yeah, I'm Andrew Love, and I'm 34. I live in White Pine, Tennessee, which is I'm an East Tennessee guy, so I'm about 30 minutes east of Knoxville. And I do manage people's content creation. I'm doing stuff with Jay Slay right now, posting up his content and things, and I can do a little bit of editing as well. And then I also own a grooming business and boarding business for dogs and pets that I own with my wife, called the Pet Spa and Resort.
Awesome. Andrew, I learned something new, man. Maybe you told me, but I didn't know that. That's cool. Jeremy.
Let me get unmuted here. Hey, Jeremy Patterson, New Orleans, Louisiana. I'm in the financial planning business and also Air Force veteran.
Excellent. Thank you, Jeremy. Glad to have you. Cooper.
Cooper Osteen, calling from Fort Pierce, Florida. 40 years old, almost to my prime. In commercial real estate, brokerage and development.
Yes, sir. And Cooper and I played ball in the Phillies organization for a couple years there. How long were you within the minors of the Phillies, Coop?
Let's see. I had a short season, one full season, and then the start of a third season. So
yeah,
if you add it all up, maybe I call it 2 years.
Yeah. Well, we got some hilarious stories we'll share at some point. Great to have you, Coop. Bobby.
Thanks, buddy.
Hey, Bobby Crotty. I'm from north of Dallas, Texas. I'm 39, Army veteran, 5 kids. Yep.
Absolutely. Great to have you, Bobby. Thank you, man. Gary. You have to unmute. I muted you earlier because we had echo going on. Got the old man syndrome going. Go ahead, Ben.
What's up, guys?
Go ahead.
What's up, guys? Ben Zobrist, Franklin, Tennessee. I'll be 42 in a few days here. I'm a single dad of 3 kids related to Big Pete over there. And I don't know what you call my job. Sometimes I call myself a hospitality farmer, but I have a wedding venue here in unemployed. Okay, that's what my brother says. So we'll go with that. But I started a nonprofit about 10 months ago that's addressing young athletes, parents, and coaches, their emotional intelligence and emotional health with young athletes.
That's great, man. Important stuff there, Ben. Ben's been a friend for a while, and happy to have you, Ben. Gary, we'll go back to you.
Okay. Gary Slayton, live in College Grove, be 62 in a couple weeks or so, or a couple of months, I'm sorry. And I retired from my day job back in 2018. So I guess I spend most of my time just trying to keep Jeremy straight nowadays. I'm his dad.
Doesn't do a good job of it, though.
That sounds like a full-time job.
It is.
Great to have you back. This is his 4th round, so he's been through it, I think, as much as anybody, except for maybe Jim Patton. It's still got you muted, Jim. I'm not sure what's going on, man. I see that you're unmuting. If we can't figure it out, we'll get to know you later. While we wait, go ahead, Joe.
Hey guys, how you doing? Joe Hegedish, 42 years old, live in New York. I'm on disability right now, and Air Force veteran.
Thank you, Joe. Glad to have you, brother.
Thanks,
then
guys.
we got Craig Berry. We don't see you, but maybe we can hear you.
No, that's me, Jeremy. I've just joined from my computer and my phone.
That threw me. Yeah, the 2 Craig Berries. Looks like Jim's logging back in. I think he had a technical difficulty there. Jim, you can try one more time, but as long as you can hear us. If
all right, so
there we go.
Jim Patton, 48, in Brentwood, Tennessee, and I do financial planning. Here we go.
Excellent. Thank you, Jim. He's another veteran. Guys, we probably have 8 to 10 veterans. We've got 25 guys that are going to be active this time. So really excited about it. The program is growing. This is the most guys I've had, which means, I will always be accessible. I'll always try to get back to you as quick as I can through direct messages. A lot of you guys have my personal cell phone. I'll never care if you text me, but I'll probably get to you quicker if you DM me in terms of stuff about the program. But you've also, in every small team, which now you've been placed, all of you in a small team. So make sure that you check that out if you've not already. I've got 6 teams of 4 guys apiece. One of the teams has 5 guys, but I'm gonna weight it with the percentages, so it's all going to even out. But rely on your veteran captain. Okay. All of the teams are going to have one guy that's been through it before, and you'll know that he's the vet captain because he'll announce that. And that'll be kind of your first line of defense in terms of, simple stuff, Q&A. Hey, how do we do this? What's compliant, what's not. And if they don't know, they'll direct you to me, and that'll be good from there. If you're behind on your testing, get that to me as quick as possible. There may be 2 of you that haven't done testing. I think you guys who are on the call have done it, but some who are watching have not. And then the pictures, make sure you get those pictures in, because that's actually our best metric, is to see the difference. I want to make guys there's a lot. I get that. You're seeing a lot of channels. I just popped the first week soul operations in there. I just popped in week 1 physical, the workouts for week 1 are in there. I know it's a lot. I want you to really focus this first week, and maybe the first 2 weeks, on the physical side and the diet more than anything, because we can all get that. We know we got to follow a compliant meal plan, and we've got to do our workouts each week. And once you get that part down, I'm not saying that we're not going to have soul operations, because we are this week, but I want that physical side to be number 1. And it's at times it's going to feel like you're fasting, not because you're not eating a lot, but because your body is probably going to crave some things that you're now saying no to. Use that as a time, like a sacrificial time. If you feel it like bothering you, pray. That's probably the best thing you can do, because there's no way really around that mood if you're not having mood altering substances, which those are, unless it's prescribed or something by a doctor, that's not really part of the program. So use it as a time to feel that emptiness and fill it with goodness. Fill it with relationships with your family, guys in this program, and praying to God that he can help see you through this first 2 weeks, because it is going to be tough. There's going to be days that just are hard, and that's okay. That means you're on the right track. I'm going to go over the leaderboard, and I know some of you guys have already seen this, but I think it'll help set the stage for everything else we're going to talk about. Give me just a second. Okay, I'm hoping that everybody can see this. Give me a thumbs up, Dad, if you can see that leaderboard guide. You got it? Okay. All right, leaderboard guide. So everybody's broken down into 4-man foursomes. There's going to be a captain on each team. Go to them first, but this is where the magic happens, gentlemen. This is that accountability piece where you can get to know those guys in your small group. Nobody else has access to that channel except for your small group. Okay. And then me, I'll have access as well. But I may not check in every day, especially as we get deeper into the program, because this thing's meant to run on its own. So every time you complete a workout, and I'm sorry, guys, there's a typo here. I'm going to correct it as we're on the fly here. Every time you complete a workout, it's worth 2 points. All right. Your veteran captain will keep up with that. But one thing you can do is take that sweaty selfie, and beside your face, just hold up a finger, like 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. That way he doesn't have to go back and count them up. You'll make it real easy on him if you just, by your face in that picture, just put up the number of the workout you did, and he can count them up that way. Compliant meals are worth 1 point apiece. So that's twice as important as your workouts. If you have a fully compliant week, worth 21 total, that's 3 meals per day. It's 7 days a week. And keep this in mind too, guys. Let's say that you have a snack in between, like you go to your daughter's school and they're having cupcakes, and you have 2 big cupcakes with ice cream. I'm sorry, with icing on it. Take a picture of that, upload it, and just put -1. All right. Because that's going to negate your last compliant meal. All right. So your vet captain will help kind of explain the dynamics of the meals and how it works, but just plan to take a quick picture and upload it. And what I do is I put the number beside the picture. So I'll just say, like, meal 1, meal 2, meal 3. You don't have to list the week. You don't have to do anything. You just put the number. And if you end the week with 19 compliant meals, then you got 19 points, and your vet captain will see that easily. The soul building operations, there's going to be a proof required each week, which will be a write-up a photo, maybe a selfie video, or some other specific instruction, that's worth 5 points. So it actually, that can be the difference in winning or losing this entire competition for your team, because those 5 points add up. Every 2 soul building ops is worth the same as a complete full week of workouts. Last is going to be the weekly team huddle. So within Slack, so we're doing a Zoom call, but within Slack, there's an option that your veteran captains are going to know about, where they can do it's actually called a huddle right there, and they can set it up so that you actually can do a video call with your 4 guys or your 3 guys right there in your channel. And really, that's going to be more of a Q&A. I may have, told your veteran captain to talk about that week's soul operation, ask questions, to kind of get you talking, to build relationships a bit in that way. But it's really a check-in to see how you're doing and to answer your questions and to build the relationship. And I believe that math right there, see 10, 21. Okay. The math's wrong on this, but the one on the leaderboard channel is correct. The total possible points per man per week is 40. So the total per tribe per week or per foursome is more than that. Anyway, it's correct inside the leaderboard channel if you click on this PDF. So really, that's where you get all your points from. You've got workouts, you've got meals, you've got soul building operations, and you've got attendance in a team huddle, which is not going to be long, guys. We're talking 15 to 20 minutes. All right. And again, that's just to check in. One other thing that I do to kind of keep it fun is, as we get further in, I'll do something called bold moves. And that's maybe, take a 3-minute ice bath and prove that you did it. Go out, hunt, kill, and eat your own food for that, for one meal that week. That would be worth bonus points, where it's not required, but if you do it and you provide the proof, it's something fun. It gets you out of the box. It's not necessarily spiritual per se, although it could be. But it can help you leapfrog if you're falling behind and you got to catch up. But they're not going to be easy. All right, those are called the bold moves. So that's the overview, guys. And before I jump into some specifics, does anybody have general questions before we move on? Any takers? Feel free to unmute. Okay. All right, I'll keep moving. So let me go back to screen share here, because that's going to be the easiest thing. We're going to start with the workouts and talk about that. All right, week 1 workouts. Everybody has this now in the workout channel. Each workout's worth 2 points. Do your warm up every day, guys. I know that can be a little boring, and it does take about 4 to 5 minutes to get it done, but that's going to keep you from injury. And also, reach out to me quickly if something starts barking, okay? Or let your vet captain know. And right now on the Slack channel, you have this document, and you have a link you can click right there in the same post to watch a video for each workout by day. So there's a folder for day 1 that would have all of this. It would have the push-ups, the forearm planks, the flutter kicks, the glute bridges, and the high knee walking lunges. So you can see what they are, and there's modifications built into those videos. So like push-ups, some guys, they truly, in 20 seconds, they can maybe do 3 push-ups and then they just can't do anymore. You can drop to knee push-ups. Forearm planks, you can do push-up planks instead. So that'll be self-explanatory in the video. And I'm just trying to say, if you see those names and you don't recognize them, watch the video first before you go to the vet captain or me, because it's probably answered. The interval sets are done like this. So you can see your 20 seconds on, 45 seconds rest, 30 seconds on, 45 seconds rest. So again, you go down that. And then when you finish all of that down to the high knee walking lunges, you'll rest for 2 minutes. All right. Then you'll repeat the whole chain of events or chain of sets for 3 interval sets. All right. At the end, I've got a veteran challenge. So if you feel like you need more, try that veteran challenge, 3 sets of 60-second wall sits. And then at the end, it says 5-minute cool down, stretch as needed, drink lots of water. I'm not going to get into telling you guys what you need to do for your cool down, because you know your body. So if something feels tight or whatever, then stretch that area. But it's a lot of common sense. Now, if you have specific questions about a cool down, reach out to me. But I kind of want you to just use common sense to stretch, breathe, drink water, rather than just hopping in your car if you're really tight after, say, a run, because that's when you could cramp up. All right. So that would be considered a muscle day. And then you go into a run day. So this is an interval run. Now, to some of you, this is going to seem really easy. To others of you, it's going to seem a little more difficult. That's why I have advanced, intermediate, and beginner. And guys, after this call today, I'm going to send you, each of you individually, a DM that tells you which group to start in. And then after that, we can go from there. So the advanced group is going to have 20 sets of 10 seconds high intensity. So that's an 80% sprint. So the way that should be is, from an outside perspective, somebody watching you, they think, well, okay, he's running pretty darn hard. He may have one more gear, but that's pretty hard. Then low intensity, 40 seconds of walking. You go back and forth on that for 20 sets. All right. The beginner, though, would have 10 seconds of medium to low intensity. So that would be, say, a 50% jog or a 30% jog, then 40 seconds of low intensity. So some of you guys that, you tested out at a beginner level, that's where I'm going to start you. And you can inform me as we go, hey, I'm ready to graduate or move up to intermediate or what have you. We'll go from there. There's a vet challenge that day too. And then we'll go back to a muscle day, and I'm not going to read through all this, guys, because I could wear you out. But you're going to go from muscle day to run day to muscle day to run day. And each week is going to get successively harder. And then the last day is going to be a combo day. So this has some endurance and some muscle. So on this one, this is kind of a unique day. We won't do this many times. You're going to go all the way through this one time and one time only. Then take a 2-minute walk, then do a 5-minute jog at 40%, then walk a minute, then a 5-minute jog at 50%, and then walk a minute. Okay. Now, many of you, like Joe, for instance, we've talked about certain things that are hurting you, affecting you, where you really got to make an adjustment. And with you, Joe, I don't know if it was running or not, but I do know, like on sit-ups, you're going to do hanging leg raises to work your abs, same muscle group, right? So if there's something you absolutely can't do, let's say it's the run, call me, text me, or talk to your veteran captain and come up with something that you can go 80% and then, high intensity, low intensity, and it makes sense. I want these workouts this first week to be, if 10 is like as hard, you're running for your life and it's like the hardest thing you could possibly do. And a 1 is sitting on the couch. I want these workouts to be about a 7 on week number 1, maybe a 7 or an 8. And I kind of want to stay there, but believe me, it's going to get harder, but you're just going to get stronger. So by the time that we're getting into the hard stuff in week 5, 6, 7, 8, your body's going to be ready for it. Okay. And it's up to you to let me know if this is pushing you at the level it should be, or if it's way too hard. Okay. Because we can make those adjustments. All right. So that's, generally speaking, that's the workouts. If you're thinking of questions that would help the entire group, ask them now. If it's something specific to you, then ask me after. But anybody got questions?
Hey, Jeremy, are you using the interval timer?
Yes. I'm glad you mentioned that because I about forgot it. There's an app, guys, called the Interval Timer app. I do recommend you download it if you have an Apple iPhone or you use Apple devices. I will have that populated, all right, with all of the different the seconds on so high intensity 20, low intensity 40, whatever it is, it'll be pre-populated, and all you'll have to do is download that link by email, and there you go. And it's even gonna, I think I've got it built now where it says high intensity run, low intensity walk, push-ups, and you just look at that thing and it dings for you and says what you have to do. Steve, in the last round, you found one that worked for Android, I believe. Was that you that was doing that? You're muted.
There. How's that? Can you hear me now?
Good. Gotcha.
Yeah, I have one. And I think you put a room up for it last time, and I populated it most of the time. It works on the Androids, and I'll do it again, but I'm not perfect at it. So when you go through it, there might be a little discrepancy, but most of the time I got it right.
Yeah. Thank you, Steve, for doing that. And after week one, I'll take a poll and see how many guys are actually using it. And if they're not doing it, then you won't have to do that. But guys, this program was originally meant to just do with a stopwatch or watching a clock on the wall. So take advantage of these tools because it's an extra benefit. All right. So next, after workouts, meal plan. I don't want to talk about that a lot today, but does anybody have, a general question on the meal plan that they need help with or they've been thinking about?
Just a general question about if we want to do any fasting or skip a certain meal, but we still want the.
Yes.
What do you think you should do?
Great question, Ben. And I wish I need to update the plan to write that in. If you want to take a fast, I really don't want you to take 2 meals off during the program, especially on a workout day. I mean, if it's something that you're really committed to for a spiritual reason, reach out to me. We'll make it work. But yeah, if you take a fast and you just take a picture of like a cup of water or a coffee or nothing and just say, and just put fast or coffee fast, what have you. I do that almost every morning. I got away from eating breakfast for the most part. I have bigger meals for lunch. I'll have a snack in the mid-afternoon and then I'll have a sizable dinner, but it's compliant food. So I generally stay in shape, but I think the fasting, I just find that I'm not hungry in the mornings, but if I start eating in the mornings, I'll get hungrier. It's weird. So, yeah, that's a great thought, Ben. And just say fast and then count it as a point. All right. Anything else on meals? Okay. Next, soul operations. Just a moment, getting it up here. Okay, week 1 soul operations, guys. The first 30 days of this program is based around the internal man. I call it your great reset, kind of mirroring the great reset they want to do out there in the world. But we need a personal one if we're to be at our best and fight these battles. And that's the reason you're here. Little quote, brick by brick, my citizens, brick by brick, Emperor Hadrian urging his people to rebuild Rome after a horrific fire, encouraging them to do so in a methodical manner so that it may stand the test of time. That's kind of the way that I viewed this as I put this together of let's build the inner foundation first and work out from there. And again, Rome wasn't built in a day, so we're patient with ourselves. You get 3 options each week, guys. And this first one is called the door to freedom. This is one of the 3 options. And I'm just going to hit the high points. Consider your worst bad habits, maybe a toxic relationship, addiction, or other hang up that you and maybe only you know is holding you back. And it's leaving destruction in your life, or it's causing you to perform at a 6 or a 7 instead of an 8, 9, or 10, which maybe God's gifted you in an area, but you're underachieving for this reason. So you've internally identified the problem, pray about it a bit. And the door to freedom is bringing it out in the open, not necessarily with your group, but with going to a counselor, a family member, a trusted friend who you think can help you, because if the problem stays hidden, it will continue to own you. So identify it, pray about it, and then take that step of bringing it out in the open. That's why it's the door to freedom, not freedom, because this just starts you on a path toward recovery in a certain area. Okay. Because, half the guys in this group or more guaranteed are dealing with something deep. All right. And this is just a start. Notice right here, a write-up or a selfie video works to prove. And all you're doing is you just mention what issue it is and the action step that you took. You don't have to be specific or go into a ton of detail, because again, you're just now getting to know these guys. I understand that. It takes time to build trust to go there. Option 2 is a hike and a prayer. This is pick out a person in your life. It can be family. It could be a good friend that the relationship's not quite where it needs to be and you need to reconnect. This could be done on a golf course, as long as it's outdoors and it's something special between you two. And you take them on a hike and you consider before you go what their desires and needs are. And maybe you ask God, how can I reconnect with them? But be sure that you pray with them about their life on the hike or on the, while you're golfing or whatever, so that they know that you're trying, and God can do amazing things. I know Glenn had a very special moment only a couple rounds ago doing this. Option 3, do less better. This is for the guys who are spread way too thin, that are saying yes to too many things because maybe out of weakness. It's just easier to say yes than say no. And because of that, we lack margin in our lives. I love Zig Ziglar's quote: many men have become wandering generalities rather than meaningful specifics. We're fragmented, right? It's time to get focused. So this one, you consider all the groups, the roles, the memberships, and the tasks that are taking your time. Good thing to do is check your calendar over the last couple of weeks and look what is there that doesn't need to be there anymore, and post a brief write-up or selfie to your small group that is saying what you're choosing to let go of and what you want to prioritize instead. All right. This is about becoming a better man by doing less things. If you've been through the program before, this is actually Jim Patton's garage. He sent this in after completing this task last time. I'm just kidding. I should have said a guy that I could see. He's got his screensaver up. But yeah, it's pick a project in your life that your wife and maybe you, it's just weighing on you, but it's draining your energy because you got to get it done, but maybe it's gone for months, and get that shit done. Get it done. The proof for points is tell your tribe or tell your group what the project is, take a before photo, do the job, take an after photo, and then post them both. You're going to feel great when this is finally off your plate. That one's available for guys who have completed a previous round. All right. So with that, guys, that's the soul operations. I want to bring up one other thing. Starting week 2, some of you joined because of the Ready Husband connection. Ready Husband is it's Chris Keltzer. I was just on the phone with him earlier today. He came up with a plan for helping Christian men become prepared for what could potentially happen in society. It covers 7 things, and after week 1, you've got 7 weeks. So week number here, it says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If you can see those highlights. Week 2, if you choose this route, you won't do any more soul operations. You'll do the family prep plan, and I consider it the service route, because you're going to be that guy in your neighborhood, on your son's baseball team, at your church, that if stuff goes down, people know that you're a guy that knows what to do. All right. Snapshot of personal. That's heart, soul, mind, and strength. So that may be a little bit of a repeat of some things I do. Next is provisions, then shelter, then physical. That's medical. What do you do when you're off the grid and you're not going to go to regular doctors anymore because, it's a corrupt system, perhaps. Equipment, individual and team, mobility, that's the freedom of movement, transportation. And then lastly, team, friends, family, and neighbors, how to generate a network, who, if you don't have those skills, you start to develop that net of people in your life that do, and you've got quick access to them. So Chris does a phenomenal job of that, guys. And he is going to, for the guys that choose that, during the middle of week 2, we hadn't picked the day yet. He's going to come on to do a kickoff and a Q&A with you guys live, where he gives an overview of his philosophy and allows you to ask some questions before you go down that road. So that's available as well. And I'm really excited about that. He's a great dude, F-16 pilot for 18 years in the Air Force. Actually, Thomas, you would know better than me. Is it the Air Force or Navy that flies F-16s? He's not coming through. Anyway, if somebody knows, let me know. We're running short on time. We've got about 4.5 minutes left, and I want to announce a new thing that is optional. Okay. I know there's a lot on your plate already, but this is going to be put out there for you, which is the Warrior MBS Men's Bible Study. Okay. Several of you have said in the past, Jeremy, I like your soul operations, but I really wish there was something that was directly biblical, scripture-based directly that we could tune into weekly or daily. So Dad called me this morning and said, God's laid it on my heart to do this. And I didn't even ask him at all to do it. But before he talks, I just want to make it clear, not mandatory. It's not going to get you points. It will be recorded, and it has its own channel. So it's going to be done through Zoom, and you can access the link through that channel and watch the recording as well if you can't make it. So Dad, take it away. You've got 3 minutes and 40 seconds to talk and to close us out in prayer.
Okay, you got me?
Gotcha.
Okay. Well, it's good to hear all you guys get to know you just a tad. I watched the videos on each one that's done a video, and that was really inspiring to me and gave me a better feel for where some of you guys are in your life. And yeah, this morning I just felt really inspired that in Jeremy's program, if we had an opportunity, maybe it's 4 of us, maybe it's 8 of us, or maybe it's more, to be able to get in the Word for about 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and about 10 or 15 minutes of discussion. This will not go longer than 30 minutes. But, you know, we live in a world right now that can be very discouraging. And I want you to know, guys, I come from a place, many of you are about 40 years old, it sounds like. And I come from a place where my life, and Jeremy knows this, was going to really crash and burn about 40 years old. All the things in this soul op that he laid out that needs to be done, I was a wreck in all those areas. I was saying yes to everything and too busy and spread out. I had hangups and habits that were killing me, and I had a double life. So I want you to know nothing surprises me because I walked through a lot of stuff. I'm now almost 62 years old, and I've got friends that have drank themselves to death recently and died. I've got guys who, you know, good guys, but they just didn't finish well. So I want this to be inspiring and encouraging. We've got giants that we have to slay in this country and in our culture. And I'm thinking of giants like addiction. I'm thinking of giants like debilitating fear, anxiety, depression. There's stuff going on. And so for me, a men's small group at about 40 years old absolutely changed my life, where I could get real, open up, and be able to talk. So maybe this is a start to something like that for you in your life. I would encourage you also to assess yourself not only physically, but where are you mentally and spiritually? And I can tell you before round 1, this is my 4th round, I was a 4 physically, and now I'm a 9. I would say mentally, I was about a 5 or 6. And after the first round of the program, I went to a 9. Spiritually, that's hard to gauge, but I'm in a better place than I was before because of the program and the connections.
I apologize about this, Dad. We got 60 seconds. I don't want you to get cut off mid-sentence.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
So on Thursday evenings at 8 p.m. Central, you're going to have the opportunity to chime in just like we are right now. Jeremy, it's going to be a Zoom link, correct?
It'll be a Zoom link. I'll set that up and post it, and you guys can join just like you're joining this on Thursday nights at 8.
Okay. So, guys, I hope to see you then. Very encouraged you're in the program. It's going to be fantastic. Resistance builds strength, and Jesus suffered to get to a place of a goal that changed humanity. So there's going to be some suffering, and it's going to be good for us. There's going to be some resistance to build strength. It's good for us. So I'm going to finish with this. This will be our closing prayer, Jeremy. This is what God put on my heart this morning. He gives strength to the weary and increases the power of the weak. Even youth.
So guys, you can tell, you know, we're all brand new right there. None of us knew each other, but there's already a cohesive spirit because we're in it for the same reasons. Well, there could be varied reasons, but we're in it with the same spirit of wanting to improve our lives in one or all of those areas of mind, body, and soul. Now, from a spiritual perspective, you saw in the team huddle there, Gary got cut off as he was praying or about to pray for the men. But we also have a Bible study that is not mandatory. So it's usually a smaller group that joins up on one night of the week. That's good for, you know, the majority of guys. And yeah, we have an incredible time in that Bible study. Guys get a lot out of it if they choose to come. And I'm going to play a Bible study that we did that was pretty powerful one night about overcoming guilt and going back to King David and his life and some of the mistakes he made, and how to overcome guilt and also how to use the mistakes that we've made in our lives. So check this out.
Lord, thank you for this day. Thank you for these men, their hunger to engage. And I just pray that the word will speak to our hearts this evening. And Lord, continue to guide us and lead us. in the path that you would have us to be on. Thank you for this program and the benefits from it. And thank you for these men that stay engaged in it. In Jesus' name, amen. Okay. So Psalm 32, if you have your Bible or your phone app, turn to that. And I want this evening to be more of a interactive discussion, more so than in the past. So I want to read a few verses here, and then I'm going to ask you a question. So let's start with Psalm 32, verse 1. And this is David, which we talked about a few weeks ago in slaying Goliath, but now he's a man, he's a king. And this is the words he has to say in Psalm 32. Oh, what joy for those whose disobedience is forgiven, whose sin is put out of sight. Yes, what joy for those whose record the Lord has cleared of guilt, whose lives are lived in complete honesty. So I want us to talk about that just for a minute. Man, what would it be like to live our lives in complete honesty and to feel like from the Lord that the record has been cleared? I mean, what would that feel like to you guys? What emotions does that bring in for you about being cleared of your guilt?
I think it would probably just be, freedom is what I was going to say too.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll say for me personally, I mean, it's a gift whenever there's a span of time, because many of us, we go into seasons of deep honesty, and then we'll slide back into some fabrications and some lies, and we may live there for a little while. And some guys go really deep with that. But I feel like it's almost like waves crashing on a shore. You know, like you want to get back to that good place, and not stay in that place of dishonesty. But it's a gift to have that freedom of not looking over your shoulder and not having to look at especially the people you love the most, and think, are they going to find out? Are they going to find out what I really did and who I really am? And because that's a sucky way to live. And the Bible is chock full of verses about how those who are living in deception, they flee though no one is pursuing. So you feel guilty and you feel like you're going to get caught even when nobody's even thinking about you. And I'll say one other thing. I think it also turns the focus inward, where you're only thinking about yourself, versus when you're living in honesty and freedom, you're living in a place where you're looking to serve others and you're looking to build your life based on God's purpose for you to serve other people, not just like, how do I hide or how do I make myself look good?
Mm-hmm. That's good. So then it says in verse 3, when I refused
So we got a hiccup here.
We are in 32, right? Palms 32. You know what he said?
Yeah, we're in 32, and Gary froze, so he may have to log out and log back in. I'm going to text him real quick. Hold on. Just going to send him, you froze. Log back in. Wouldn't be surprised if his phone died. You know,
said, for when I kept silent, my bones wasted away through my groaning all day long.
Yep. And Gary's back.
Okay, I'm back. I don't know what happened there. So I read verse 3, fish. Is that what you were reading?
I just started on 3, but
Yeah, when I refused to confess my sin, my body wasted away and I groaned all day long. Day and night, your hand of discipline was heavy on me. My strength evaporated like water in the summer heat. So what those are strong words. I mean, this is the man that was King David, the man that was after God's heart, a man after God's heart. He had made the mistake with Bathsheba. Then he had her husband killed. So this dude had he had not only committed adultery, he had committed murder. So how can a guy like that be a man after God's own heart?
he realized he was forgiven. Maybe. Well, this is the Old Testament, pre Jesus, right?
David, did you have something?
No, I didn't.
Okay. One thing I'm thinking, Dad, as you say that, is how could David be a man after God's own heart? You know, it talks about a lot in the Bible about God will give you, if you're seeking him, he will give you the desires of your heart. And this sounds like a time where David had made he knew that he did a big no-no. And then he tried to cover it up and he lost one of it because it wasn't only Bathsheba's husband, it was one of his best friends. It was one of his best men. And he was killed on the battlefield. So you can only imagine the guilt that he felt for this cover up, right? But his deepest desire was not to be a cover up king and a liar and a murderer. It was to be a man following God. And he knew he was distant from God. And I think it speaks to where we're at when we get, maybe not at the point of murdering someone else, but at any point where we're distant from God, if we're after God's own heart, man, we want back in the fold. We want to be close to him again. And I think that's what it's speaking of.
That's good.
Yeah.
So, Jeremy, I had texted you and asked you to share some of your own story about what you walked through with Sarah and some of your past. And I know you've, been open about this and had videos about it and whatnot. But
yeah,
I watched you, and I'm so proud of you because I saw you do very hard things. So I wanted you to share just a little bit about, how you erased the guilt and how you got back on your feet. Because when I read the scripture about confessing your sin and about exposing your mistakes, I just saw a transformation happen in you that was pretty amazing. So I wanted you to share a bit of that.
Yeah, I'll give the 10,000 foot level, Dad. And then I know there's more scripture. So if you want me to go deeper, you just tell me.
Okay.
Okay. But yeah, after my years in baseball, and I'll say this again, 10,000 foot level, I was interested in girls always in high school. And, but I didn't think of it as a serious thing because I was taught, and from yours truly, from Dad on screen, that female relationships in high school would weaken you, kind of like when Rocky Balboa and Mick, he was like, women weaken legs.
Yeah.
That was kind of the mentality, was women weaken legs, right? So don't even play that game. You can have fun with them, but if you want to live a real life and be successful, go out and get it done. Like in your sport, in your career, in your craft, and be the man. But we also as a family had mixed in our Christian faith into that. So it was really a confusing thing for me where, okay, so if I say women aren't important, but yet I'm 18, 19, 20 years old, then I go to college at a Division I college, then I go pro and all, there's all these opportunities, but yet I can't take that seriously. What you do is you become a player. And that's what I did, pick up artists and all that as a Christian guy. So there was a huge conflict in my soul. And the agreement that I made with myself was, and I would pray this, is like, Lord, in all these other areas of my life, kind of like the rich young ruler and all these other things, I can follow you. I can manage it, and I feel your spirit at work in these other areas, but in this one area, I can't do it. And I blamed God. I said, because you have not stepped in and made this possible for me to overcome my sin. So since I've tried so hard and haven't had any reprieve, I'm just going to go my way. So I did that. But here's the truth of the matter about that. Because I was convinced in this culture at 25 years old, playing pro baseball and not being, married because I'm pursuing like this dream of a career, it would be impossible for me to do what I'm doing and live a holy life sexually. And I just said it would be impossible. But the truth is, did I really seek after purity? Did I really turn over every stone trying to remain close to God's heart? No, I did not. I convinced myself that I had tried really hard, but the truth is there were opportunities given to me with every single pro team that I went on. There were chaplains that reached out to me and said, Jeremy, we know you're a Christian. Jeremy, we know that I could have gone deep with that, but instead I kept it really shallow because I wanted to protect the game that I was playing. Well, the deal I made with God was, I know that this is probably not good. And when I leave baseball, Lord, I promise you, I will leave these behaviors behind. I will find a way to stop whatever it takes. And so I get 30 years old and I leave baseball. And, I've got a loss of identity. I didn't have a lot of money in the bank. I had a lot of pain in my back, which Joe, you and I have talked about. There were all these things working against me. And pretty soon, and at the same time, I'm getting engaged to a woman that I really love. Like, it's a real love in my heart. But the talons of sin had dug into me deeply. And when that happens, like, you can't just peel away from that without some real injury or pain. And I just wanted it to go away. And so, I was trying different things and all this, but there's a point of surrender when you say, if I don't give this up and get honest and really, really seek God with all of my heart, I'll never be rid of this, ever. And so I began to tell people, not 90%, not 95%, but 100%. Now, when I say tell people, I told people that didn't really know me that well, which is it's a good place to start. But people, trusted Christian men, and I did that. And but that led me down a road of getting help in counseling with a community called the Samson Society, which is all about sexual lust, porn addiction, all of that stuff. And then, but through the counseling and that whole process, after a period of 2 years of me working to shore up the bridge of my life that was broken, and now I've got this, bridge. I call it like a bridge of truth that can handle like the truth being told. It's not going to collapse when you tell the truth. And with my counselor, I told my wife like everything that I had done, not only before we, got married, but also into our marriage, the sexual sin and the temptation and me falling for these things I shouldn't have fallen for. And I'm talking some pretty bad stuff. I'll post a video, guys, that gives my testimony, and it actually goes to some of the places that I went on the video. We talk about kind of the ways that I was acting out. But you think about the city of Atlanta that I was in after baseball, massage parlors and strip clubs. And like, there was all these things that were available to me. And these were things that if you would have told me at 16 years old, Jeremy, you will act out in these ways as a married man, I would have like been astonished. I would have cried. Like, it would have been horrible. But it just goes to show, like, that's why I've got this soft spot for David, because David here, he is, he's achieved this thing, way more than minor league baseball. He's the king, and he's on the rooftop and he's looking down. There's this beautiful woman bathing, and just like and it says, when the kings went off to war, he stayed home. He stopped fighting as a king. And he said, I'm just going to enjoy myself for a while. And that's kind of what I did. And then he tried to cover it up. And a lot of times the cover up is worse than the original crime. So to wrap this up, because I don't want to take up the whole time, God was working in me through all the people that I met. There were miracles that happened to meet the specific people that I met when I began to seek him with my whole heart. But it wasn't until I told Sarah, the person that it could hurt the most, everything that I had done. And it hurt her badly. But there was on my end, there was a new, it was almost like God ripped up the disease tree that was growing inside of me. He just ripped it out and then planted a new seed that could grow. Because until that time, I was still battling the temptation. And I'd been fighting it and praying for it to go away. But once I told her everything, I can't even explain it. I mean, and guys, I'm not one to say that like you need to seek this moment with God where he just takes it all away. I think that's a beautiful thing. There's other areas of my life where I've not had that kind of miraculous turnaround. But I'll tell you one thing, guys, when it comes to that issue, of deep sin in sexual acting out, I'm not even the same person that I was only a few years ago. And I say that with 100% humility. Like, I want you to feel the power of that because it is powerful. But I used to drive down these big cities. My head was on a swivel. Like, I wonder what that place is like. I wonder what that club and that bar is like. Because I had fun with that stuff, you know?
Yep.
Now now I drive through a city and I'm like, where's the nearest like out of town hotel for our family to stay at so I can go on a hike with my little boys? Because that's fun. The other stuff just makes me feel kind of gross.
Yep.
So, yeah, Dad, I hope that kind of hit on what you're talking about. But that's a 10,000 foot level of kind of what happened with me.
So you're saying, Jeremy, that once you confessed with your mouth,
yeah,
what your behavior was, that began to break the chains.
Yeah, and it was a progressive process of confessing to people that didn't really matter, to people that kind of did matter, to the person that mattered to the most.
Gotcha.
But the more that the confession happened in an honest way, and I'll say one more thing. I told my counselor, because we knew this day was coming, to sit down with my wife. And his name is Monty. And I said, Monty, like, I'm going to say everything except for these two things. And he knew what they were. And I told him again. He's like, okay. He said, as your counselor, I won't say anything. But then when I got into the confession with Sarah, and she's already crying and I'm already like hurting inside, there was just this like spirit that told me, say it. You have to say it. And I went ahead and said everything, which was truly like, infidelity, adultery, like not with people that I knew, but that's neither here nor there. It was bad. And I got a lot of guilt around that still, in the sense of I can't believe that I actually did that, but I can say, praise be to God, that I'm not feeling those pangs and those desires anymore. I know the Bible says God will give you the desires of your heart, right? When you begin to seek him with all your heart. So he doesn't just like help you fight the temptation. He'll change your entire desires. And that's what he did for me in that area.
Well, yeah, can I ask you something? If you didn't, those two things that you didn't want to say to her, looking back now, if you didn't say that, do you think you would be where you are today?
I don't know for sure, Joe, but I don't know for sure, Joe, but I think I would not be, for this reason, because it was a releasing. It was me releasing the truth so that it could be healed. And whatever I held back, and the dangerous thing is, those weren't small things that I didn't want to bring up. It was because they were the big things, right?
Right.
And I don't want to scare anybody with this, because I'm not asking you guys to go spill your dirty laundry to your significant other. Like, it's a process, right?
Right.
But when the time came, yes, I think that I was being called by the Spirit of God to release those things into truth and into openness. And I think if I didn't, I think the best answer is, if I didn't listen to the Spirit in that moment, it would have held me back in a big way, and I probably would not be able to have this talk tonight.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, man.
Thank you, Jeremy. And David says in verse 5, very similar to what Jeremy just said, finally, I confessed all my sins to you and stopped trying to hide my guilt. I said to myself, I will confess my rebellion to the Lord, and he forgave me. All my guilt is gone. I have another question for you. In America today, it seems to me that our society is running from this sort of thing. We want to justify, rationalize. We don't want anything to do with guilty feelings. We don't want anything to do with shameful feelings. So we don't deal with it. But the word says, and Jeremy said, and David says, this is the path to freedom. So as a society running from honesty and truth, what do you think about that in America today?
God, that's happening all the time. I mean, yeah, the devil's deceiving everybody and letting everyone believe that there's nothing wrong with that. You know what I mean? But I think that's one of the big reasons why we're in the situation that we're in. People just sit in and think there's nothing wrong with it.
When I was young, when I was younger, my dad said something to me. He was he's a pretty big wheel lawyer that, did a lot of big corporate cases and stuff. And one thing stuck with me, and I didn't listen to 90% of what he told me, but one thing that stuck with me was, he said, when you tell a lie or you're not living the truth, basically, you have to tell another lie to cover your lie. So anybody who's living in a lie, it just follows you and it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And eventually, your lie gets found out, or you confess to your lie, and it becomes truth, and so that's where your freedom comes in. But that's always stuck with me, is that his little deal about the lie. And I think in our society now, I mean, the truth is like upside down. There's no truth, well, like, you're not a man. Wait, you are a man. You're not, and they're trying to, in the world, or Satan is trying to convince us that we have to believe that lie. And yeah, that was part of that last soul op. It's like, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%, Steve.
So moving on to Psalm 51, David, crying out to God, says, 51:1, have mercy on me, O God, because of your unfailing love, because of your great compassion, blot out the stain of my sins. Wash me clean from my guilt. Purify me from my sin. For I recognize my rebellion. It haunts me day and night. Against you and you alone have I sinned. Here's something interesting, guys, that I've seen, I've experienced in my own failures. Here's the beautiful part of this. When I have confessed to people that love me, over time, because they know me, they love me more. The very thing that I was afraid of rejection, now that I'm just, here I am, this is me, this is who I am. They love me more. And I think that's a picture of the Father. You remember the parable of the prodigal son? I mean, he had squandered his father's wealth. He had gone his own way and done his own thing. He had made a bunch of mistakes, but the Father was waiting, watching, wanting him to return. That is such a beautiful picture to me of God's love for us. So really, at the end of the day, it's not so much hurting God. Yes, it may be hurting others, but the person it's hurting the most is us.
Yeah.
It's us. We're living in misery. So to be able to say, I'm completely honest, yes, I've made these mistakes. Yes, this is who I am. It's freeing. And Jesus said he came to set the captive free. So what are your thoughts on that? Has anyone had an experience where, you had confession, or you owned up to your mistakes and you felt free and loved even in spite of those mistakes?
With myself, I wasn't up until about 4 years ago. I mean, shit. Some of it, I was deceived my whole life. I didn't realize I was even sinning. But then when I realized, once I became honest with myself of the sinful life I was living, and then God, it's really true. God came at my lowest point, and I just broke down and just repented to God, and almost like Jeremy, dude, like completely different desire. I mean, not as bad as Jeremy, but dude, that's my whole life, dude. I just sleeping with girls. I mean, but the drugs were fucking bad, man. Really bad. And then, I mean, I can't even explain it. I mean, for me to be free of all these addictions, I mean, it's only God. I mean, but it was a process, but still, I mean, completely not to have the desire, like Jeremy says, man. I lived in bars, dude. I just lived in bars. I mean, I drive past them now. I mean, like, just the thought of just even getting drunk just makes me, I almost get nauseous just thinking about it. I mean, dude, only God can do something like that. So once I really became honest with myself, that's when my whole life changed.
That's good. That's good. Well, it's interesting, guys. This time around, with the team I have as the veteran captain, the first round we did in this, I was a captain and we won the competition. The second round we won the competition. And I don't want to hit on my guys here, but we're pretty much sucking this time as a team. It's bad. And these guys are busy and they've got excuses, but then I look at a guy like David out there fighting fires, being a single man, staying disciplined, and Joe, you doing this. And I'm like, there's really no excuses. So the route I went with it was I guilted and shamed them. I'm like, you bunch of pussies, what are you doing? I'm a 62-year-old man. Get your ass in gear. Well, you know what? It didn't work. It got worse. They hid. They hid from me. So today I reached out personally to a couple guys, and one guy has a real injury. He could probably work through it, but it's a real injury and it's not good. And he's kind of, with the guilt and the shame, what do? We go into hiding. There's no more pictures. There's nothing. There's nothing going on. And I don't like that. I'd rather you just say, man, I wasn't ready. I'll do it next time, whatever. But I was encouraging to them that, hey, it's okay. I still love you. And the response was far better by going that route rather than guilting and shaming them. So I learned a lesson.
Right.
I'll have to use that on my guys.
So
that's funny. That's kind of a parallel to I grew up in a Catholic church, and confession was not about forgiveness; it was about guilt, and it never worked.
Yeah.
It didn't work.
Yeah.
Yep.
It never did.
Same thing
when
with
my
me. Steve.
when my grandma guilted me, that was another story.
Oh, that's
that
bad.
worked.
That's bad. Oh, that hurts. That hurts bad. Well,
hey, Dad. Hey, Steve, if you don't mind, man, I want to hear a little bit more about that. What was that like as a kid, as a Catholic, going to confession? Because I know that the Catholicism with confession is built around kind of what we're talking about, but it seems like it's strayed in terms of the minds of the people like you that actually went and did it. It didn't feel like this.
It was well, at a younger age. I went to a Catholic school up until 8th grade, and they required, like, once a week you would go and into the church as a class and go in front of Monsignor Boyer or whoever was there, and it was petrifying. And you never told them the truth. You made something up, like, I took a piece of gum from so and so. You never gave them the dirt and so it never felt like it meant anything. And then it was like, okay, go out and say 12 Hail Marys and don't do it again. Okay, all right. And so it didn't have any real. I mean, that's the whole. And I'm not. I mean, there were some good things that came out of the Catholic Church, but a lot of it, as all the years I was in the Catholic Church up until like 10 years ago, and I was one of the Knights of Columbus and did all this stuff, but I never got any spiritual fulfillment, or I never was never taught that. They didn't pound. Nothing. I mean, Jesus was saved for our sins. That's what we got. But we went through all these motions and never actually got to know Jesus. You know what I'm saying? It was just it was tradition, and you do this. Why do we do that? Because that's what we do. You say this now. Okay, say that now. Kneel, stand, sit. And the confession was the same way. And it's kind of sad because they have the opportunity to get to a lot of people, but it's about putting your money in the dish and showing up on Sunday, and then you go to work all week and come back and so that never fulfilled me spiritually.
Yeah, it sounds like regiment over relationship.
Spot on.
Yeah.
I was raised a Christian. I was an altar boy. Everything you just said, Steve, spot on, dude. Up until 4 years ago, I was Catholic, dude. Now I know. This is me personally. Please just understand this. Me personally, I think it's a joke. I think everything I've learned, I was straight up deceived. I didn't learn. I'm barely, dude. I've learned myself over the past 4 years. I've been teaching myself just by reading the Bible. Now I'm understanding. The more I read the Bible, the more I learned that I have been deceived. I mean, as an altar boy, went to religion, everything. I've been lied to, straight up lied to, and everything you just said. It's all, we give the money. Okay, nail down. Oh, you did this. Okay, just say the prayer. It's okay. Nothing wrong with it. Don't worry about it. It literally didn't mean anything. And that's why my whole life I didn't even realize I was like really sinning. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sad.
Yeah. There was a couple good. They built some basic morals, I think, but
yes, but
and it really hit me when my kids were young, because they didn't want to be involved at all, and I'm like, okay, this is not working, and that's when I switched gears.
Right.
So, guys, closing this out, verse 5, David says in Psalm 51, "For I was born a sinner. Yes, from the moment my mother conceived me. But you desire honesty from the womb, teaching me wisdom even there." And then he says, "Purify me from my sins, and I will be clean." Wash me, and I will be whiter than snow. Oh, give me back my joy again. You have broken me. Now let me rejoice. Don't keep looking at my sins. Remove the stain of my guilt. Create in me a clean heart, O God. Renew a loyal spirit within me. Do not banish me from your presence, and don't take your Holy Spirit from me. Verse 12, restore to me the joy of your salvation. So at the end of the day, I think that's what we're all seeking is joy and fulfillment in our heart by being honest. And even if we make a mistake, it's a mistake. You know, probably one of the most life-changing moments for me in my life. Susan, we've been married 41 years. And, you know, I grew up in a very dysfunctional home. And so her family, her dad, her mom, they were great Christian people, and they were like a rock. The last thing I wanted to do was disappoint them. And so we're not married, we're dating. I'm 20, she's 20. And the next thing we know, we're at a little clinic getting a pregnancy test around Thanksgiving. This would have been in 1981. And she walks out from the room in the clinic and hands me a piece of paper, and it says 100% positive. What's funny? You're the problem.
That's why. That's why it's funny, because I know where this is going.
So here's this college baseball player that's, you know, pretty good. I'm talking to pro scouts. And my life is about to be turned upside down. But, you know, the most painful part of that was going to going to her mom and dad and telling them what had happened. And here's kind of how it came down. We leave that clinic. We go to see my mom. She's sweet, godly woman. She wraps her arms around us and hugs us and loves on us and says, you're going to be okay. We then make the drive about 30 miles down to Reedland near Paducah, Kentucky. We sat in the living room, and that 4 hours that we waited on her mom and dad to come home was like the longest 4 hours of my life. They come home. They go back in their bedroom. We walk back. And I tell them what's happened. Her mom drops to her knees and falls to the floor. And her dad, Fred McDonald, comes up to me, gives me a big hug, me expecting a punch in the mouth, comes up and gives me a big hug and says, you're going to be okay. You're going to make it. It's going to be okay. I couldn't believe it. That changed my life. So there's something about a picture of God there. I think he loves us so much, guys, that he wants the absolute best for us in spite of our mistakes. We just have to own them. We just got to own it and say, I made a mistake. I've done wrong. I want to change.
Yeah.
And I think people will love us more. And I think we need to be that kind of person that we can love people in spite of their mistakes. Now, I'm not talking about cultural issues that are out of bounds and stupid, but I'm saying when there's humility and where there's honesty, I believe God shows up in a miraculous way, just like Jeremy talked about in his life. And I've seen that young man go from a dark place where he was at, my son, to a place where his wife has a spark in her eye. His little boys have a spark in their eye. it's the most beautiful thing to watch. It was not going to be that way if he continued down that road. Amen.
Absolutely.
So that's all I've got, guys. But guilt and shame can wreck you. And I think we need to take that off of ourselves and get honest and just be who we are. This is just Gary. This is what you get. And I'm free.
Yeah. I had one more thought that came to mind. It's kind of a funny parallel example, but I think you guys will get it. So do you remember, I mean, I'll say this, the world is dying for people to just be honest, especially
Amen.
people that have any kind of spotlight. They want it. Now there's going to be people bash you for telling the truth, whatever, but there's going to be bukus of people that are like, thank God, an honest politician, an honest corporate businessman, an honest banker, an honest this, that, or the other. They're dying for it. And an example that I can give you straight up is baseball. Do you remember the whole steroid era? Everybody does. The late 90s, early 2000s, where 90% of Major League Baseball was using steroids at a really high level. And basically everybody knew, but all the big league players denied. They did the whole, I can't remember the name of the report, but they used federal funding to do the something commission report on baseball. And you had all these players from Mark McGuire to Roger Clemens, all these huge names, all saying I never used steroids, Barry Bonds, and we all knew they did. So we all knew they did, right? There were two guys that came clean and said, yes, we use performance enhancing drugs and we're sorry. Andy Pettit, and I believe it was Jason Giambi, came out and said, yes, we did. And those two guys got standing ovations while they were still active Major League Baseball players in their home parks. Whereas all the others have had to come back and ask for forgiveness or try to say, well, I try not to think about the past. And they play this guilt game because they feel guilty. So I think it's really cool that that's just such an example, because how much more public can you be than a Major League Baseball player in a press conference saying, yes, I did this. And then you show up to your next game and you get a standing ovation for just telling the truth. So I say that to encourage you guys, the world, if you've got any kind of public face at all, they're just, they want honesty because you can't hardly get it anywhere at this point.
So is David going to do his damn workout? Is he trying to show us up right now?
Let me blow him up. Hold on.
No, he's in the grocery. I thought he was in the workout place.
No, even more important, he's buying compliant foods. He's doing a grocery shopping video for the Future Warrior program. Thank you, David.
Well, here's the other part of this.
He's trying not to laugh.
Here's the other part of this I want to close with. Guys, just because sometime you're free, and I felt loved by my father-in-law, boy, it wasn't easy. I had to go to work. I put myself through school. I had to give up baseball. It changed my life, and it was hard. So this doesn't mean that it's going to make life just easy, but it gave me a strength and a courage that I wouldn't have known otherwise by owning it. But that doesn't mean it's going to be simple and easy. It just doesn't.
Yeah.
But in the end, it's worth it.
Yeah. And one more last thing. I mean, I didn't say about the aftermath of my confession to Sarah, but it was a good 6 months of not sleeping in the same bed. And, our home that felt fractured, but at the same time, there was this, in my belief, I just heard a knock. I was like, is Sarah listening up there and knocking? There was a feeling of God's hand around our home and around my heart. And I knew around her heart, where even though we were going through something tough, it felt like healing more than it did like disease, because the old stuff felt like disease.
Yeah. Joe, you and David, you guys are single, right?
Yep.
Yep.
You're
That
so,
is correct.
I'll tell you what, I have a ton of respect for you guys. To be disciplined in something like this as a single man, I have a ton of respect for you.
Thank
A
you.
ton.
It's only
100%
God,
sure.
man. Dude, dude, I'm gonna be honest with you, man, dude. I mean, it's just the first time in my life. Jeremy, I was like you, dude. I lived in bars, dude. All I did my whole life was fucking sleep around. I mean, over 100 girls, dude. I haven't been with a girl in over 3 years, dude. I don't even go out looking. I'm still in the process of fixing my life. You know what I mean? And now I know that I'm not. It's weird because I'm not even worried about it. I know I'll meet the girl whenever God's ready to give it to me.
Yeah.
Only
I
God can
definitely
do
agree
something
with
like
that.
Jeremy, you want to pray us out?
Yeah, happy to. Lord, thank you for the message of your word. Thank you for my dad bringing these different components together of biblical truth and the value of telling the truth, and then also truth in my life and truth in Joe and David and Steve and Dad himself. We've all experienced what it's like to come clean, and just the freedom that we get to live in and the joy, because that's what it's all about. God is joy. And just like the example that I mentioned earlier about Jason Giambi and Andy Pettit, I mean, they experienced joy when they told the truth. And we in our own lives, when we tell the truth about, especially those hard things that we've been keeping down, first it's like a weight that lifts, God. And then it's your spirit that comes in and fills that void if we're being open to it. And then you begin to grow a new seed in our life that can blossom and produce real fruit rather than a diseased tree like I was growing in my life, where I'm constantly trying to turn that tree so that the leafy branches are what everybody sees, but I know there's a disease growing on the backside. So Lord, thank you for the wisdom of your word, the truth of your word, the simplicity of it, because this is not a super hard thing. And God, I just pray that you go with these men and every man that watches the replay, that we all just connect on a deeper level, and that we feel more comfortable talking about these kind of topics, because this is real stuff. Every guy deals with it, and it's common to man. So Lord, thank you for all that you've done for us, for this program, and for these men. In your name we pray. Amen.
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 Sorry you guys had to see me grocery shop. They close in 6 minutes.
Yeah, I feel violated, David. It's terrible.
Sorry.
Get some ham. Don't forget
I
the
think it's
ham.
awesome, man.
Yeah, man.
No.
All right. Love you guys.
Have a good night.
All right.
Thank
Thanks,
you, guys.
Dad.
You guys
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gary.
So that was a Bible study. And another aspect of our program is called the mental mojo. Now, a lot of the, mental training, the mind part of Warrior Mind, Body, and Soul happens automatically due to the sacrifices you make with your food, with your workouts, because those are sacrifices. Anything that creates a little tension or pain, positive kind of a pain, is something that can clear your head. Just like, when you're feeling confused and foggy and you've just been sitting at a desk all day, go out in the fresh air and take a run. I guarantee you it will clear your head. So a lot of the mind aspect of Warrior sort of takes care of itself. However, we do have mental mojo videos that I'll put out usually a few times a week. I used to try to do them every single day, but you don't always have the same inspiration and creativity. So I put these out, 2-3 times a week, sometimes maybe 4 times a week. But I'm going to play a couple of examples of those. These are things that, just like quick pops that, you listen to one in the morning, it's 5 minutes long. Just to give you, to get you on the right track for the day, along with maybe your own Bible study and prayer time. So check these out. These are 2 mental mojos. Good morning, Warriors. Today is Wednesday, August 10th, and this is your daily mental mojo. Okay, guys. So the mental mojo today is based on something that's true of all of us when we're trying something new and it begins to get difficult. And I'd like to start with a scripture verse from John 12:24. Unless a seed falls to the ground and dies, it cannot produce fruit. But if it dies, it will produce much fruit. Guys, today your old habits, they're starting to feel the death pangs. This day through the end of this week, it might just be the hardest part of the entire 8 weeks for most of you. The initial endorphins from starting something new, they're starting to wear off. Your body's letting you know that it's craving the carbs, the alcohol, the sugar. So this might be the first day you've mentally dreaded your workout. Your body's probably sore in some new places, and you might be feeling strangely sleepy or grumpy. Even I was a little bit grumpy last night. What's happening, guys, you're entering a dopamine detox, and I want you to pay attention to all of it. Don't pretend that it doesn't exist, because this knowledge is going to help you prepare yourself to overcome that resistance because you've acknowledged it and you're welcoming this new challenge as a worthy opponent. My dad always used to say, life is difficult. But once you realize that life is difficult, life is no longer difficult. So there's a big, a boon, I guess, in acknowledging this is hard now, and that's okay. So here's an encouraging thought. All the distractions we've had, the caffeine, carbs, sugars, drugs, sexual lures, and more of modern life, they've led most of us into a dopamine overload, which is the chemical released from, short temporary pleasures that's fueled by endless distraction. And just to feel in balance, many of us have had to engage in habits and rituals almost every day that take our time and energy just to feel this inner balance. That might be, you got to go to Starbucks. You got to look at a little bit of porn. You got to get a drink at the end of the day. All these things to kind of keep you at this level, steady state. But it's actually costing you and stealing energy and time from you. So the next 10 days, guys, it might feel like detoxing from a drug and freeing yourself from this cycle. It's probably not going to feel like going from a level 8 to a level 2. It might feel like going from an 8 to a -8, which is going to suck for a little while. It's not going to kill you, I promise. It's a necessary death of that old seed. So when it hurts or when you feel like shit, I want you to count it pure joy, because it means you are on the right track. Stay the course, guys. Stay honest with your triad regarding your meals and your workouts. Slips are acceptable. Take a picture of your slips. Take a picture of the ice cream or what have you. Dishonesty is not acceptable. You guys are warriors and you are men of honor. One thing that really helps me is uplifting music along with scripture. I've been in some low places from time to time, only to have that one song or that one scripture verse change my entire attitude and outlook. So pick that all-time favorite motivational, inspirational tune, throw your earbuds on, and embrace the suck. I promise you're going to be glad that you did. And for the next few days, remember John 12:24. Unless a seed falls to the ground and dies, it cannot produce fruit. But if it dies, it will produce much fruit. And there's a lot of fruit coming in you guys' lives. Trust the process. You guys are warriors. You have what it takes. Let's get after it. Good afternoon, warriors. It's Wednesday, August 25th. Hope you guys are having a great day and going to finish strong. I was doing a Bible study today and came across something that surprised me. I think it's something I've read before, but it's one of those kind of phrases where the order of it matters, and I didn't really let it sink in until today. But let me start with a question that I was asked in this Bible study and kind of give some of the answers I gave. It says, what, if anything, causes you to fear when you think about totally trusting God with everything that you have and everything you are? So very transparently, here's the 3 things came to mind. 1, that the world will attack me in the same way that it attacked Christ and the prophets. And if you fully go all in and tell the truth to the world, even in love, with great love for the world, wanting to see them saved even, that they're still going to attack you the way that they attacked Christ, even though he loved the world. So that was 1. 2, that life's going to be a constant battle, that I'm not going to get to enjoy things I normally enjoy. I won't have fun. I'll be bored because I'll be in this, this is like I think it's the enemy that gives me that vision of totally giving myself over to the ways of God would be a boring life. And then number 3, that I'll become a hypocrite because there's that part of me down inside that doesn't really believe that I can live that kind of life, and that I will eventually begin to fake it or, put up airs, if that's a proper phrase there. And then it said, read John 14, 15, and 21. How is affection for God interrelated with both obedience and choice? So that's the part that surprised me here. And I don't even, So it's Jesus promising the Holy Spirit to the disciples prior to his departure from the earth. He says, If you love me, you will obey what I command. And I will ask the Father, and he will give you another counselor to be with you forever, the Spirit of truth. The world cannot accept him because it doesn't see him or know him. But you know him, for he lives with you and will be in you. So the Holy Spirit's not come yet, but notice the order. He says, if you love me, you will obey what I command. And I will ask the Father, and he will give you another counselor to be with you forever. So it almost sounds conditional. If you love me and if you obey what I command. And then later in the same chapter, Judas says, Lord, why do you intend, this is Judas, it's not Judas Iscariot, it's another Judas. But Lord, why do you intend to show yourself to us and not to the world? Jesus replied, if anyone loves me, he will obey my teaching. Then my Father will love him, and we will come to him and make our home with him. He who does not love me will not obey my teaching. These words that you hear are not my own, but they belong to the Father. So there's two places there where it's conditional. It says, if you love me and if you obey my commands, then I will send the Comforter to you. And I was very curious about that because we're always taught in church that the moment you accept Christ or you have salvation, that now you have the Holy Spirit living in you, or we know like Jesus lives in your heart, but the Holy Spirit's role in that sometimes can be a little confusing. And so I went to, I forget the name of this theologian that wrote this Bible. What are these called? Not concordance, commentary. This is one from way back, 1600s or something, but it's talking about how there is a condition here. It's promised that they shall have another comforter. This is the great New Testament promise. It is the Holy Spirit was from the word paraclete, which means an advocate or a helper. So it's talking about the comfort that the advocate gives you here in these verses. So without the sacrifice, there's things I was worried about. The world will attack me. Life's going to be a constant battle. I won't have any fun. I'll be a hypocrite. So there's these things of like, here's why I can't do that, because I'll never be successful, or I won't be able to handle the attacks. Jesus is saying here that with the Holy Spirit, with your love for me, then you will obey my teachings. And then I will ask the Father, and he will send you the Holy Spirit to be that advocate for you, to be the comforter for you, to show you the way. So to me, that's pretty huge to remember. It's all about taking that step, kind of like I talked about a couple weeks ago. Guys, the hardest thing about working out is actually starting, to hit the ground for the push-ups or to do the 100 first, running steps of a jog. But once you start, there's something that happens, and you find yourself equal to the task, and you can make it for the length. And I think that's what Jesus is saying here is if you begin to obey my commands, the Holy Spirit's going to come and comfort you, strengthen you, and get you to the end, to the prize for which God has called us heavenward in Christ Jesus. So I hope that that's a helpful thing today. It definitely is for me, and it gives me that desire to take that first step into obedience. So guys, have a great rest of the day. I'll talk to you soon. So for those of you guys that saw that, just keep in mind, that was but a taste of what you will get in the Warrior MBS program. So join us. You need to improve your life, your mind, your body, your soul. And where am I going next? Where I'm going next is, I think this next interview that I did prior to last round. So it's a little older, but many of you know Dr. Alan Keyes. He's been involved in politics and culture for a few decades now. He's ran against Barack Obama for president in the past. He's debated him and won, but he's just a great mind. And he interviewed me about men and masculinity and what some of the problems facing us, all of those things. And I felt like I did a good job in that interview of describing the problem and talking about solutions and why Warrior MBS can be such a benefit for men who are looking to improve their life and this country, or both and, or either or. So check out this interview with Dr. Alan Keyes. And after that, I may close it out with something. I don't know what yet. This is live. Who knows where I'm going to go after this? So this is Dr. Alan Keyes. Stay tuned right here. And remember, if you're going to sign up for Warrior, sign up quick. all right, because the closeout date is the 18th, but it would really be good if you signed up prior to the 12th. All right, so you need to get your butts in the seats so that we can get this show on the road and you can be ready to go.
Welcome to Let's Talk America. I'm Alan Keyes, and today I have a special topic to talk about, one that's been on my mind a long time. I think it's on the mind of many thoughtful Americans. And it has to do with what I think of in my mind as kind of the demasculinization of America. Now, of course, we experience an aspect of this now in all of this promotion of transgenderism and all kinds of other fantasies that people can entertain about who they are and so forth and so on. And I, of course, think of it in the context of the ground that the United States stands on, which is ground that sees human beings in the context of the laws of nature and of nature's God. It appears that everybody I look at, especially on the left, especially in the Democrat Party and so forth and so on, they seem quietly to be leading this nation down a road that throws out the notion of the laws of nature, throws out the notion of the laws of God, acts as if we create ourselves. And right now in this era, we're reinventing ourselves. And I've got to tell you, one of the features that most disturbs me about that is that it includes reinventing the human race in such a way as to essentially demasculinize it, so that distinction between men and women is erased. And that's obvious, I think, in this whole movement of the transgender movement and women becoming men and men becoming women. But it's most obvious in that very latter point, which is that the athletes and so forth and so on, who seem to be getting a lot of attention from the mainstream media, are men pretending to be women who then go and beat women. Now, last time I looked, if you encourage men to act as if the greatest challenge they face is beating up on women, you're going to get a lot of very nasty things in terms of the relationship with women. But you're also, in the contrast of what we really face, going to be facing, I think, a very serious danger in the world. Why? Because our greatest adversaries, and the greatest one I have in mind right now is China, guess what he's been emphasizing? He's been emphasizing the difference between male and female, and particularly encouraging men to be men, so that difference is pronounced. And one of the things he actually did within his military was have a masculinization campaign to make sure that his troops would understand the concept of manliness. Well, I go through all of that because my guest today is somebody I think to especially talk to about this very thing, because he has made it part of the mission of his life to address it in a very concrete way that targets individual males. But also he has a background as a baseball player and so forth, as an entrepreneur. He's somebody who really seems to understand that, in a way, that distinction between male and female, made by God in the end, not by us, is a distinction that we have to try to understand fully if we are to maintain the existence, much less the success, of the United States of America. Jeremy, welcome to the show.
Dr. Keyes, thanks for having me on. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here. Thank you.
Well, it's a pleasure and honor for me to have you, and especially in light of what I think is the wonderful, fascinating, ups and downs story of your life that I think exemplifies what I believe to be the real root of American masculinity. And it's not one that people recognize much unless they go back into our history. They will realize that without the reverence for God and the courage that comes from the challenge that was right there in our Declaration, when they talk about the laws of nature and of nature's God and being endowed with certain rights by God, rights being what? being obligations to God to do right things in the right way. A lot of people don't realize that. They think it's all freedoms to do what you want and all of this. That's not what the Declaration says. And what was, I think, absolutely indispensable in the building of America was that as they met the challenge of moving out across the North American continent, facing all kinds of unknowns and dangers and so forth and so on, you had men and women both who were willing to face the rigors. And a lot of that in the beginning with the trappers and people like this fell especially on males, and reminds us that this country could not have been built, sustained, defended, or risen, and it would not have risen to prominence, but for the courageous activities of the males in our society, of every background and race and stripe and creed, having to confront these challenges, which are sometimes quite ominous, aggravated by man's inhumanity to man, but people were always there willing to face it. Do you think, as you look at America today, that we can rely on that kind of masculine courage and intrepidity to sustain us today and into the future, or what's happening?
Locally, yes. If you've got a good group of men that are willing to be courageous, and you were talking about the settlers, and there was a necessity there. If they weren't courageous, if they weren't well prepared, then their family was going to die. So they had to be. We're in a very comfortable place. So I say locally, yes, in terms of you yourself as the man of your house, you can be that courageous man and lead your family well, even into dark times. As a nation, though, I would say it's much more complex. And I would say right now, no, we're not there. There's too many men who are either on the other side and don't want to have anything to do with courage, and they want to be emasculated. They want to be comfortable and just go with whatever the machine tells them to do. And then there's a big group, the biggest group of all is in the middle with their head in the sand, and they want to pretend they have a sense that something is really off, maybe since COVID and everything else, but they would rather not address it, because if they really dig and they see what's going on, it will force them into a decision to be courageous or not, and they don't want to have to face that decision. So my answer is locally, yes. At a family level, at a community level, we can stand strong. And America's go ahead.
Well, I was going to say that I think that you're especially right, but you're also especially an example of how what happens at that local, even individual level is so important. So could you tell people a little bit about the story of your life that brought you to this recognition, and then brought you, I think, to make decisions that required a little bit of courage, but certainly a lot of commitment in order to do something about what you have learned from your own experience?
Absolutely. Well, I was brought up with a firm foundation of a Christian worldview, a Bible-based belief system, and also a love of logic. And you mentioned nature's God from the Declaration of Independence. Logic will lead you back to God if you follow it to its logical conclusions. And so that's a beautiful thing. So I was brought up with a love of science, a love of God, and a love of the Word of God. So that was a firm foundation to begin with. And I was lucky in that way. But then I got into sports. And in sports, it's very important to practically be good at what you do, right? And the best players are going to be the ones that go out onto the field. So it's a very logical thing. There's rules and there's winners and losers. So that can make you a tougher person. It can make you it helps you to understand the way that life really works. If you work hard and you're good enough to be there, you'll be there. So that further kind of cemented maybe that worldview. But going on up into the higher ranks, I began to see as I got into high level college and then professional sports, which wasn't woke at that time. We're talking back, college for me was 2001, and then my baseball career ended around the end of 2011. But I saw as guys went higher and higher and higher on that pyramid and got more money, they began to lose their frame of reference for what really mattered. And we see that with athletes all the time. It's worse today than it was then. But I'll never forget, Dr. Keys, a moment where I was in a Phillies locker room with the World Series championship Phillies team. And we were at spring training the year after winning the World Series. So these guys are riding on cloud nine. Most of us are in our mid-20s at the prime of our lives in terms of athleticism and otherwise. And it was a cultural training moment, a little seminar they did with us. And I'll try to keep this brief. they said, listen, guys, we're gonna do an illustration. So they had all the Phillies players stand in the middle of the locker room. They said, you're at a party and you're walking away from the crowd and you're going to a bathroom. It's a house party, and you look into one of the bedrooms and you see a young woman getting attacked by a man, and it looks like it's about to get violent. It's definitely, she is not happy. She wants to get away. Do you insert yourself into the situation and try to help this young woman, or do you go onto the bathroom and kind of just not involve yourself? And this is 2008. I expected 95% of the guys to say, absolutely, I'm going to insert myself. That's what I thought. There was 45 players. 40 of those players walked to the side of the room that said, I will not insert myself in that situation. Me and 4 others went to the side, and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I was like, did I mishear this? And at that moment, I knew, okay, there's a real problem with masculinity in this country. If, aside from maybe Navy SEALs, professional athletes that are all 6'3", 6'4", big guys, if they're not going to get involved to help a young woman that's in distress, we've got a problem.
One time in this country, the assumption would have been that if you didn't intervene, then there was something wrong with you, especially as a man, because it was expected that you were supposed to come to the rescue. What factors do you think have brought us to a day when, in some ways, either you got men who are incapable of envisaging that role, or who I guess have been browbeaten and discouraged from embracing it because they think it's going to get them into some kind of, confrontation. What do you think in terms of the effects that have produced this result?
Well, I think it's a third reason. I think these guys, their number one goal in life is to protect what they had gotten. And they had gotten a lot of wealth and a lot of notoriety. And they had been told, I guess you'd call it browbeaten, but they were told as Major League Baseball players, don't get in the news for things off the field that could affect your career. Well, they don't want to lose, they don't know that guy. They don't know that girl. They were asked in that room, okay, why did you go to that side of the room? And 4 or 5 guys raised their hand and they said, because it's not my business. It's not my business to get involved. And that's what so many men, and I saw this after my baseball career, and I'm going to get to your question by saying this. In business, it's like once they achieved, the American dream, and their main goal became, don't lose what I got at any cost. And when COVID hit, we saw that happen with medical doctors that knew better and they just didn't want to know. We saw it happen with athletes that supported these racial ideologies that are damaging and destructive. But rather than do the digging and find out what it was really about, they said, I'd rather not know. I'd rather just get the accolades and the book deals by supporting this narrative. So we saw that over and over again. And that's why, Dr. Keys, in 2020, I just said, enough's enough. I have to step into this fight. And I felt God calling me to it. Speak truth to men in our society. And that ended up leading me to developing a program called Warrior Mind, Body, and Soul, which is to help men, Christian men, regain their courage, and alongside a process of physical fitness, mental clarity, and spiritual grounding in community over a 70-day period. So it's kind of an experience where it's a competition and we have fun, but it's meant to get guys to raise their level to say, you know what, it is time for me to step up in this world and speak out.
Well, I as I have read into a little bit your story and your background, it seems to me that part of what you have ended up doing is a reflection of the fact that as you went through challenges, you found the wherewithal to meet those challenges more or less head on, even though some of them were pretty burdensome, including the fact that there you are, a Philadelphia baseball player, Philadelphia Phillies baseball player, and your career ends up with an injury, and you have to, I think it must be a tremendous challenge at first, having set your sights on something, really worked hard for it, to be kind of sidelined by that, and yet you faced it, you recovered from it. Can you tell the audience a little bit about how that has shaped and strengthened your ability to understand the challenges you're talking about?
100%. Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. So when I mentioned I was in that locker room with all those big leaguers, I was called up from the minors to be invited to that major league spring training. So I actually had not received all the money and all that stuff that those guys had. as my career went on, that was an amazing spring training for me. But it ended. I hit a home run. I'm rounding the bases in that spring training actually, and I lost all the feeling in one of my legs, and they had to take me off the field, and that was the beginning of the end of my career. Well, I ended up having to leave baseball not too long after, completely without much money and without that sense of identity that you get when you're 30 years old and you've played a game your whole life, so, and I didn't have any money in the bank. So there was a lot working against me at that moment. Now that's not an excuse, because I should have been a man of God that surrounded myself with strong people to help me regain my firm foundation. But I had dabbled in the waters of sexual sin as a minor leaguer for a long time, with anonymity and with being dishonest about who I really was. I would come back home and I would speak at, say, FCA banquets and things like that, because I knew the truth. But like a lot of us, I didn't want to be a hypocrite, but I'd allowed myself to get to go where sin always takes you. And that's further than you want to go and keeps you longer than you want to stay. And so I'd gone down that path. And then when the baseball career ends, it really got bad because I didn't make the right choices to get around good people. And pretty soon I began to isolate. And the only thing that I wanted to keep up as a shield was my career. If I can just trick people into believing I'm successful out here with my career, they won't know the rot that's happening on the inside. So honesty about what was really going on, and help getting transparent with other men, with counselors, with Christian friends, with my family about the truth of the depth of addiction to both sexual novelty, alcohol, drugs, those things. God was able to save me from feeling the word, a lot of people lose everything. I didn't have to lose everything because I began to seek help early, but I had to get really truthful. And that does lead directly into what I'm doing, because God said, Jeremy, you've always loved truth and culture and this country. The answer for this nation is the same thing that happened in your life. You have to clear the clutter, tell the truth. And if people can acknowledge that, and it's painful, that's the thing. It is hard to come clean. It is hard to admit who we are and what we've become. But once you do that, God shows you the way out, and it's through truth. So that led to me wanting to get involved in the culture and society at large. And then again, I saw a big problem with men, and I think that's where I'm gifted to speak. So I direct my energies toward helping men find the truth and find their courage.
Now, when you reach that stage and you start going out to talk to and then try to engage other men in a way that will perhaps let you share some of the insights that you have, I would say, earned and learned through your experience. What reaction did you get, or what mix of reactions did you get, and how did you build on them?
Sure. Well, I've got kind of a cool way to do it. So before I launched Warrior MBS, I also have an influencer platform called J Slay USA. So you can find me on Rumble. You can find me on Instagram. I put myself out there completely on that Instagram and on Rumble with interviews and with my own shows that talk about these issues. And that's a way that I find the people. So guys will reach out to me in private messages. They'll say, "Hey man, I really appreciate that you shared this. I want to know more about it." And I'll hit that person up and I'll say, "Hey, think about joining." I'll tell them more about what they want to know, but I'll say, think about joining this group of like-minded guys that are on a mission together to help, work on some of these issues in society. And so that's one way, but I also get a lot of hate. I mean, like we all do, if you're telling the truth. But in terms of face-to-face, a lot of times when I'm doing public speaking, or most of it would be through public speaking, the audience is usually pretty receptive, pretty warm. But I do get a lot of hate mail in terms of those private messages. And I don't know if this is an exact answer to your question, but the platform of J Slay is kind of the filtering process that helps find the guys that want to do something like this.
And then your response is kind of, I think, interesting too, because you have, as part of your platform, I guess, challenging people to get more fit, but not just in a physical sense, more fit in the spiritual sense, the sense of conscience, and other things that we're talking about here. Could you describe that a little in the time we have left in this segment?
Sure. That's why it's called warrior mind, body, and soul. So as an athlete, I realized the physical, and this is a biblical principle as well. You know, I beat my body and make it my slave. When you can begin to master some of your habits physically, all of a sudden your mind, you know, it may take a little while to get over the hump, but your mind gets clearer. And when your mind gets clear, you can pray better. And when you begin to pray better, all of a sudden you want to eat natural foods. And there's things you begin to become attracted to that's the way God intended. So those three components, mind, body, and soul, they work together. And if you begin to improve one of them, it's a great entryway to have the other two rise alongside it.
And so you do find that people are responsive. What would you say are the major components of what you're doing that are clearly attractive and inspiring to the people you work with? And what are the ones that take a little bit more time and difficulty before they really appreciate the benefits?
The major components people appreciate is I'm going to start with number 2, because the one everybody thinks is, well, the guys get in shape over 70 days. There are these huge changes made. I mean, if you go to my website, you will see great before and after photos. And so that's there. And that's what I would expect is the feedback. That was the best thing. I got in shape, man. I wanted that. What they say is, I found a community of like-minded guys that I had a lot of fun with, and the competition aspect was great. So it's based on a point system. They post pictures of their meals. They post pictures. They call them sweaty selfies, where they snap a funny photo after a workout. They got to be sweating, and it's an honor system, but you know, they get a point for that. We do spiritual special operations or soul building operations every week, which is something to get them outside of the box. So not another Bible study per se, but something that gets them alive to their relationship with God, their family, or their community. And it's an action step, and they've got to shoot a little video about that, or maybe do a write-up. So things like that. So that has been what they've been most attracted to. Now, your second part of the question was what takes a little bit longer. Could you clarify what you meant?
Well, a little bit longer to get a response that appreciates the advantages that are going to be there and really commits to doing it. Well, where people are more resistant, because some things people are willing to do because they're fun from the get-go. Others, they're a little more recalcitrant about because they don't see the benefits yet. Now, you'll have to wait a second here, because I have my job to do, and we're down to 30 seconds in this segment. But when we get back, after you have kind of answered that sort of question, I'd like to ask you a question about what's going on in the world we now live in. And as you look at it, why you think that not only are we being demasculinized, but in some sense, I think we're being dehumanized. It's as if they want us to fancy that we are our own creators and we're going to make some different human being that won't even be us anymore. We'll be back right after this.
You know, the timing of this Warrior program for me couldn't have been more spot on. And I love the name that Jeremy calls it, the Warrior Mind, Body, and Soul, because it really encompasses all of those things. You know, from the mind standpoint, one of the things I love is that I'm surrounded by like-minded men who love the Lord, men who want to be good leaders, not only in their home, but also in the community for which they live, and who are willing to step up to the plate and say, hey, I want to take a place and be a voice and be that man in my community and for my family. I love the body part because getting in shape is so important. I felt sluggish for a while, and so since I've been in this program, it's like my mind's gotten more clear, my body is changing, I'm losing weight, I feel good, I feel better about myself, and I've got more energy. And so I love the aspect of this. And the workout program is something that is absolutely doable, which is one of the things I struggled with other programs, because going to the gym, just the timing of it. But this has been phenomenal, the way Jeremy lays out these programs. And then the soul part of it, it has really challenged me and pushed me in my relationship with God. And there's been an awakening of things that I've really kind of been asleep to, that I don't need to be asleep to as a godly man. There's things I need to grow in. And so this has really challenged me and pushed me and been a program that has really set me on a track that at this season in my life I've never been on, but I'm grateful to be on it, and I feel empowered. And like I said, I've got like-minded men there's some competition, so it's fun. they're pushing me and I'm pushing them, and it couldn't be better. So if you are giving this any thought, don't give it any more thought. Embrace it, do it. You won't regret it, I promise.
Well, welcome back. Well, I am having a wonderful time talking to a guest who I think, as we discovered in the first segment, actually represents the walk that he is encouraging other people to walk. It's a walk that I think is particularly illustrative of our own present situation because it combines great success as the result of great commitment with challenges that then kind of challenge the character developed as a result of that success, and then with a conscious effort being made to transform oneself into somebody who's going to make a contribution to making sure that others can go through that, and on the other side, come out as stronger people, more faithful to God, more faithful to the challenges that are really involved, and this particularly from a masculine point of view. If you don't mind my saying so, Jeremy, I think that what you're doing is actually at the heart of the nuts and bolts work that has to be done to rebuild the very foundation of America's moral character and conscience. And I want to say it's just a great pleasure to have you on to talk to folks about it. In the first half, we talked a bit about what you have been doing, the program in particular of helping people to build stronger minds, bodies, and spirits that are grounded, as it were, in God, but up to understanding and meeting the challenges that are trying to rip apart, I think, the basic character, particularly of men. And I had a question that we were dealing with when we left in terms of how the response is and what turned out to be some of the difficulties people may have that you help them overcome. And then get into a little bit, if you don't mind, because we have now a society that is as a whole facing an onslaught, the purpose of which is to destroy our character. Because I think that most people looking at the United States from the perspective of its history and successes realize that it was, in fact, a character grounded in faith and then sharpened by experience and the willingness courageously to commit oneself to coping with those experiences in a positive way that built the country. And they want to take all that out. I think that's why they particularly emphasize men and demasculinization, but they're also targeting the family. And I think the most egregious way of doing so is to turn the hearts of the mothers away from their children through this whole, I think, egregious celebration of murder through abortion and things like that. But how do you see what you're doing then and the challenges that you've helped people overcome in the context of the challenges our society now faces?
Well, I'll try to answer two questions. It kind of a parallel fits there for me. So you mentioned what's the hard part for guys that join. 2 weeks. There's 2 weeks where to change your habits when it comes to meals, when it comes to fitness, when it comes to going to bed on time, all of that. For 2 weeks, it's tough. And I'm very clear with those guys. You're going to have to fight for 2 weeks and lean on me, contact your brothers on your team, tell them and tell your wife to expect you to be in a bad mood for these 2 weeks. But something's going to shift. It's going to change. And in society, to push back on this totalitarian power grab, which strangely enough involves the emasculation of men and all of the craziness that you mentioned, it's going to take some time, maybe 2 years, maybe longer, if we are to win this fight, and it's going to be difficult. But now I want to speak to the reason some of this is going on, and I mentioned the word totalitarian. I mean, those kind of societies, they can only survive if the male population has been gelded and emasculated and disenfranchised, because strong men are the natural bulwark that can push back against tyranny every time. We saw, especially a great example is in Russia with Stalin and Lenin. They wanted to get rid of any strong man, not just physically, but intellectually strong, who could stand opposed to their regime, and they'd throw them in the gulags. And so globally right now, we see this going on, not just from China that wants us to be emasculated and they want their men to be strong, but also the United Nations, the World Economic Forum, the Biden administration, most of the Western governments have this push towards transgender ideology, the promotion and celebration of it, anything that is contrary to God's laws. Now, the ultimate spiritual root is to steal, kill, and destroy. It's a satanic thing. But as you move forward in history, you talked a minute ago about the communists. They knew they couldn't take on America and win in an outright war or some kind of face-to-face means. I remember this guy named Antonio Gramsci, who was a student of Karl Marx, and he said, we'll never beat America face-to-face in a war because they're too strong, both in their faith and in their military. We have to subvert their institutions. Yep. And there was 7 pillars of institutions that they were able to subvert over 100 years. And we're seeing the fruits of that today. So it is absolutely, I mean, there's a lot of things I could say, and I'll stop talking about it right now, but men are going to have to stand up and be a part of this fight, because women have actually taken the lead in terms of being for liberty and for patriotism and for fighting for freedom.
I think part of that last observation is the result of the fact, too, that there has been a particular attack on women. And I think it's an attack on the country as a whole, of course, but it is through an attack on the female population, intended, I think, to put them in the dilemma where they have to weigh up their spirit of self-gratification against that natural law which inclines them to do the will of God and contribute to the success of others. See, I think a lot of people forget that that is one of the bedrock characteristics of a mother. A mother is a figure willing to understand and sacrifice in order to improve other people, children, right, spouses, ultimately an impetus toward the improvement of the community. I think that's been particularly targeted, that abortion was one of the tools, promoting that abortion thing, because it's connected then with self-gratification. Until self-gratification is elevated above respect for the basic commitment to life. I mean, people think that it doesn't mean anything, but in the Declaration, we are committed to certain unalienable rights, life being the first one, right? And that's endowed by God. So you turn away from God, you commit yourself to self-gratification, and in the end, you destroy the conscience, which would otherwise be there, making you wary of taking any life, but also giving you a commitment to sustaining and building that life. And the people who did this most, I think, were women who dedicated themselves to that shaping of the human heart and conscience that is needed in order to fulfill that responsibility to God to respect human life. And then that became a ground to challenge men to do what? To defend that life. Think of it. For all these years since Roe, we men have been in a position where essentially that voice is no longer whispering in our ear to get us to understand that our role is the defense of family, and family can't exist without respect for the parent's commitment to the child. They have utterly targeted and then torn down what was a groundwork for the courage and responsibility of both male and female.
That's
Does
right.
that make sense?
100%. There is no doubt that this is not only an attack on men and an attack on women. It's an attack on God's design in sexuality, the way that He intended. I'd like to read you a quote. Have you ever heard of the famous feminist from the 70s, Linda Gordon?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so she was an academic and all this, but one of the leaders of the feminist movement. But occasionally, these people will betray their ideology. They'll betray outwardly what they're preaching to the masses that's more palatable, and they'll say out loud what they're really all about. And this is a quote from Linda Gordon: "The nuclear family must be destroyed, and people must find better ways of living together. Whatever its ultimate meaning, the breakup of families is an objectively revolutionary process. No woman should have to deny herself any opportunities because of her responsibility to children. Families will be finally destroyed only when a revolutionary social and economic organization permits people's needs for love and security to be met in ways that do not impose divisions of labor or any external roles at all." So it is a a hatred, a pushback on God's original design. Now, she wouldn't probably say that out loud twice, but all you got to say it is one time.
Well, see, and in saying it one time, you reveal, I think, the whole purpose of what has been going on. Because what has been going on is actually, I think, not just there in a material way with respect to humanity. I think it actually reflects the true heart of satanic evil to destroy God's plan for the human race and therefore exterminate it. And I think that that's the ultimate implication of that withdrawal from responsibility. It makes no sense. If you say that your goal is to destroy the commitment to responsible respect for human life through your agency, that's what family has been about, then that means you're committing to something that implies there will be no respect for human life. And all the totalitarian ideologies seem to reflect the fulfillment of that promise, no respect for human life, because they have slaughtered people in unimaginable numbers, which now amount to, when you look at the whole of it, hundreds of millions, even billions of people.
The difference in today's gulags versus then, or where they're taking us today versus, different times in the 20th century that you can point to, say that was evil. How did this ever happen? Well, the people in Russia or the people in Germany, the Jewish people, they wanted to get at, they knew this is bad. We got to find a way out of this. This is horrible. They found a way now to make it so comfortable to, get on a pill, give us your masculinity and we'll give you back your comfort. Don't stand up against the regime. There's a trading in of comfort for truth. And so people are mindlessly walking off the cliff rather than being.
But Jeremy, why do people give in to the notion that I should feel more comfortable and safer because we are encouraging the murder of the most innocent, defenseless people? And most of us are not in a position to say that we're going to be able to stand up against the people who have superior power to us. Therefore, if we say it's okay to kill the defenseless people, aren't we including most of us ourselves? Because in relation to the power that others can amass, I think most people, most individuals are going to meet that superior power. If it has no compunction about slaughtering babies in the womb, why do people expect it to have compunction about slaughtering weaker individuals in the world?
It does baffle the mind, but I think it comes down to that original temptation in the garden when Satan said, "You won't surely die; you will be like God." And I think that's the promise that we're being told right now is, you can be a part of our club and be like God. You don't have to make any decisions you don't want to make. Everything you say will go with our with our face goggles and the metaverse and all that. So I think you'd have to almost say your question again for me to dig into the specifics of it. But I think that we are believing things that are not true, basically.
Well, see, I think that what you just said is exactly what is on offer right now. It is falsely luring people to believe that it is we who make ourselves, not God who made us. That therefore there is no limit,
right,
except our own perverse imaginations to what we can make of ourselves. And I think that's now being explicitly promoted at the origins of life itself, at the first years of human life, with this whole effort to take our children and turn them into people who believe that you are what you fantasize yourself to be, and that there is no pre-existing and ordained structure that actually establishes limits of conscience and in those terms. But isn't that going to strike a death blow at anything that remotely resembles the morality that keeps us from simply believing that because we have the power to destroy others for our convenience, we therefore have the right? I mean, I think they're encouraging a world that's going to be in and of itself a nightmare.
They They absolutely are. But if you look at any of the most powerful people in the world, with the most money, these globalists, you can go back to Rockefeller and look at his writings from the past. You can look at the World Economic Forum today. You can even get kind of conspiratorial and look at the Georgia Guidestones before they were destroyed. They all have a depopulation agenda because these few elites at the top, they know, okay, we can't manage this many billion people. We need to get it down into the high millions, but we can't have a billion. Because I think they want to keep some people to rule over, but it can't be at the numbers that it currently is. And even Bill Gates, he's like, hey, if we do a good job with birth control and with family planning, we can reduce the global population by 15%. Now, I think he probably means a lot more than that. I mean, his father was a head of Planned Parenthood.
Well, see, I think he definitely means it, because when I listened to one of his talks, he was talking as if the optimal population would be around 750 million, less than a billion. And I'm saying to myself, how on earth are you going to go from nearly 8 billion people down to that at the time?
Right.
And I said, you're only going to do it by massive extermination. And frankly, I think whether people realize it or not, our first taste of the mechanisms of massive extermination was the COVID pandemic period we just went through. They were implementing a thing that says, well, we could kill X 100 million people.
100%. And they can do it quietly. I mean, it's silent weapons in a quiet war. And it's not just that they're doing it with abortion. They're doing it with the mentality that says, don't get married, don't have kids. You've got these nations that were thriving, 50 years ago, and there was growth and there was economic stability and economic growth. And now all of that's crashing. And to be frank, this is all coordinated. It's being done on purpose. Yes, Satan has a plan for this world that they've got their hands in, and a lot of people think, well, the people at the top don't really know what they're doing. I think that there's many of them that do. You'd mentioned, China and their plan. The World Economic Forum and Justin Trudeau and others behind the scenes quietly, they like China. They like Xi. They know, okay, if we can make America weak and we could get China to be strong, and we can create this kind of even sense between all the nations where there's really not going to be one. If there was an all-out war, there wouldn't come out a clear winner. That may be an option, because then they could kill a lot of people, and they need there to be no superpowers. The World Economic Forum has said it themselves. We don't want America to be a superpower by 2030. And the Biden administration.
But I think they especially don't want that, because if America remained America, the premises on which we stand are diametrically contradictory of everything they're trying to achieve.
We are a huge thorn in the flesh of the globalists, and Trump was a thorn in the flesh of the UN. That's why Make America Great Again was made out to be everything evil by these people, by these globalists and progressives, because they actually hate the idea of the slogan. It wasn't about race. They don't want a great America. So you're right.
Well, see, and I think that means that they don't want a human race, because I often have to remind people of this, because I think all the nasty propaganda that's been hurled against the United States, and the lies about our history and so forth and so on, lead people to forget that the first document actually committed this country to respect and a vocation for the human race according to God's understanding of right. All human beings created equal and endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights. Now, rights being not freedom to do what you want, but the obligation to follow those provisions of God's law and will that then are conducive to the greatest happiness for the human race. That was the premise of the country, but it wasn't a premise limited to this aspect or that ethnic group or all the things they try to get us now to believe are so important. The country was committed to a vocation for humanity. And I think we actually, in the 20th century, and starting, I think, actually with the outcome of the Civil War, we started that commitment, and we were building toward it. And these people know that that implies a world in which each human being is going, on account of God's respect, to be respected. And that means they're not going to be the masters. They're not going to be the gods. And they're trying everything they know how to destroy the very heart, soul, concept, and of course, the material success of the country that actually represents a commitment to that sort of future for humanity, which focused on God, respects the dignity of every individual.
100%. And, we can talk about all of the negatives and the evil and all of that pressing against us from all these sides. The beautiful thing about it, I'll give two beautiful things. One, some of this overstepping that they're doing is waking up the middle, where they're like, okay, I didn't sign up for that. I didn't sign up for Vanderbilt 20 miles away to be doing these transgender operations on our kids.
Yeah.
And I could go on down the line. It's insane. That's waking up some people in the middle class, middle America that just didn't want to get involved. And they're saying, I got to get involved. Number two, we are in a good country to have those local awakenings and local uprisings where we say, we are now going to run for city council. We are going to run for school board. Because they can't cheat on every single level, like the federal level elections. I just don't know if there's a lot of hope there in the near future. I don't. But the local elections at that level, you're going to have a hard time if you've got a really on fire community saying, we're going to stand up for truth and righteousness and our constitutional rights, and we're going to get involved. And that is happening. And that's what I encourage people to do is make your circles. It's good to be aware of the big circle, what's going on in the world, the country, et cetera. But you can't do anything about that today or tomorrow. What you can do is handle your circle, your small circle, your family, your neighborhood, your community, and being a light in a dark place. And that, a city on a hill can't be hidden, and a lamp, cannot be hidden in a dark room.
Yeah.
So we have a chance in this country. Yeah.
I think the combination that you're talking about, which is rooted in the rediscovery of our vocation of faith and our allegiance to God, and translated into something that starts where we're told to start anyway, right? Which is in our relations to each other and how we treat, loving one another as God loves us, and therefore following in the footsteps of Christ. But you get to that moment where you realize that what you've been doing in terms of the community, starting with the family of your own experience, is actually all you're called to do for others in the world. And you discover that you have built yourself, therefore, into someone who is capable of bearing that, shouldering that responsibility. And if you don't mind my saying so, I think that's essential to government of, by, and for the people, isn't it? Because the people as a whole now play the role of the emperor. That's what they want to get rid of. They want to be the emperors and God worship as gods and stuff. And whereas in America, the people are in that position so long as they honor God. And I want to say to you that it is your honoring of God and the vocation that you, I think, correctly perceive to challenge your life because of that. That made me so eager and happy even to have you on the show. Happy that you've been here. Hope you'll come again when possible so we can refresh this discussion. And I hope all of you out there will ponder what we've been talking about. Will come refresh yourself from time to time in it, because I think it's the key to saving America. We save it one soul, starting with our own, at a time, but that builds into saving our nation. Ponder that. We'll be right back.
After my own personal transformation, I witnessed countless men trapped in similar circumstances, targeted by a culture aiming for their irrelevance. This led me to launch the Warrior Mind, Body, and Soul program. Warrior MBS is a 70-day competitive experience that has been designed from the ground up to unleash the strong man within you. It includes a comprehensive eating plan, a personally customized workout plan based on your goals, soul-building operations to strengthen your faith, and a brotherhood of like-minded Christian men who are with you in the fight. The world needs men who are strong, compassionate, and resilient, and it needs them now more than ever. Join me on this journey and become a warrior in mind, body, and soul.
So guys, for today, it's been a long one. This has been one of the longest recordings I've ever done. I'm going to call it a wrap. There's so much to this program, and we don't try to do all things, but we do try to create a foundation across some important areas of life. Your mind and getting your mind clear, your body getting back in shape, and being able to look down and feel better about yourself or feel really good about yourself, but definitely advance beyond where you started. And then your soul, There's nothing like being with a group of men that are willing to go deep together to talk about some of the hard things that they're struggling with, as well as the victories. We celebrate victories in Warrior MBS, and we've had a ton of those. So if you're considering joining us and you still have questions or you're just not quite sure, go to the website, warriormbs.com, and click the button that says schedule a call with me. It either says book a call or schedule a call. You will get a link to my calendar, and right there you can set up a call with me and we'll make it happen. All right. So check that out as soon as you get a chance and join us as soon as you can. All right. Don't delay. My boys are in the background yelling, so I'm getting distracted. I love you guys. Thank you for watching Thank you for watching Jay Slay Made in the USA and the Warrior MBS dedicated channel. Thanks, guys. Appreciate your help, service, support. I'm losing it. Talk to you guys soon.
But my honest review of the Warrior MBS program is it's life-changing. It is absolutely life-changing. Throughout working through the program, I was able to drop from like 192 down to about 155. So I've lost a lot of weight. And on top of that, I've learned a whole lot of stuff about, the culture in the world that we currently live in, and how to deal with it as a Christian conservative man. And also a lot of things about prepping and getting the family prepared in case things go really bad in our society. So my review is 5 out of 5 stars. I mean, I cannot speak highly enough of it because it really completely transformed my life, because I was way overweight. I was basically on the verge of having to take blood pressure medication and really start using pharmaceuticals to do the things within my body that I needed to do for myself. And having a group of like-minded men to be able to compete with and to encourage and to really cheer on was really awesome for me. So that's my review for Warrior MBS. Can't speak more highly of Jeremy and the program. So thank you, Jeremy, once again. You're awesome. Take it easy.
I came into the program with knee injury and not having run for probably the previous 3-4 months. And this program's helped me to build up a lot of strength around that knee, that I'm now running again, I'd say almost back to normal. And so, I really want to thank you for that. And that's the physical side of it. On the spiritual side and on the mind side, definitely. I mean, you promised you'd be thinking clearer. That's definitely happened. The food, it's been quite easy to follow, I must admit. Once you get into it, the first couple of weeks, it gets a lot easier. And definitely something that's more sustainable than anything I've done before. It's sort of like I'm desperate to eat certain things tomorrow as soon as the program ends. So it's been absolutely great. I just want to shout out to Chuck as well. He's done a great job as our veteran team captain, encouraging everyone. It's been really great, and been on a great team as well. So Joe's been leading the way and been quite the motivating force on our team, which is great. So I've really enjoyed the way it gets switched up. I tend to get bored of doing one thing, so switching it up has been great, and that's allowed me to stick to it for 8 weeks, and looking forward to carrying on with a lot of this exercise program and the eating program. That's been really good.
Hey guys, my name's Elliot and I'm in the last week of the MBS program, and just kind of wanted to touch on what it's done for me. I've lost 22 pounds and gained strength and speed. And on top of all that, it's kind of fixed my relationship with food. I've always yo-yoed with my weight, and knowing that I can come up with creative and healthy meals was very big for me. So, thank you.
I wanted to tell you about this program. It's been incredible for me. So it's a group of 20 guys. We all get together on Slack, which is like an app online where we challenge each other mentally, to stay mentally clear as much as possible, physically, so these workouts are daily, Monday through Friday, and then there's a spiritual component where we challenge each other and trying to really ground ourselves spiritually. So it's those three components: mind, body, and soul. And I've really appreciated the guy who put it on. His name's Jeremy. It's just been a great group of like-minded guys that I've really enjoyed getting to know, and I've just seen so many improvements in my own personal life, especially on the physical side of things. I just feel like I'm really proud of how much more fit I've got. There's an eating component that I didn't mention yet, but there's a list of compliant foods that you can eat and a list of non-compliant foods that you can't eat, and it's all based on a point system. So if you gain points, your team, which you're part of, wins that week. And so it's kind of a fun challenge where you get to stay motivated and accountable to each other by eating compliant foods, working out daily, and there's a mental component, like I mentioned, a spiritual component where you have to fill out different challenges to stay spiritually minded. So anyways, just really thankful that I've joined this group. I've seen so many changes in my own life that have been incredible. I just ran this minute mile that I ran about a month ago. My time a month ago was 7:45, and I just did it at 6:54. So clearly there's some great results that I'm seeing. So if you want to know more about this program, let me know. Send me a DM and I'll get you set up with the founder.
You know, the timing of this Warrior program for me couldn't have been more spot on. And I love the name that Jeremy calls it, the Warrior mind, body, and soul, because it really encompasses all of those things. You know, from the mind standpoint, one of the things I love is that I'm surrounded by like-minded men who love the Lord, men who want to be good leaders, not only in their home, but also in the community for which they live, and who are willing to step up to the plate and say, hey, I want to take a place and be a voice and be that man in my community and for my family. I love the body part because getting in shape is so important. I felt sluggish for a while, and so since I've been in this program, it's like my mind's gotten more clear, my body is changing, I'm losing weight, I feel good, I feel better about myself, and I've got more energy. And so I love the aspect of this. And the workout program is something that is absolutely doable, which is one of the things I struggled with other programs, because going to the gym, just the timing of it. But this has been phenomenal, the way Jeremy lays out these programs. And then the soul part of it, it has really challenged me and pushed me in my relationship with God. And there's been an awakening of things that I've really kind of been asleep to, that I don't need to be asleep to as a godly man. There's things I need to grow in. And so this has really challenged me and pushed me and been a program that has really set me on a track that at this season in my life I've never been on, but I'm grateful to be on it, and I feel empowered. And like I said, I've got like-minded men there's some competition, so it's fun, and they're pushing me and I'm pushing them, and it couldn't be better. So, if you are giving this any thought, don't give it any more thought. Embrace it, do it. You won't regret it, I promise.
I truly can say that you're going to grow spiritually, you're going to grow mentally, and you're going to grow physically. I know it's pushed me, and even in terms of past certain fear thresholds, and I would hope that you guys get that out of this. And I think that's one of the coolest things is guys just getting together, forming a triad, all being accountable with one another, just being honest about where you're at, and just getting after it. And it's truly, it's amazing how connected the body is to the spirit and the soul, and how they're just all wired together.
Hey guys, it's Nate, Warrior MBS Class 1. Just finished my midway workout, retested my mile time. Guys, I cut 2 minutes off my mile time. Now, I don't care what you run it in. You cut 2 minutes off, that means you're hustling, you're working. Warrior MBS has been awesome. Diet, exercise, accountability, intensive, intentional soul operations. I'm loving it. I feel better. I look better. I'm thinking better. All in all, awesome experience, great time, a fellowship, and really, it's what us men need to get our butts in gear. and be able to chase a truck like that and catch it.
Hey, Jeremy, just wanted to send you a video on talking about the reflection on this program. Your program it has totally changed my life in such a positive way. Everything, the food, you break it down so easily. I've never eaten this healthy before in my life, and it's a total transformation in my life in such a positive way. The workouts, everything. Look, I got a messed up back. I got a spinal cord stimulator implanted in me, but yet the way you did this, just like you told me in the beginning, it's worked around our injuries, and you're spot on, dude. Honestly, there's nothing I would change. The only thing like I said the other day, maybe institute the Constitution. So, like I said, the two truths is the Bible and the Constitution of our land. I mean, other than that, I honestly cannot think of anything other to implement. I mean, I can't thank you enough for doing this for us men. I mean, it just, in every which way. I mean, it brought me closer to God. It helped me out being around more like-minded men, and that's what I really needed. It just, all I can say, I'm grateful and thank you. I really am. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate it.
Hi, my name is Nate Musson, and I went through the Warrior MBS, the second round that launched, I believe, in early December. And the program was amazing for me, just for muscle toning, for overall fitness, for mental sharpness, and honestly, just great synergy, great team atmosphere that Jeremy helps cultivate. And so I can't highly recommend the program enough. It's a really amazing thing for men in all stages of life, really, for dads, for single men, and for people that need weight loss, or for people that want just a healthy lifestyle, muscle growth. The food program as well has been really amazing. I personally work for a healthy family and fitness lifestyle company, and I think that many of the components that Jeremy brings to the table with the health program are also very high quality and will engage you spiritually as well. And really that's what matters the most, is that you're engaging in your mind, your body, and your spirit, your soul. And that's why Jeremy has designed this program, and he's gifted. And I just believe that it will bless you and engage your heart. And so, highly recommended. Jump on board, and that's my pitch.
Hello, everybody. Hey, this is a review video to anybody interested in joining this program. Second time through. I'm probably going to go a third time. And I really gained a lot in this program in the self-discipline, in working out, eating habits, and getting my mind more focused on Christ. And I kind of found myself sometimes in the workouts when they were hard, I'm like, okay, Jesus carried the cross. This is a piece of cake. That's kind of goofy, but whatever. Hey, it got me through. So it's a great program. You're going to get in great shape. I really enjoyed meeting the people, and when I get to Tennessee, I'm going to look some guys up, and we're going to have some lunch or something. And I don't know if there's much you can do to improve on the program. The meal plan is awesome. Everything about it, and everybody that was involved, just the testimony of some of the guys who have been involved and where they've come from and where they've been is even way cooler. And good job to all the guys this round, and look forward to next round. And good job, Jeremy, for putting it together. Right on. Next year or next round, I'm going to get rid of this.
I got it down, but I'm going to get rid of the come on. All right, later.
It's no secret. The world wants you weak. There's a coordinated effort by governments, media, healthcare, education, and more to destroy men of strength entirely. This agenda slowly seduces men into weakness and compliance. They become addicted to comfort, mentally weak, and ultimately reliant on the state. But embedded within the spirit of every man, there is a deep desire to be strong and independent, not just physically, but mentally and spiritually as well, to become the fathers, husbands, and community leaders that God designed us to be. My name is Jeremy Sladen, and I understand the struggle firsthand. As a former professional athlete, I found myself being led down a path of confusion and weakness after my sports career ended. Slowly, I became addicted to comfort. I was sluggish, out of shape, and disconnected from God. My spiritual life was in disarray, and my marriage was at risk. I knew things had to change, and after a big wake-up call, I embarked on a personal reset that transformed my mental, physical, and spiritual well-being. After my own personal transformation, I witnessed countless men trapped in similar circumstances, targeted by a culture aiming for their irrelevance. This led me to launch the Warrior Mind, Body, and Soul program. Warrior MBS is a 70-day competitive experience that has been designed from the ground up to unleash the strong man within you. It includes a comprehensive eating plan, a personally customized workout plan based on your goals, soul-building operations to strengthen your faith, and a brotherhood of like-minded Christian men who are with you in the fight. This experience is crafted from the ground up to help you get your mojo back. Here's what others are saying about Warrior MBS.
The program was amazing for me, just for muscle toning, for overall fitness.
Great diet, great soul building ops, great people you get to meet.
One of the things I love is that I'm surrounded by like-minded men who love the Lord, men who want to be good leaders, not only in their home, but also in the community for which they live.
It's changed my life. I think it has potential to change yours. I highly encourage that you join.
The world needs men who are strong, compassionate, and resilient, and it needs them now more than ever. Join me on this journey and become a warrior in mind, body, and soul.